Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting Egbon Tech tutorial where you build and deploy a full stack Airbnb clone from scratch using Next.js system and other modern and in-demand web technologies. Now I'm going to assure you two things. The first is that by the end of this video, you'll be able to build any booking platform from ground up. The second is that this project is not going to be sitting idly by on your computer. We're going to debug this application together and then we're going to deploy this project together on Vercel so that you can have the live link to actually add to your resume or to your portfolio. Now, this is the kind of project that's going to leave hiring managers impressed, and also it's the kind of project that can actually get you a job as a software developer. I'm going to leave a preview link as long as I can in the description below so you can actually view this application and actually interact and use this application in real time. With that being said, I'm going to show you what we are going to build in this video. First of all, when a user lands on the homepage, user is going to see this amazing loading screen. It's actually going to load in the listings in the homepage. Now, users can actually favorite and unfavorite listings. You can see that this particular list is actually favorited. Now you can actually favorite this other listing too. And you can see this actually favorited too. Now users can actually view listings too. And you can see we can actually view this listing. You can see right now the details of the listing, the number of guests allowed in this listing, the number of rooms, the number of baths, and also the description and the map, the location of this listing. We're going to learn how to integrate a map that's going to point to the location of the listing. Users also be able to actually book or reserve a listing. Now, say the user wants to actually reserve this listing. All the user have to do is actually specify the range of dates you want to stay in this particular reservation. So I want to stay from on the 3rd Tuesday of February to the 10th Tuesday. That is 1 week. Okay, that's going to be 7 days, and you can see immediately right here, you can see check in February 3rd, then check out February 10th. That's the range of the reservation. And also the price of the list is going to be multiplied by the total nights we're going to stay, which is 7 nights, which is going to give us the total price. This is the total price we have to pay to actually reserve this listing for 7 nights. So to reserve a listing, all a user has to do is just click on this reservation right here. Then I'll click on reserve. It's going to say loading. And then you see right here, listing reserve. It's going to take the user to the trips page. And you can see the listing we just reserved. The total price we have to pay 1,400 for this particular reservation. And we've reserved this listing from between February 3rd to February 10th. Now, here's the amazing part of this. Now, users, when they go back to that particular listing, you're going to notice that when we go back to that particular listing, we can no longer select that date range anymore because this listing has been reserved for between the 3rd Tuesday of February to the 10th Tuesday of February. So we can no longer reserve a date that's already been reserved by another user. We have to actually select another date if we actually want to reserve this listing. Now, in this application, we're going to build an authentication system from scratch using Better Auth. Now, I'm going to log out this user. And you can see when a user is logged out, user cannot see the Airbnb or on both, and also you cannot see the other pages. Okay, now let's actually create a new account with a new user. I'll click on sign up. Now, when a user clicks on sign up, it's actually going to pop up this Modal right here. Okay, so users can actually register a new account or they can log into their existing account. So we want to register a new account. I'm going to call this user Jane Doe. Then for the user's mail, I'll say jane@gmail.com. Now you're going to notice that when we try to actually register this user without actually filling the password, you're going to get password is not required. You will learn how to create reusable input and also how to validate this input and also how to create reusable button component in this application. Plus, you also learn how to create a reusable modal. Now, to actually register this user, we have to actually fill in the password. So I want to fill in a password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I'll click on continue. It's going to say loading. And then you can see right now registration successful. Now immediately a user is registered, the user is actually going to be signed in into the application. And you can see this user can now see this Airbnb your own button. I'm going to click on this Airbnb your own button. And you can see that this user can actually create a listing in this application. So I want to create a listing. I'm going to call this listing. This is going to be an apartment. I'll click on next. And now we have to actually select a location that this listing is going to be. I'm going to say this is going to be in Canada. So I'm going to select that. You can see right now it's going to point to a location in Canada. Now click on next. And then we have to select how many guests can stay in this listing. So I'll click on 2 guests. Then for the number of rooms, I'll say 2. Number of bathrooms, I'll say 2. Then I'll click on next. And then for the title of the listing, I'm going to populate it with this right here, a nice apartment in the heart of the city, and also with this description. I'll click on next. And now we have to actually select an image of this listing. So I'm going to click to actually upload an image of this listing. I'll select this image right here. I'll open this, then I'll click on next. And now users have to actually select a price for this listing. So for this, I'll say $150. Then I'll click on create listing. You're going to see listing created successfully. It's going to route the user to the properties page. Now, a user will be able to view their properties page. Any listings the user actually creates is going to be visible here in the properties page. Now, in this properties page, users will be able to view all the listings they have on the platform and also the dates they created the listing right here. And also, users are going to be able to view their favorite listing. When I click on favorite, you're going to notice that this user doesn't actually have any favorite listing. So we'll go back to the home page because this user is a newly registered user. I'm going to favorite this listing, and then we'll go back to the favorite page. You're going to notice that this user now has 1 favorite listing. Another amazing feature we're going to work on is that users will be able to actually filter through listings. We're going to implement an advanced filter system where users will be able to filter by category, by location, and also by price. Now, if I decide I want to select listings I just want to select listings that are set to apartment. I just want apartment. I'm just going to click on next, and I just apply the filter. I'm going to filter other categories and only return listings that has categories set to apartment. Now, what if we want to show listings only in the United States? We only have one listing right here. So all we just have to do is go over here. Then we just search for United States. Then we'll click on next. It's going to point to that location. We'll apply the filter. And it's going to filter listings from the United States. Now, what if now we now want listings that are set to apartments and are in the United States but are of $100 and below? What are we going to do? We're going to set the price to maximum, say maximum of $100. That's the maximum price. I'll click on apply filter. You're going to notice that we are not actually going to get any listing because we don't have any listings in America that is set to an apartment that is below $100. And now, if the filter does not find any listings, it's going to display to the user no listings found. We couldn't find any listings that match your filters. Try adjusting or clearing some filters to see more results. And to clear filters, just click on clear. It's actually going to clear all the filters. Like as you can see all the listings again. And also, you can actually filter based on price range too. So I'm going to refresh the web page to actually reset all the states, all the filters. And now we want to actually filter by price. We want to filter listings between the price of $100 and the price of $200. I'll click on apply filter. And you can see we're going to get listings between that price range. Any listing that is below $100 or above $200 is not going to be right here. They're going to be filtered out. Now, we're not going to stop there. We're going to take this a bit further. We're going to ensure that this application is fully responsive so that it's going to look really good on your resume. And when we reduce the screen size of this application, you're going to notice that this application is going to look fully responsive on all screen devices, even for mobile devices. And you can see on mobile devices, this application looks really, really good, even for mobile devices. And users will be able to actually interact with the application for any screen size that is going to look professional and production ready. Now, if you're excited about this project, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And basically just consider this as a very little way for you to actually support this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so that you don't miss out on the next helpful modern web development project we're going to build together on this channel. For the technologies we're going to use for building this project, first of all, we're going to actually start up with React, which is used for building both web application and mobile applications. You're going to learn so much about React in this video. You learn how to create reusable components in React, components that you can create, reusable input component, reusable button components you can create and reuse in your application. You're also going to learn how to make use of hooks in React, like the use effect hook, the use state hook in React. And also, you're going to learn how to create your own reusable hosts and actually reuse those hosts in several parts of your applications. Now, React on its own is really not completely optimized, and also it doesn't actually give us server-side ranging out of the box. So for that, you have to actually pair React with Next.js. Now, Next.js, which is the React framework for the web, to me is actually one of the best React frameworks available in the market, which is for building high-quality web applications with the power of React components. Now, Next.js is actually production tested and it's actually used by some of the big companies in the world like Netflix. You're going to learn so much features from Next.js like server-side ranging, streaming in Next.js, how to make use of the suspense boundaries to actually stream your data into your application so that your website and your web application is going to actually be faster. You're going to learn so much Next.js features and also file-based routing in Next.js. For styling, we're going to rely on the power of Tailwind CSS, which is used for building modern web applications. Now, Tailwind CSS gives us utility classes to actually build our application, and those utility classes we can actually easily make our application responsive using those utility classes. Now, I assure you, you're going to actually love working with Tailwind CSS because it's going to make it easy for you to actually build a modern UI and a modern web application without thinking much about any CSS files. Now, for authentication and secure authorizations of our users in our application, we're going to rely on Better Auth, which is one of the most popular and robust authentication solutions available right now in the job market. You're going to learn how to authenticate users in Better Auth, how to create new users and log in users with Better Auth, and also how to implement OAuth using Google so that users will be able to actually sign in with their existing Google accounts. And finally, for our database, we're going to make use of Postgres, which is to me the best SQL database in web development, which can actually support complex queries. Now, we're not going to be making use of Postgres directly, actually writing raw SQL codes, okay? We're going to make use of Prisma ORM to actually interact with our Postgres database, which is going to allow us to use TypeScript to actually query our database. Now, I'm sure you're actually going to enjoy working with the Prisma ORM. With that being said, let's actually dive into the project. So we're going to be starting this project from absolute scratch so you can actually follow along easily. So the very first step we have to take, we have to actually set up a new Next.js project. So I'm going to head over to the official Next.js documentation website, nextjs.org, and then we just want to click on Get Started, and then it's going to bring us right here. We can actually read through what Next.js is. You can see what Next.js is a framework for building full stack web applications and stuff like that. With Next.js, you use React components to build interface and Next.js for additional features and optimizations. You can actually read through this if you actually want to, okay? So you can actually learn more about Next.js. But I want to actually create a new Next.js project. So I'm going to go to installation right here. I'm going to scroll down and you can actually see the requirements to actually install a new Next.js project. Before you begin, make sure your development environment meets the following requirements. Your minimum Node.js version must be 20.9 and above. Now, to actually check the version of your Node.js, you're going to go over to your command prompt. Then you just do node-v, and that's going to actually tell you the version of Node.js that you have running in your system. For me right now, I have version 24.12.0. So your Node.js version must be greater than 20.9 and above. And also the second requirement, you must be operating a Mac OS, Windows, or Linux operating system. My system right now is actually a Windows system, so it actually meets this requirement. So I'm going to scroll all the way down. Now this is what we have to do. We have to actually run this command right here, nps create next app at latest. Now we can actually run this command using different package managers. You can use pnpm, you can use npm, you can use yarn, and we can use Bourne. But for this tutorial, I'm going to be making use of pnpm as my package manager. Now, if you like to use npm, it's actually fine. I'm going to actually show you how you're going to use npm along with me when we are building this project together. But I'm going to make use of pnpm. Now, if you want to actually set up pnpm and use pnpm with me, then you're going to head over to the pnpm website, pnpm.io, and click on Get Started. And it's going to bring you right here to this installation guide right here. I'm just going to scroll all the way down. I'm going to scroll to the part where we are using other package manager to actually install pnpm, because if you are watching this tutorial and you are trying to build a Next.js project, you obviously have Node.js in your system already. So all you just have to do is run this command right here, npm install global pnpm at latest. It's going to help you actually install pnpm in your computer globally, and you'll be able to make use of pnpm package manager. Now with that out of the way, we can actually create our new Next.js project. So I'm just going to copy this command right here. I head back to my project. I'm just going to open up this terminal right here. And then I'll just paste that command right here. pnpm create next app at latest. Now, I want this project we are creating, this new Next.js project, to be created inside this Airbnb clone folder. Okay, I don't want to create a new folder inside this Airbnb clone folder. So what I'm going to do is say / to instruct the command to create this project inside this Airbnb clone folder. Then I'll click on enter. And it's going to ask us, would you like to use the recommended Next.js defaults? No, I don't want to use the default. I want to actually customize my settings. I'll go to customize settings. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we want to use TypeScript for type safe code. Click on yes. Yes, we'd like to make use of Lint. Would you like to use React compiler? No, I want to make use of the Next.js Rust compiler. Then would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes, I would like to make use of Tailwind CSS. Would you like your code inside a XRC directory? Yes. Would you like to use the App Router? Yes. Would you like to customize the import layers? No, we don't want to do that. Now it's going to actually start installing the dependencies we need to actually set up this project. Now, after the installation is done, we're going to get generated wrap types successfully. And then we're going to see that we actually initialize a new Git repository, and also we're going to get a success right here. Now, this is actually the beauty of PNPM. You're going to notice right here the progress. We have these dependencies installed right here. Next, we have DOM, also dev dependencies we need for this project. You're going to notice that we only actually downloaded only 4 items, but we added 347 items. Now, these other items are actually being reused from the computer. And that's the beauty of PNPM. It's not going to install everything from ground up. Okay, it's going to reuse the dependencies we already have, actually updates the ones that actually need updated. Those are the ones you actually downloaded. So I want to close this back up so you can actually get familiar with the folder structure. Now, this is the default folder structure of a new Next.js project. Now, these node modules, this is where all the packages we actually just installed when we created this new project are going to write. The TypeScript folder, the React DOM folder, Tailwind CSS. This is where all our dependencies are going to live. And then we have this .NET file. This is basically the cache file of our Next.js project. And then we have this public folder right here. This public folder, this is where we're simply going to place our assets, like the images we're going to make use in this project. And also we have this SRC folder right here. And inside this SRC folder, this is where we're going to write all our code, our components, our layers, all the codes, all the files we need. This is where we're going to place all the files inside this SRC folder. And then we have this git ignore file. This git ignore file, this is where we're actually going to specify the names of file we don't want Git to track. That's the files we don't want to push to GitHub. We want to push our codes to production. We're going to place all the files we don't want Git to actually track. And then we have this package.json right here. Now this package.json, this is where you can actually check the dependencies you are working with and also their versions. Right now we are making use of Next.js or Next version 60.1.4. We are making use of React version 90.2.3 and React DOM version 19.2.3. And we have these dev dependencies right here. Now the difference between these dev dependencies and these dependencies is that these dev dependencies right here, these dev dependencies are dependencies that our application needs during development. We actually need these dependencies when we're actually developing our application, but for production we don't need them, so they are not going to be pushed to production. We're only going to need these ones right here during production. Great. So I'm going to close this package.json file right here. So let's actually run this application. So to run this application, I'm just going to scroll down. I'm going to run pnpm run dev, type pnpm run dev. Now if you are using npm, you're going to write npm run dev to actually start up your local development server. Okay, so I'll click on enter. Now after you run this command, you're going to follow this link right here, localhost port 3000. It's going to take you to your project on a web browser. And when I open up this project in a web browser, I actually see this default Next.js template right here. So let's actually get rid of this. So I'll just go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll go to src, I'll go to page.tss file. Now that file we just opened just now, that file is actually the home page, which is this page.tss file right here. This is the home page. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of everything here, and instead I'm just going to return a paragraph tag that's going to say Airbnb clone like that, and then I'll get rid of this next image for now, And then inside this layout.ts file, now this layout.ts file, this is the layout of our application. Now, if you're familiar with Next.js, you're going to know that Next.js actually have this layout file to actually wrap around the entire application, which means whenever content we add here, we're going to see that content in the entire application. So if we create a about page or any page we create, we're actually going to see whatever we output here. So if I output a h1 tag says hello right here, then I go back to the web page, I should actually see that right here. You can see we have Airbnb clone, then we have hello right here. So whatever we code or styles we apply right here is going to be applied globally in our application. Great. So let's get rid of that. So what I want to do, I want to actually update the title of this project. So instead of create Next app, I'm going to say Airbnb clone. And then for the description, I'll say Airbnb clone tutorial Egbon tech, like that. And then I'll get rid of this font from Google because I actually want to make use of Poppins. So I'll simply just say const Poppins going to be equals to get Poppins from Next fonts in your variable font Poppins. After that, subset Latin, then the weights going to be an array of the font weight we want to use. Start with 300, then 400, 500, 600, and then last one 700. And then I can get rid of this right here, these two keys and keys mono, and then I'll just go to my class name right here. I'll get rid of them right here, and then I'll say I call the Poppins dot class name. So now we should actually see the Poppins actually being applied to our text right here. Next, I'm going to go to the globals.css file. I'll just get rid of the styles we don't need, get rid of everything except this import steering CSS because we're obviously making use of steering CSS. So I'll save that. That should ensure that no style is actually applied to this right here. So inside this globals.css, this is where I'm going to set up the custom colors we need. To do that in Tailwind version 4, we just do a theme. And then in here, I'm going to call the color now, say dash dash color primary, which is going to be this hex color right here. It's going to be the primary color we're going to use in this application. So I can actually close up this globals.css for now. Great. And the first component we're going to create in this project is going to be this Navbar right here. We're going to have this logo at the left hand side. We're going to have this right here at the center of the navbar, and then we're going to have this Airbnb on home button, this icon, and also this drop down menu. So let's actually start working on that. So I want to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create a new folder. Inside this SRC folder, I'll create a new folder called components. And inside this components folder right here, I want to create a folder called Navbar. And inside this Navbar folder, I'll create a file or a component called navbar.tsx rfc. I just get rid of this import statement. Now remember I said that whenever I want a component or a style to be applied globally, we have to place it in the layout file. So which means you have to actually output this navbar in this layout file. So right here, I'm going to call that navbar component. Okay, I'm going to import navbar up here from component navbar. Okay, great. So now when we go back to our project, we should actually see that navbar right here. We actually see that navbar component right here. Now this navbar component is going to be available globally in any page we create in this project. So I want to go to the navbar component. This navbar component is going to return a nav tag. I'll give this some Tailwind classes. I'm going to give this a position of fixed, a top of 0, a z-index of 50, a width of full. Give it a height of 18. Therefore, large screens, a height of 24. Give it a background of white. Give it a border of bottom, and then I'll give the border color a border gray of 200. I'll save that. We should actually see the structure of that nav. We actually see that border underneath here. So next, inside this nav tag, I'm going to create a div. I give this a Tailwind class, display of flex, items of center, justify of between, a width of full, a height of full, mx of auto, a width of 95%. Then for medium screens and above, I give it a width of 90%, like that. And the very first item I want to output in this Navbar is going to be a logo at the left hand side. Let's actually create a component for that. So I'm just going to open up this right here. Then inside this Navbar right here, I'm going to create a new file, a new component called logo.tsx. RFC. I'll get rid of this import statement. And this logo is going to return a link tag. Now, to actually make use of link in Next.js, we're going to import link from Next link. Okay, and then the href of this link, whenever a user clicks on this, it's going to just take the user to the home page, the root page. Okay, and then inside this link, we're going to output a image tag, which we're also going to get from Next image. Now, the src of this image is going to be, the src is going to point to images / logo.png. Okay, now if you wonder where we are getting this from, now inside your public folder, you're going to create a images folder. And inside that images folder, you're going to place all the images you want to actually use. Okay, now you can see right now we are going to the images, we are going into the images folder, and then we are pointing to this logo.png right here. Now, if you actually need this image, I'm going to leave a link to these images in the description below. Great. And then we have to specify the auth test. The auth test is going to be logo, and then we have to specify a width and height property. I'll give the logo a width of 100 and a height of 100, like that. And then I'll save that. And now all we have to do, I'll just rearrange this. All we have to do is just call this component in our Navbar component. So I'll just go over there and just call the logo component right here. And then I'll save that. And now when we go back to our project, we should actually see the Airbnb logo right here. Now, after the logo right here, we're going to create the center part of your Navbar. Just call this center Navbar. For that, I'm going to create a div. I give this div a tailwind class, a display of flex, items, center, gap of 3, px of 4, py of 2, shadow of md, give it a border. Border color is going to be border gray 200, give it a rounded of full, and a cursor of pointer. And then inside this div, we'll create a span tag. Inside that span tag, we're going to output an image tag, get that from Next image. The src is going to point to /images / this src is going to point to this. Inside our images, it's going to point to this, whereas this home.png file we have right here. Okay, so it's going to force our images / home.png, like that. And then the auth test, I'll just call it home icon. And then we're going to give it a width of 25 and we'll give it a height of 25, like that. Then we add some styles to this span right here. I'll give it a saving class, text of XM, font of medium, text gray of 700, display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 2. And then after this image right here, I'm just going to close up this right here. After this image right here, we're going to have another span. And I'm simply going to say anywhere. And then we'll give this a tailwind class. We want this span to be hidden by default, and we only want it to be visible for screens that are over on this. We want to be visible for screens that are 1024 pixels and above. So I'll save that. Now, when we actually go back to our project, you can see that we actually see that right here anywhere. But when we go to small screen device, and I reduce this to small screen device, you can notice that we only see the icon for small screen device. We don't see this anywhere span text. After this span right here, we're going to create another span that's going to have a self-closing tag. I give this span a tailwind class of height of 6, a width of 1 pixel. So I give it a width of pixels, a BG gray of 300. I want this to be hidden for small screen device, and then for large screen device, I want to give it a display of block. After that, I'm going to add another span. This span is simply going to say anywhere. week, and then I give this span some tailwind classes. I want it to be hidden by default and a display of block for medium screens and above. Also for this one, just give it a display of block for medium screens and above. I give this a text of XM, a font of medium, and a text gray of 700. Now after this span, we're going to have another divider, so just copy this and I'll place that after this span right here, and then I'll create another span which is going to say add guests. I also give this a display of hidden, and for medium screens above, it's going to have a display of block. Give it a text of XM and a text gray of 300. And after all this span right here, I want to create a div tag. Inside this div tag, I'm going to have a search icon. So let's actually install a icon library. So I'm just going to open this up, stop this server, and I'll say pm install React icons. And that command is going to add the React icon library for us. Okay, great. So I just want pm on dev to start up the server again. Pm on dev. Close this back up. And I'll give this div some tailwind classes. I'll give it a width of 8, a height of 8, a text of white, a rounded of full, and then I'll give it a BG of primary. Okay, and this BG primary right here is coming from this global as a CSS right here, primary, since we already have the custom color right here. And you're going to notice that when we call the color, we didn't call this color right here, we just called this after this hyphen right here, primary. And that's how you actually call your custom colors in Tailwind CSS version 4. And then in here, I'm going to call an icon from React library called loose search, and I'll give this a size of 16. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our project. We actually see the icon right here. We see those items right here, but the icon is not at the center of this container. So what we're going to do, give this a grid display, and then place the items, place items center. Save that. That should ensure that the icon is positioned at the absolute center right here. This one is little, the color of this add guest is too light, so I'll just increase it from text gray of 300 to text gray of 500. It actually looks way better. Amazing. Now when we click on this, it's going to open up the filter modal, but we are not working on the filter modal yet. So now it's going to create the items at the right hand side of the navbar. After all these items right here, I just close them up. I'll create another div down here. I'll say this is going to be right nav bar. Now I want to create a div. I'll give this div a tailwind class of flex, items of center, gap of 4, the position of relative. Then you're gonna have a button that's even gonna say Airbnb your home. I'll give this button some tailwind classes. I'll give it a display of hidden by default. Then for medium screens and above, I'll give it a display of block, a text of XM, font of medium, px of 4, py of 2, rounded of full. I'll give it a BG gray of 50, a cursor of pointer, and then finally on hover, I want the button to have a BG gray, sorry, BG gray of 100. And we should actually notice that we have a button right here. Great, so now over on that button, you can actually see that over effect right here. So after this button right here, I'm going to create a div which will give a tailwind class of flex, items center, a gap of 2. I'll give it a border property, a border gray of 300. Spell this gap correctly. Rounded of full, px of 2, py padding vertical of 1. On over, I'll give it a shadow of md, give it a transition property, and a cursor of pointer. And then inside this div right here, we're going to actually create a button tag. And inside this button tag, I'm going to put an icon. I'll call the icon menu. which I'm going to get from React icons. Give the icon a size of 18. And then I'll give this button a tailwind class of height of 8, width of 8, display of grid, a place items of center, rounded, of full, and hover. I give it a BG gray of 100, spell that gray correctly. Give it a transition property, and then I give it a cursor of pointer like that. I will actually see that icon right here. When we hover on that icon, I can really see that hover effect. Amazing. So now we're just going to add that image that's going to be visible when the user is actually logged in. After this button right here, I'm going to create a div that's going to give a tailwind class of relative, width of 8, height of 8, rounded, of full, and overflow, of hidden. Then inside this right here, I want to call an image tag from next image, and then the src is going to be, it's going to point to /image/image.png like that. And then the auth there is going to be, I'll just call it profile pic, or you can also call it user avatar, as a logged in user avatar. We'll give this a fee property, and then we'll give it a tailwind class of object of cover. Now the reason why I'm giving it a fee property is because we already gave the container, just add space between this relative and this width. We already gave the container that wraps around the image a width and height, okay, width of it, height of it. So we just basically give the image a fee property to feed the entire container. Because with Next.js image container, we always have to provide a width and height property. So I want to save that, and then we should actually see that this actually looks really good. And we have the Navbar right here. So now what we want to work on is that when we click on this, we actually want to show the drop down menu, okay, and then we'll click on it, it's going to close back the drop down menu. So let's actually work on that. Now after the div for the menu icon and this image right here, there's this div right here. I'm going to close up this div. After this div, I'm going to create another div for our drop down menu. So right here I'll say drop down menu, and then I'll create a div. And the drop down menu is only position absolute to this parent div that wraps around them, okay? That's the parent div of the right navbar. So I'll give this a tailwind class of absolute, a right of 0, a top of 14, a width of 56, background of white. I'll give it a border, and then a border gray of 200, a rounded of XL, shadow of LG, overflow of hidden, a PX of 4, and a PY of 2. And then inside this drop down menu container right here, we're going to create another list, which we're going to give a tailwind class of text gray of 800 and a text of XM. And inside this another list, I'm going to create a list tag. I'll give this list tag a tailwind class of PX of 4, PY of 3, and over I'll give it a BG gray of 100, a cursor of pointer. And then inside this first li tag, I want to output Airbnb your home. I'll just copy this and drag this down. The next one is going to be help center. And after that, I want to create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of border top, margin vertical of 1, and a border gray of 300. And then after this right here, I'll just copy this li tag right here. I'll paste that after I paste it right here. And then this one is simply going to say sign up, and I'll paste it down here again. The last one is going to say sign in like that. I'll save that. And now we'll go back to the web page. We actually see that drop down menu right here, Airbnb or Home Help Center, sign up, and then we see that sign in right here. But we don't want this to be open by default. We only want this to be open when we click on this menu right here. Okay, so we want to use this menu icon to actually toggle this drop down menu. So let's do that. Now to do that, we actually have to create a state. So up here, I want to create a state. I'll say const open set open is going to be equals to use state from React. And then since we're making use of state in React and this is a Next.js component, we have to actually make this a client component so that that's going to tell Next.js I want to actually run client-side JavaScript after propagation. So up here, I'm going to say use client to turn this into a client component. And then by default, this is going to be false. After that, I'm going to scroll to that button, that menu button. I'll just open this up. As this menu button be created right here, I'm going to add an on-click event handler to this. So I'm going to say on-click. When someone clicks on this button, I'm going to run an arrow function that's going to fire set open. I want to get the previous state, and then I want to set the state to the opposite value. Okay, which means if the menu is open, we're going to set it to false, and also if it's false, we're going to set it to true anytime we click on this button. So we're basically going to toggle the states, and then we only want to show this drop down menu if menu is set to open. So I just cut this off, and then right here I want to say if open. That's only when we want to render this JSX right here. I'll just format that. Great, simple. So I want to go back to our project and we'll click on this. You can see that it actually opens up the menu. Amazing. But you can see that when we click off the menu, it doesn't actually close up. Okay, because what we want is that when we click on this menu to open up the menu, when we click off the menu, when we click on other parts of our application, we want this to actually be closed back up. So let's actually do that. To do that, we're going to make use of a use ref hook from React. So up here, I'm going to create a ref. I'm going to say const. I'll call it menu ref. It's going to be equals to use ref. I'm going to get use ref from React. So up here, I'm importing use ref from the React library. And then by default, this ref is going to be null. So we have to specify the type with TypeScript. So we're going to say it's going to be an HTML div element, or it's going to be null. After that, we have to actually add an event listener and listen for a mouse down event. Okay, so when there's a mouse down event, we want to actually listen for it. Now, adding an event listener to a React application is a side effect, and to do side effects in React, we make use of the use effect hook. So down here, I want to call a use effect hook from the React library. So up here, I'm going to import use effect hook from React library, and then just pass in an empty dependency right here. And this empty dependency means the use effect hook is only going to run once. Okay, it's not going to depend on any state or any variable. It's only going to run once when the component mount. And then in here, I'm going to create a function called const handler. It's going to be equals to an arrow function is going to take an event, and the event is going to be a mouse event. Then inside this function, we'll say if menu ref dot current, and if no menu ref dot current dot contains event dot target as node, then we're going to set open to false. Now what this code simply means is that if this menu is actually open and we click somewhere in our web page, and where we click is not inside this menu ref right here, we're going to place this menu ref to this container, it's not inside this right here, then we're actually going to close this drop down menu. And then after this function, we can actually add the event listener. So I'll say document dot, I want to add an event listener. I want to see for a mouse event, which is going to be mouse down. I'll run the function handler right there. Now, when you add an event listener or a subscription to a use effect hook, you always have to run a cleanup for when the components are mouse, because when the components are mouse, we want to actually remove this event listener. Okay, so down here I want to say I want to return an arrow function that's going to fire this right here. Document dot remove event listener, passing the event name is going to be mouse down, and then the function handler. for when our component unmapped, we actually want this cleanup document to remove event listener. So I'll save that. And now all we have to do is just copy this menu ref right here and scroll all the way down where we have that this right side navbar right here. Okay, so anything we click outside of this right navbar, we actually want to close the drop down. So I'll say the ref for this is going to be equals to menu ref. I'm going to save that. Now we'll go back to our project. When we click on this, you can see that when we click off this menu, it's going to actually close it. You can notice that when we click around inside this drop down, we're not going to actually close it. I'm actually clicking on this right here. It's not actually going to close up. But when we click outside of that drop down menu, it's going to close back up. So what we're going to work on is we're going to work on the UI for the home page. Okay, so we can actually get the structure of the home page. Now remember I said that this layout file right here, this layout.ts file we have right here, src app, this layout.ts file actually controls the application. So whatever page we created, the pages are going to be outputted right here. Now we want to actually create our own layout for this application. So let's actually do that. So I'll go to the src folder. I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this folder layouts. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a layout file called container.tsx rc. This container is going to return a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of margin top of 18. For last screens, I'm going to give it a margin top of 24, a px of 4. For medium screens and above, I'll give it a px of 20, then a padding vertical of 2. Now this container is going to be receiving a prop, which I'm going to call children, and it's going to be of type, the type children is going to be of type react node, and then we're just going to output these children right here. So now we actually have the container layout file. So what we want to do with this container layout file, remember that when we go over to here, we already have a page.css file right here. Okay, we already have a home page right here, page.css, as putting this text Airbnb clone, but our navbar is actually covering it. Okay, so we have to actually wrap a layout file around our pages. What we're going to do is that we're going to go over to this page.css file right here. Then we're going to, anytime we create a page, we're going to wrap that page with this container layout right here, and then we output the contents of the page inside this container layout and save that. And that should ensure that the styles we apply to that container are going to be applied. You can see right now this home page now has a margin top of 18. Great. And then the pages we create are going to be rendered inside this place where we have these children right here. So we basically just created our own layout file. So here I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a tailwind class of grid, a grid cause of 1. For small screens and above, I'll give it a grid cause of 2. For medium screens and above, I'll give it a grid cause of 3. For large screens, I'll give it a grid cause of 4. Then for extra large screens, I'll give it a grid cause of 5, and then I'll give the cards a gap of 6. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to actually map through the listings right here. Now since we're not actually working on the back end, we've not actually created listings on the server, so what we're going to do, we're going to hard code some listings up here so we can actually use them to actually create the homepage UI. So up here I'm just going to output some dummy listings right here. We have about 6 dummy listings right here we can actually use to create our UI. And now we're going to map through these listings, and every time we map through these listings, we're going to return a listing card component. So let's actually create a listing card component. So I'll go to src components. I'll create a folder called listings. Then inside this listings folder, I'm going to create a component called listing card.tsx rfc. Just get rid of all this. And then now I'm going to say listings dot map. Every time we map through a listing, I'll call it a listing, and then we're just going to return a listing card we just created. A listing card and then the key is going to be listing.id, like that. And then when we save that, we should actually see we have listing card, listing card, listing card, listing card, listing card, and listing card. That's because we have 6 items we're actually mapping through. And this listing card is going to take some props. So up here, I'm going to say interface listing. Now each listing is going to have an ID that's going to be of type number. A title is going to be of type string. A location is going to be of type string. An image is going to be of type string. And then a price is going to be of type number, like that. And then down here, I'm going to say interface listing card props. It's going to have a listing, and that listing is going to be the type we just created of the type of listing. And then we can pass the prop right here. So this component is going to take a prop called listing card prop, and then we can destructure out the listing. And now you're going to notice that we're going to get an error in this page.css file. When we hover on it, it's going to say property listing is missing in type. Okay, so we have to pass the listing now. I'll say the listing is going to be equals to the listing. So now I have access to this listing inside this listing card component. So let's actually create the component. So I get rid of this text right here. I'll give this div a tailwind class of group, a cursor of pointer. Then inside this div container, we're going to create the image for the listing card. So I'll create a div right here. Then I'll give this div some tailwind classes. I'll give it a position of relative, aspect ratio, rounded of XL, overflow of hidden, like that. And then inside this div right here, I'll create an image tag, which I'm going to get from next image. I want to import image from next image, and then this image is going to have an src that's going to be listing dot the image of the listing. That's the image you are getting from these listings right here. These images, and these images are actually pointing to our public folder right here. Okay, we're actually pointing to these images we have in our public folder. And then for the auth test, I'll just simply make this the listing dot title as the auth test, and then I'll give it a fee prop fee to fill its parent container. So I'll give it a tailwind class object of cover, a transition, then group over. I'll give it a scale of 105. That's when the card is hovered on. I want to give this image a scale of 105. Now after this image, right, I'm going to create a button, and this button is going to be our favoriting button. So here I want to add an icon called Blue Hat. So I'll give a size of 18, and then I'll give it a tailwind class of text gray of 700. And then I'll give this button a tailwind class of absolute, a top of 3, a right of 3, a padding of 2, a rounded of full, a BG of white, and then I'll reduce the transparency by 19. When the button is overdone, I'll give it a BG of white. And finally, I'm going to give it a shadow properly. So I want to save this and actually check out the image and how it looks. And we don't actually see the images. And we're getting the images from this page.css file right here. So the images are pointing to this public folder right here, which is going to be inside these images. For the images, okay, the images are in JPEG, not JPG, JPEG. So I'll just change these extensions to JPEG. I'll save that. And now we should actually see the images on the one page. And we still don't see the images. Why is that? Okay, I think that's because we are giving this an aspect of ortho, not an aspect of ortho. I want an aspect of square. It's going to be an aspect ratio of 1/1, one by one. I'll save that, and we should be able to see the images right here. Great. And we actually see the image, and we see that button right here. Amazing. So I'll just give that button a cursor of pointer too. So I'll give this a cursor of pointer. And then after this div that wraps around the image, down here, we'll create another div that we're going to give a tailwind class or space y of 1, a margin top of 3, and a text of xm. And then inside this div, I'll create a paragraph tag where I'm going to output the listing dot location. I'll give this a tailwind class of text GUI of 500 and the font of medium. After that, I'll create another paragraph tag where I'm going to output the listing dot the title of the listing, and then I'll give this paragraph tag a tailwind class text GUI of 900, and I'll give it a truncate property. Okay, in case the listing title is too long, it's just going to truncate it and add an ellipsis at the end. I'll save that. We should actually see those text right here. I'll just get rid of the font of medium I'm adding to this right here. It's going to literally look better. It actually looks better this way. Great. So we have the location, then we have the title. Let's actually add the paragraph tag for the price. So now you create another paragraph tag. I give this a tailwind class of padding top of 1. Then you're going to have a span tag. It's going to output a dollar symbol, and then it's going to be listing dot price. And then I'll give this span a tailwind class, a font of medium, a text GUI of 900. And then after this span, I'm going to add a /. And after that /, I'm going to output another span. I'm just going to output night, and then I'll give this a tailwind class of text GUI of 500 like that. I'll save that. And we should actually see that right here. Actually see $85 per night. Instead of font medium, I'm just going to make this font semi-bold. Prefer it as semi-bold. Yeah, it actually looks better this way. So now we have the structure of how the home page is actually going to look. Now, what we want to work on is I want to actually work on the sign in and the sign up UI. Okay, we want to work on these modals right here. I'm just going to log out this user. So when we click on sign in, it's going to open up this sign in modal. Okay, I'll also go to the register modal to actually create a new account. So let's actually work on this. Now, for this, we have to actually install a library for global state management, a library called Zostand. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to open up this terminal. I'll just cancel this server file. I'll say pnpm install Zostand. And that's going to ask the Zostand library for us. So I'll run this dev again, pnpm run dev to start up the server again. Then I'll just close this back up. So first, I'm going to actually set up a Zostand store. So I'm going to go to this SRC folder right here, create a folder called store. Then inside this store, I'm going to create a store called use auth modal store.ds. So if I'm going to create an interface for this store, say interface auth modal store. We're going to have is login open state, which is going to be Boolean. Now, what we are simply just doing here is that we are doing the same thing we did when we were actually creating state. Okay, like for example, now inside this Navbar where we created this state right here. Okay, that's basically what we are doing. We want to create some state, and up here we are specifying the type of the state. So this interface, like this is logging up, is going to be Boolean, it's going to be true or false. So that's what we are doing. But the difference is that why this state right here we are using right here, this open and set open states, we can only make use of this state right here inside this Navbar component. We cannot make use of it outside the Navbar component. This state is component based. Okay, the use state hook from React is actually component based, but we want to actually manage state globally in our application. So that's why we are making use of Zostand. So after this right here, we create another tab, is register open, which is also going to be Boolean. Then after that, it creates a tab called open login and this is going to be a function and it's going to return anything. So it's going to return void, and then we also create open register, which is also going to be an out function that's going to return void. Okay, and then after that I'll just copy these two and then I'll paste them right here. This one is going to be close login, and then this one is going to be close register, and then we have one more to actually close both of them. I'll say close all, which is also going to be an out function that's going to return void, like that. Just rearrange this a bit. So now that we have the tab, we can actually create the Zostand store. So to do that, down here I'll say export const use auth modal. It's going to be equals to create or get create from Zostand. Import up here, I'm going to import create from Zostand. I'll pass in the set, and now we have to actually specify the type. So right here we're going to pass in the auth modal store, okay, as the store type of our store. So in here we're going to have is login open, which is going to be by default is going to be false, and also we're going to have is register open, which is going to be false by default. You're going to notice that just the way we are using this use state hook, we are passing default values. That's how we are also using this Zostand store right here. Okay, after that we're going to define the open login function. It's going to be an out function. It's going to fire set. So we'll call the login open. We're simply going to set is login open to true, and then we're going to set the is register open. If it's open, we're going to set it to false. So anytime the login modal is open, the register modal is going to be closed. Then after that, down here we're going to have the close login. It's going to be an out function. Call set, and then we're just going to set is login open to false. Okay, and then after that we're going to have open register. It's going to be an out function. Call set. In here we're going to set is login open to false. When we open the register modal, if the login modal is open, we want to set it to false first, and then the is register modal, we're going to set it to true. And then we're also going to have a close register. Call it set, and then here I'm going to set is register open to false. And then lastly, we're going to have the close all function. It's going to be an out function that is going to set is register open to false, and also it's going to set the is login open to true, like that. So we have our auth modal store. Okay, great. We have this state right here is login open, which is going to be boolean, is register open, which is going to be boolean, true or false. Then we have the function to open the login modal. And when we call this function, we're going to set the login modal state to true, and then we're going to set the is register open to false. Then we have the close login that's going to set this login to false, and then we have the open register that's going to set the it's login open to false and this register open to true, and then we have the close register to actually set this register open to false, and finally we have the close all to set both of them to false, not so to set both of them to false, like that. I'll save that, and now we have our Zostand store. So now we just have to create a modal. So I'm going to go to SRC. I'll create a folder that is SRC called modals, and then inside this right here I'm going to create our reusable modal. I'll call this modal.tsx rfc. Let's get rid of this import statement right here. First of all, we're going to specify the type of the props this modal is going to take. So I'll say interface modal props. First, we're going to take a prop called is open, which is going to be boolean. We're going to take a prop called onClose, which is going to be an out function that's going to return void, and then we're going to take a title that's going to be of type string, and we're going to take a children that's going to be of type React.React node. And then right here, I'm just going to specify that type of Modal props. And then right here, we're just going to destructure out the is open, the unclose, the title, and then we'll destructure out the children. Just format this just a bit. And then here, you're going to return a JXS. It's going to have a div in there. First off, I'm going to pass a area hidden to this right here. That's going to be equals to is open. Okay, so it's going to be true when the is open is set to true, and it's going to be false when the is open is set to false. And then I have a tailwind class to this. Now we're going to be adding dynamic styles to this, so I'll make use of backticks. I give this a position of fixed, insert of 0, a 0 of 50, a display of flex, items of center, justify of center, px of 4, with a transition of opacity, a duration of 500, and then we're going to add the dynamic styles to this. Right here, I want to make use of this dollar right here, and then we're going to say if is open, if the is open prop we pass to this modal component is true, then we're going to give in these styles right here, opacity of 100, we'll give it this style right here, opacity of 0, and a pointer event of none. And then the first thing we're going to add inside this div is going to be the backdrop for the modal. Okay, so I'll give this a tailwind class, and this is also going to be dynamic, so I want to add backticks to it. We're going to add dynamic styles to it. We'll use a position of absolute, insert of 0, a bg black, I'll reduce the transparency to 30, transition of all, a duration of 500. And then after that, now you're going to add the dynamic styles. So I want to say is open, then I give this opacity of 100, so I give it opacity of 0. Just rearrange this a bit. Great. So now we're going to actually create the content of the modal. So down I'll say the modal content, or actually the modal, because this is actually the container that wraps around the modal, and this is actually the backdrop. Okay, as a light black background is going to be in the back of the modal when we actually open up the modal. So now you create a div. We're going to add some tailwind classes to this, and it's also going to be dynamic. We're going to add some dynamic classes. I'll use a position of relative, a z-index of 10, a width of full, a maximum width of LG, rounded of 2XL, a BG of white, a shadow of XL, just use 2XL, a transform property, a transition of all, and a duration of 500. And then for the dynamic styles, right here I want to say dollar is open. If it's open, we're going to give it a translate y of 0 and opacity of 100. But if it's not open, then we're going to give it a translate y of full and opacity of 0. Then inside this modal div container, the first item we're going to output is going to be the header of the modal. For that, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a tailwind class of flex, items, center, a justify of between, px of 6, py of 4, a border bottom, and a border gray of 300. Then inside this div, we're going to output a h2 tag, which is going to output the title that's passed to this reusable modal right here. And then we'll give this h2 tag a tailwind class, text of LG, font of semi-bold, and a first gray of 900. And after this h2 tag, we're going to have a button. The Arial label of this button is going to be close modal, and then click on this button. We're going to want this function is going to be passed to this unclosed function is going to be passed when we actually reuse this model. We're going to want the unclosed function passed to this modal component, and then we give this button a class padding of 2, a rounded or full, and over I give it a bg gray of 100 with a transition, and then a cursor of pointer, and then inside this button I'm going to output liu x, which I'm going to get from React icons, and then the size is going to be 18. And then finally, after this header of the modal, we're going to have the contents of the modal right here. So then I'll create a div, and inside this div, we're going to output the children of the modal right here. So I'll give this a T1 class px of 6 and a py of 5, like that. I'll save that. So now we have the reusable modal right here. So let's actually use it. So the first modal I want to create is going to be our register modal. So right here, I'll create a register modal.tsx rfc. Now that we have the reusable modal, we don't have to actually write all those code we just wrote right here. We can actually reuse this modal. So what we're going to do simply, we're just going to get rid of this, and then we just call the modal component. I'm just going to import modal from modal right here. Based on the find that in simple folder, we're just going to import modal from ./modal. Get rid of this React import. And now don't forget our modal expects 3 props: is open, unclosed, title, and children. So we have to actually pass this prop. So first of all, we're going to get our register modal state from our Substance store. So up here, I'm going to say const. Our structure we're going to get from this store is going to be equal to use auth modal store or auth modal, and then we can destructure the is register open, the close register. So for the title, I'll call this register. For the is open, I'm going to call this, I'm going to pass this is register open to it, and then finally for the unclose, I'm going to pass this function close register, like that. And then finally for the children, we're going to output a children right here. Just output a paragraph tag that says register modal. Great, I'll save that. So now we have this modal right here. So all we just have to do is to output this modal in our web page. So to do that, we're going to go to our root layout file. Remember I said that any component we add to our layout file is going to be available globally in the entire application. So I'm going to go to the SRC, I'll go to layout, not layouts, I'll go to app, this root layout file right here, where we have this Navbar. I'm going to output the register modal right here. Okay, I'll save that. Now, when we go back to our project, and it says, and we're getting an error. It says that, okay, that's because we are making use of a hook inside this register modal component. We didn't specify that it's going to be client component. So I'll go to register modal. Up here, I'm going to say make use of the directory from Next.js, use client, like that. I'll save that. That should ensure that the modal is actually, we don't have that error. Now you're going to notice that we don't see the modal. That's because in our Substance store, when I go to SRC store, use auth modal, you can see right now by default this is register mode open. It's set to false. So when we set this to true, we should be able to actually see the modal right here. Amazing. You actually see the modal right here. Okay, I won't click on this X or click anywhere around this, and it's not actually being closed. What we want is I want to click off this modal right here. I want to be able to actually close this modal. So what we're going to do, go to the modal.tss file. Then we're going to add an onClick event handler to this body right here. So this backdrop right here, I want to say when the backdrop is clicked, so on click, I want to run this on close. That's passed to this component right here, on close. As this on close prop we are passing, which is going to be this close register right here. So when I go back, when I click on the backdrop, it's going to actually close the modal. Great. So when we refresh, we actually see the modal. Now we only want to open this modal when we click on sign up. So let's actually do that. So I just go back to the Substance store. Then I'll just change this back to false. We don't want to see this by default. We only want to see that when we click on this sign up button right here. So to do that, I'm going to go to the navbar.tss file. Just go to that navbar right here. And inside this navbar, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destroy what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use auth modal. I'm going to get use auth modal from the auth modal store, from our substance store, and then I'm going to destructure out the open register. Okay, also destructure out the open login. We're also going to need this later on, so I'm going to destructure the open login, and then I'll just copy this open register right here and scroll all the way down so where we have this sign up right here. So I'm going to say on click of this, I want to run an arrow function. I'm going to fire this function right here, open register. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our application. We'll click on sign up. It's going to open up our modal. Now we can close the register modal with this button right here, or we can close the register modal by clicking out of the modal. When we click in the modal, it's not going to actually close the modal. When we click off the modal, when we click on the backdrop, it's going to actually close the modal. Now in the complete project, you're going to notice that in the sign up modal, I'm going to open up the sign up modal. You're going to see that we have this title right here, we have these inputs, and then we have this button, and then this Google button right here. Now these inputs and this button, these are going to be reusable components. So we're going to create a reusable input component, and also we're going to create a reusable button component. So let's actually start working on the sign in modal. So I want to go back to that sign in modal. I'll go to the register modal or sign in modal. I'll get rid of this paragraph tag right here. Now in here, I want to create a div tag. I give this div a tailwind class. Give it a margin bottom of 6, a space y of 1, and then inside this div right here, we're going to create a h2 tag that we're going to give a tailwind class of a text of 2xl, font of semi-bold, and the text gray of 900. Spell that gray correctly, text gray of 900. Then inside this h2, I'm simply going to output this welcome to Airbnb. And then after this h2 tag, we're going to create a paragraph tag, which we're going to give a tailwind class of text of xm, the text gray of 500, and then in here I'm just going to output create an account like that. I'll save that, and we should be able to actually see that when we open up the sign up modal. We should be able to see that welcome to Airbnb, create an account. And then after that, after this div right here, I'm going to wrap up this div. Okay, and this div is going to be the header of the register modal, so I just call it the header. After that div, I'm going to create a form tag, get rid of this action, and inside this form tag we're going to have the reusable input and also the reusable button. So first of all, we're going to create our first reusable component in this form, which is going to be the reusable input. And remember, the input also could be a test area, because in part of your application we will actually want to display a test area. So it's going to be either a test area or an input. So we're going to actually create a reusable input component that could be a test area. So to do that, I'm going to go over to my components folder, go to src components. Inside this components folder, I'll create a folder called UI. Then inside this UI folder, I'm going to create a component called inputs. I can call it form feed, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call my inputs.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this React import right here. So the next thing you have to do, you have to actually install a library called CLSX. Now that library is going to ensure we are able to easily write dynamic classes, because we're going to write a lot of complex dynamic classes in this reusable component. So I'm just going to open up this terminal. Then I'll say pnpm install CLSX. I'll click on enter, and that's going to actually add the CLX version 2.1.1 package to our dependencies. So I'm just going to run this application again, pnpm run dev like that. Then I'll just close up this terminal right here. So the first thing we have to do, we have to create the type of the props we are going to pass to this component. So up here, say interface, the base props of this component is going to be this right here. We're going to have a label that's going to be of type string. We're going to have an error, because whenever the input has an error, we want to pass it as a prop. the error message is going to be of type string too. Remember that we said that the input can either be a text area or a input. Okay, so we have to actually specify a prop called as. So I'll say as, which is going to be optional. And this as is going to be either a string of this text input, or it's going to be a string of this text area. If you want to render a text area, it's going to be text. And if you want to render an input, to pass the as an input. And after that, I'm going to pass in a value that's going to be of type string. Then pass an unchange that's going to be of type react.change event handler, which is either going to be HTML input element, or it's going to be HTML text area elements, like that. And now we can actually specify the types down here. Now we are going to have two types, the input props and also the text area props. So these are going to be the base props that both of them are actually going to share. So we're going to make use of a interception to actually intercept the two interfaces together. Now interception is actually a method in TypeScript to actually connect two types together to one object. Okay, so now I'm going to say type input props is going to be equals to this base props right here, and then we're going to intersect it with input HTML attributes, and then we'll say this is going to be HTML input element, like that. And you can see right here what we are doing. We are setting the input props type to the base props we created up here, and then we are actually intersecting it with this type we are getting from React HTML input HTML attribute. And then after that, I'll say type text area props going to be equals to the base props, and then we're going to intersect it with text area HTML attribute, which is going to be HTML text area elements. Great. So now we have the two types we need: input props if the input is going to be rendered as an input, and also text area props if it's going to be rendered as a text area. And then that you're going to pass in the type right here. Now it's either going to be input props, or it's going to be a text area props. And then right here you can destructure the label error name, and this name right here is going to be the unique name we're going to give to our input. Okay, so for example, now if we are using if it's an email input, it's going to be, the name is going to be email. If it's a username input, the name is going to be username. And then the structure the value, then on the structure the as. Now by default this as is going to be set to input, and then after that just format this. After that, down here, the structure the class name, the structure the change, and also the structure whatever props we are going to pass to this component. So just to spread that up. Okay, so we can actually add other props to this. Then up here I'm going to say const as value is going to be equals to if value. So we want to check if there's a value in the input is not equals to an empty string, and the value passed as a prop is not equals to null, and the value passed is not equals to undefined. So if the value is not equals to a string, it's not equals to null, which means there's actually a value in the input. Down here I'm going to say const shared, as the classes both the text area and the input are going to share text. Shared classes is going to be equals to, I'll call CLXX. I'm going to actually try to import this. I'm going to import this from import CLSS from CLSS. Then down here we're going to make use of this CLSS to actually add dynamic classes to this input. First of all, we're going to add static classes right here. So the static classes we want to add, I give it a pair, a width of full, a border, a BG of white. On focus, I'll give it a border of 2, a PX of 4, a text of XM outline none. I'll give it a transition property. When the input is disabled, I want to give it an opacity of 70. Now I want to actually add dynamic styles. Since we are making use of CLXX, very simple. Just add a comma here, and then we're going to say if there's an error, if we pass an error to the input, then we're going to render this right here. A border red 500 on focus. I'll give it a border red of 500. Now the beauty of this is that after we write all these styles and create this input, we don't have to write these styles again. All we just have to do is just call the input component. Now that's beauty of creating a reusable input component. And then if there's no error, then we're going to render this style right here, border gray of 400. On focus, I'll give it a border of black. Spell that black correctly. And also if the as is equivalent and its pattern is equivalent to text area, then we want to give it this styles right here. Minimum height of 120 pixels, padding top of 6, padding bottom of 3, rounded of XL, and a resize of none. Okay, we don't want the test area to be resized, but if it's not a test area and it's an input, we want to give it these styles right here. A height of 14, padded top of 6, and a rounded of XL. And then right here, we want to output any dynamic class name we pass to the input, because remember, you can actually pass a class name to it. Okay, I actually specified that up here. So right here, I want to say the class name is going to be whatever, just add a comma here. It's going to be whatever class name, additional class name we add to these inputs are going to be rendered here. Okay, in case you just want to add a little bit of style to actually tweak the input a bit, okay, when you actually reuse the component. Now after all that, this is going to return a JXS. I'm going to have a div in there. I'll give this div a tailwind class of width of full, and then in here I'll create another div. I'll give this div a tailwind class of relative, and I want to actually check the input you actually want to render. So I'll say if as is equivalent to test area, then we are going to render this JXS that's going to be inside this opening and closing bracket, else we're going to render this one. So basically in this first one, I'm going to render a text area, we're going to have a self-closing tag, and then in this second one, we're going to render an input, which is also going to have a self-closing tag. For this text area, I'll give this a tailwind class. Now the class name, we don't have to actually write it because up here we already created the shared class name right here. So right here, I say the class name is going to be equals to the shared classes, like that. Name is going to be equals to the name that's actually passed as a prop to this component right here, and then the value of the input is going to be equals to the value that's passed as a prop. Also the placeholder. Now this placeholder right here is very important. That this is going to be a space because we are making use of an animated input. And then the unchange is going to be equals to the unchange as passed to this component as a prop. And then finally, whatever additional props you want to pass to this input right here, you can actually do that. So I'll just format this first. So down here, I'm going to say props. I'll pass the prop as a test area HTML attribute, which is going to be HTML test area element. Is that going to be a test area or an input? So for this input, I'm going to pass in a class name, which is going to be the shared classes, and then the name of the input is going to be the name that's passed as a prop. It's going to be name. The value is going to be equals to the value that's passed. The placeholder is going to be equals to an empty string. I have to add that space between these two, okay? Very important. And then the unchange is going to be equals to the unchange that's passed to this component. And also we're going to do the same thing here. So I just copy this or format this document, and then I just paste that right here. But this one is going to be input HTML attribute. It's going to be a HTML input element. And then finally, after the input, we're going to create the label as the label of the input. There's going to be a label for the name that's passed to this. And then in here, just output the label that's passed as a prop to it. I want to pass a tailwind class to this. Now we're going to be making use of CLSX. So I just call CLSX. And then in here, I will pass in a backtick. First of all, I'm going to add some static stats. I'll say absolute left of 4, a top of 4, text gray of 500. Spell that 500 correctly. Text of XM, transition or a duration of 200 milliseconds. Pointer event of none, origin left. And then the dynamic value I'm going to add is going to be based on if the input has a value. So if has value is true, then I want to give this a scale of 75, a negative translate y of 3, and a text gray of 700. Now, if there's no value, then the label is going to have these styles right here. A pair focus scale of 75, pair focus negative translate y of 3, pair focus, also give it a text gray of, sorry, spell that gray correct, text gray of 700. So now we have the label. So finally, all we just have to do is output the error, because when the input has an error, we want to actually output a paragraph tag. So down here, I'll say if an error is passed to the input, then we want to render this paragraph tag right here, which we're going to output the error, and then we'll give the paragraph tag a tailwind class of margin top of 1, a text of XX, and a text red of 500, like that. I'll save that. So now we have the reusable input. So let's actually call this input and actually see how it looks in our UI. So I'm just going to go over to the register modal right here. Now in here, I'm going to call an input. I'll call an input. I want to get that input from our components UI input. And now when we're over on this, it's going to say that we actually need some props. I have to pass some props to this, because remember, our reusable input actually expects some props. For this first one, the name is going to be name. The label is going to be name. The type is going to be text. The value is going to, for now, just use an empty string since we've not actually handled the input. The unchanged for now is going to be an arrow function that's not going to do anything. So we actually pass it to this right here, and we still have an error, and that's because we didn't pass in the error. Okay, so what we're going to do, we just want the error to be optional. Okay, the error should be optional. So I just say I want this error to be optional. So that way we don't actually get any error, we don't pass in the error as a prop. So I'll save that. So now we'll go back to our modal. I'll just click on open the sign up modal. We should actually see an input right here. I want to focus on this input. You see that animation right here. Very, very, very good. Now, the beauty about this is that after we are done creating this reusable input component, we don't have to write any tailwind classes or whatever. Anytime we want to call this input, we just call the input. So I want to call another input. I want to call 2 more inputs. So I just drag this down twice. Now, this one, the name is going to be email. The label is going to be email. Therefore, now the value is going to be an empty string. Then for this one, the label is going to be password, and then the name is going to be password, like that. And now the beauty about this is that we can actually add other properties and an input is going to have. Remember that when we created the input, we said that we can actually add other props to it. Other props and an input or a text here is going to actually expect. And also, you can actually determine which one we actually want to render. Now, by default, it's actually set to an input element, but we can decide that, okay, we want this to be rendered as a text area, and it's actually going to work. When we save this and go back to our web page, I'll go to sign up. You can see that this last one is actually a test area. So I'm just going to go back there. Now the inputs are actually too close to each other. So what we're going to do, remember that we have this form wrapping around this input. We just give this form a tailwind class of space y of 8. Okay, and this is going to add vertical spacing to the input. So we now have our reusable input right here. Now the beauty about this component right now is that if I pass a error, say I pass an error, and I'll say this has an error called field required. Sorry, I'll spell that required correctly. Required. I'll save that. Now when we go back to our project, you can see right now we have that error right here, field required. So any error, when we actually work on validation, the errors are going to be passed down to the input. Amazing. Then just get rid of this. Now after these inputs, we're going to have a button right here. Okay, so which is also going to be a reusable button component. So let's actually create that. So I'll go back to that UI folder. I'll go to SRC component UI. I'll create another component called button.tsx RFC. And this is also going to be reusable, so you have to specify some props up here. Up here, we're going to specify a type because we have to know the variance of the button, if it's going to be an outline button or a fill button. I'll say type button variance is going to be equals to, is it not going to be a primary button or a fill button, or it's going to be an outline button. And then down here, I say interface button props is going to extends button HTML attributes, which we're going to get from React. And then in here I'll say HTML button element. Now what this is simply doing is that we are specifying the type of our button props, but we are actually adding types on top of the original types that a button is going to have from HTML. Okay, so we're actually extending the button HTML attribute from HTML. Okay, and we're getting that type from React up here. I'll say the variant of the button is going to be type button variant, which we just created up here. Then loading is going to be boolean. Icon is going to be of type React. If there's an icon passed to it of React node, okay, gives an icon is passed to the button rounded of boolean, okay, because in case we want to make the button circular, that's why I'm actually adding it rounded, okay, because there's a case we actually want the button a little bit curved, and there's some situations when we are building our application, we want the button to be completely curved, okay, so the rounded is going to be true or false. It's simply just going to control full border radius of the button. After that, we're going to pass that as the type of this component right here, button props. Then the structure and the children, the variance, which I'm going to say by default is going to be primary. And then I actually want this to be optional. The variant, I want it to be optional. The loading, in case we don't pass any loading prop to the button, I don't want the application to break, so I want this to be optional. Also, if you don't pass an icon, I don't want the application to break, and also these ones too. So I just want these props to be optional. Then we can destructure the loading and just format this to rearrange this a bit. Structure and the loading, the disabled, the icon, the rounded, and by default that's going to default to false. Then class name, and finally, if you want to add additional props to this, just spread this open, okay, so we can actually add additional props to this component. And then now I want to say const, check if the button is disabled. If it's disabled, it's going to be equals to, if the button is passed as disabled, or the button is actually making a request, that means it's loading. If this two is true, if any of these two is true, then the button is going to be disabled. And then we're just going to return a JXS right here. We're going to output a button tag. The disabled of this button is going to be equals to the disabled we actually passed as a prop. And then I want to pass in the props because whatever pubs we pass is going to be outputted right here. And also we're going to give this a tailwind class, which is also going to be dynamic. So I'm going to make use of backticks, and then I'll make it of CLXX in here. I want to import this CLSXS up here from CLSXX. Then in here, first of all, add some static styles to this. So give it a width of full, height of 12, a font of semi-bold, a display of flex, items of center, justify of center, gap of 3, a cursor of pointer. I give it a transition property. On focus, I give it outline of none. On focus visible, give it a wing of 2, and then on focus visible again, give it a wing rows of 500, and then on focus visible, give it a wing offset of 2. After this, we're going to add the dynamic styles. First of all, I'm going to check if it's rounded. If it's rounded, I'll give it a rounded of full. Else, I'll give it a rounded of LG. Then after this, we're going to check if the variance is equivalent to primary. Then we're going to give it these styles right here. BG linear to right. So I'm going to start from rows 500 to pink 500. Give it a text of white. When the button is hovered on, it's going to go from rows 600 to pink 600. Then on active, when the button is clicked on, I want to give it a scale of 0.98. Okay, use 0.98, not 0.85. And then add a hover to this store right here. It's going to be on hover. It's going to go from by default it's going to be from rows 500 to pick 500 as the gradients of the button. But when it's hovered on, it's going to go from row 600 to pink 600. Okay, now if the variance of the button is primary, but if the variance of the button is outline, then we're going to give it these styles right here. Give it a border gray of 300, text gray of 800, a background of white, and when the button is hovered on, I'll give it a background of gray 100. And then also, if the button is disabled, we're going to also add some styles for that. That's only we want to actually add the styles to the button. Give it opacity of 70 and a cursor not allowed. Okay, and then finally right here I'm going to pass in the class name, so in case we want to add additional styles to the button from when we call the component. And then inside this button right here, we're going to output the icon that's going to be passed to the button. And also, because the icon, I think the icon is going to be optional. Yeah, the icon, all these are going to be optional. So if the icon is passed, we're going to output the icon here. And then also, we're going to say if loading. If the button is in a loading state, we're going to output loading. S. We're going to output the children of the button right here. Just format this. So now we have the reusable button. So let's actually use this component in our register model. So right here, I'm just going to call the button right here. I'm going to get that from components UI button. And then in here, the children is simply going to be continue. And then I'll just give it a type. Button is going to be of type submit. Okay. Now, the reason we can actually pass these props, remember that in here, we said that we'll be able to pass other props to this. Okay, that's why we actually did spread up this prop. So we can possibly pass other props that are going to be type button, that a button is actually going to have. That's why we actually extended the button props and extension of the normal button HTML attribute from React. Okay, so that's why we can actually add this type right here. So we can actually treat this as a regular GSX button. So I want to save that. I'll go back to our project. We actually see, I'm just going to open this Modal again, go to sign up. We actually see the button right here. Great. So now when we say this button is going to be, the variant is going to be outline, I'm going to notice that a different style is going to actually be applied to this button right here. Okay, so that's how we're actually going to reuse this button in this project. So we don't actually have to create another button. We're actually going to reuse this button. So let's get rid of this variant right here. Great. We actually want the button like this. Now after this button right here, I'm going to create a div that's going to act as a divider between this and the Google sign-in button. I'll give this a tailwind class of relative margin vertical of 6. Now inside this, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a tailwind class. I'll just actually label this out. This is going to be the divider. I'll give this div a position of absolute, insert of 0, a display of flex, items of center. And then inside this div, I'm going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'm going to give a tailwind class, a width of full, a border of top, border gray of 300. Then after this div, I'll create another div down here. I'll give this div a tailwind class, relative, display of flex, justify, center, text of XX, then uppercase. And then inside this div, we're going to have a span. I'm simply going to say all, which we're going to give a tailwind class of BG white, PX of 4, and a text gray of 500. I'll save that. I'll actually check it out. I actually have that divider right here. Or after the divider, you're also going to output the sign in with the Google button. And since we already have a reusable button, this is going to be very simple. Down here, I'm just going to call the button component from our UI components, and then the children is simply going to be continue with Google. This one is going to be type of button. The variant is going to be outline, and then the icon is going to be, I'm going to call FC Google from React icons. I'll give it a size. I'll give it a size of 22. I'll save that. I'll actually check out the UI. I'll just open up the Modal again. I will actually get that continue with Google button. Excellent. Finally, we're going to have the footer of the form. I'll create a paragraph tag down here. I'll give this paragraph tag a tailwind class, text gray of 400, a text of center, text of XM, and a margin top of 6. Then in here, you're just going to output already have an account, add some space between these items, and now you're going to output a span that's going to say login, and then we'll give this a tailwind class, text of primary, cursor of pointer, font, semi-bold, and a hover of underline. And now this button right here is going to actually open the login modal. So we already have the, I'm just going to destructure the open login modal right here, open login. And then when someone clicks on this span right here, it's going to fire that open login modal. So I'll say on click, it's going to fire the open login function, okay, which we're actually getting up here from the use auth modal. Great. So now we have the register modal. I'm just going to format this and save that. Now we'll go over to the modal. You can see we have that right here. Already have an account, and it actually looks weird. That's because I didn't spell this test primary correctly. It's not test pretty, it's going to be test primary. I'll save that and go back there, and this actually looks, already have an account login. I'm just going to increase the color for this. Instead of test gray 400, I'll do test gray 500. That's actually way better. So now that we have the register modal, we can actually create the login modal. Just go back to Visual Studio Code, just create a new modal or a new component called login modal. .tsx rfc, and then in here it's going to be similar to what we have in our register modal. So I just get rid of this. Instead of this div, we're going to call a modal. I'll just import that in, and then for this modal right here, first of all, I'm going to get the state from our substance store. So I'll say const. I'm going to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use auth modal, and then I'm going to destructure is login open, close login, and also open register. Okay, because we're going to actually open the register modal from here too. Then right here I can say on close, I'm going to say close login. I'm going to close the login modal. Then is open is going to be equals to is login open. The title is going to be login, like that. And then for the children in here, we're going to expose the header. So just copy this one from here. Just copy this one we already did here. I'll just paste that right here. Instead of create an account, it's going to say login to account, like that. And then I'll go back to the register modal right here. I'll just close this form up. So just copy everything we have inside this form, and then we're just going to paste that right here. And then instead of open login right here, it's going to be open register. And then we just get this, import this button component, import that in, then import this icon in, and then this is also going to be continued to go. But this one is going to be don't have an account. So I'll say don't. I want to make use of HTML entity ampersand APOS, don't have an account, then it's going to be register, like that. And then up here, I'm just going to scroll up, continue. It's going to be the same thing. Then I'm just going to get rid of one of these inputs. We don't need the name input, so I'll get rid of that. For the login, we just need the email and the password. So I'll just import input component, our usable input component. I think that's basically it. So I just rearrange this a bit, save that, and I'm just going to go back to our project. I'll click on login. It's going to open, and it doesn't actually open a login modal. It's actually open, but we don't have our login modal in our layout file yet. Okay, so we can't actually display that. So I'll go to app, I'll go to this layout, go to this layout.ts file, the root layout file. Then right here, I'm just going to call the login modal. And now I'll go back to our projects, and we have to specify that the login modal is a client component. So up here, I'll say use clients. Great. Then I just go back there, click on sign up. It's going to open it up. I'll click on login. It's going to open up the login modal. So now also we want to actually use this to actually open the sign in modal. So I just go to the Navbar components. Use that Navbar component. Go to this Navbar component right here. Then where we have this sign in right here, I'm going to say on click, I want to run an out function, or you can just pass it directly. That's going to fire open login, like that. I'll save that, and now go back there, click on sign in. It's going to open up the sign in modal. Click on register. It's going to open up the register modal. And we have our reusable modal, our reusable input, and also we have our reusable button component. And in this part of the tutorial, we're going to actually start working on actually setting up Prisma, okay, because we want to actually start working on authentication. But before we do that, what I want to do is that I'll go to SRC layout container.tss file. Now instead of actually creating a container for this right here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy these styles right here. I'll copy that. Then I'm just going to go to the app folder, the root layout file. Now, instead of us having that container layout file, since this navbar, the register mode and the login mode are actually fits to the web page, we don't have to wrap any container layout around it with those styles. So we're just going to paste that style right here. We're going to wrap this children right here with this div right here. Okay, that way any page we create is going to be wrapped around by this div right here. So now we can actually get rid of that container layout. First of all, just go to the page.tss file. Just get rid of this container layout right here. We don't need this. Get rid of this. Then I'll just get rid of the import up here. And then we're just going to delete the layout folder, the container layout component, move to recycle. So I'll just get rid of all this. So now we'll go back to our project. Everything still looks fine. So now let's actually focus on actually setting up Prisma. So I want to head over to the official Prisma documentation website, prisma.io. I'm going to click on docs right here. Now, if you don't know what Prisma is and you've not worked with Prisma before, Prisma is simply an ORM, an object relational mapping tool, okay, that is used for actually easily interacting with databases with type safety. So with Prisma, you can actually interact with different databases, Postgres, SQL, MongoDB, using the same Prisma syntaxes. And in this video, I'm going to teach you how to work with Prisma, how to build an application, a full stack application with Prisma. Now, to set up Prisma, since we are making use of Next.js, I'm just going to go to Next.js. Right here, we're actually going to find the guide on how to actually use Prisma ORM and Prisma Postgres with Next.js. Okay, now you can actually see the prerequisite right here. You're going to have the Node.js version 20.1 and above, or 22.12, or version 24 and above. Okay, I already showed you earlier on in the video how to actually check your node version. And then you have to actually set up a new Next.js project, which we've already done because we already created a new Next.js project. We're just going to scroll down. So step 2, you have to actually install and configure Prisma. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy this right here. Now, this is actually using npm. Okay, so if you are using npm, you just do npm install Prisma, tsx, and TypeScript Postgres. Now, this Prisma right now, this is the Prisma CLI we're actually going to use in our application. Now, we're going to be using it for own development. That's why we're installing it as a dev dependency. This TSS is going to make it easy for us to actually work with TypeScript, since we are working with TypeScript in our project. So I just copy this command. I'm going to go back to our project. I just open up this terminal. I'll just stop the server for now. Then I'll say pnpm. I'll paste that command right here. pnpm install Prisma TSS at types pg postgres -- save dev. We are installing this as dev dependencies. So I'll click on enter. That command is going to actually add these packages for us as dev dependencies, types pg, Prisma, and tsx. So I'm going to go back to the Prisma documentation. Now we have to actually install another dependencies. We're going to install Prisma client, which is going to be how we are going to interact with the database. We're going to be using this Prisma client to actually interact with the database. We're going to install the Prisma adapter Postgres. So we can actually easily connect our Postgres database to Prisma. And then we're going to install this .dev so we can actually work with environment variable. And then we're going to install PG right here. So I'll just copy this right here. Now we're going to actually install this as dependencies, not dev dependencies. So I'm going to go back to the terminal, say pnpm. Then I'll paste that right here. If you're using npm, you're going to do npm install. Then you're going to install these packages right here. Just click on enter. Now after that is actually installed, we're going to actually go back to the Prisma documentation. And then for the next step, we have to actually run Prisma init right here. We have to run npx Prisma init. Now if you're using npm, you're going to do npx Prisma init. But since I'm using pnpm, I'm just going to copy this right here. Then I'll just go back to the terminal, say pnpm dlx, then I'll paste that command right here. If you are using npm, you do npx Prisma init. I'll click on enter. Now this is going to help us actually initialize a new Prisma project. Okay, so I'll click on enter. Now that command is actually going to do a lot for us. Okay, first of all, the command is going to create this Prisma config.ts file. It's going to create our Prisma config file right here. It's going to create this environment variable right here. Inside this environment variable, we are going to have this database connection string. Okay, now when we actually create our Postgres database, this is where we're actually going to pass that string. And also it's going to create this Prisma folder right here. Inside this Prisma folder, we're going to have our schema right here. And you can see that our database source, our provider's default, is actually set to Postgres. Now we can actually set this to other databases. We can set this to CockroachDB, MongoDB, MySQL, Postgres, SQL, SQLite, and SQL Server. But for this project, we're going to be using a Postgres database. So the next step is that we have to actually populate our Prisma.schema file with our models, okay, with our schema, our database schema. So let's do that. So we're going to be creating two models, listings models and also the reservation models. But for the user model and the models we need for authentication, we are going to actually generate that using the Better Auth CLI when we actually install Better Auth. So I'm going to go back to my schema.prisma. I'm just going to close this up a bit. And now I'm going to create our first model. I'll say model listing. It's going to have an ID field. It's going to be a string. It's going to be an ID. So I'll use an ID, and then it's going to default. It's going to be a CU ID. Okay, so that the ID is going to be a random string. Then after that, it's going to have a title that's going to be of type string. Then it's going to have a description that's going to be of type string. It's going to have image src. That is the image source. It's going to be of type string. A category that's going to be of type string. A room count that's going to be an integer because it's going to be a number. A guest count also going to be an int. A bathroom count that's going to be int too. A price that's going to be int. It's also going to have a location value that's going to be a string, and then it's going to have a created at. It's going to be a date, time, and it's going to default. The default value is going to be now. Okay, it's going to be the current time the resource was actually created. Then we're going to have updated at, which is going to be also be date time, and it's going to be at updated at, like that. Then it's going to have a user ID, which is going to be of type string. Now, when we actually create the user model, we're going to actually connect the user model to this listing model. We're going to create a relationship, and has many relationships between the user model and this listing, so that every user is going to have a listing, and every listing is going to actually belong to a user. And then you have to specify some indexes. I say at index, pass the user ID as an index. Also, I'll specify another index, location value, and then I want the name of this model in the database to be called listing. Okay, with lowercase. Okay, because if I don't specify this, the name is going to be this uppercase right here. I have to specify the name listing. You can actually make this plural listings if you want. And as for this index is basically telling this model that we are going to be fetching listings based on location value, based on user ID. I think we're also going to fetch based on category too, because when we actually start to apply filter, we're going to actually fetch based on category too. So I'll say at index, I pass in the category like that. So it's going to be easy, it's going to be more optimized if we specify the Prisma that these are going to be keys that we want to actually use to actually fetch listings. So it doesn't have to actually go through all the rows looking for these keys right here. It's going to actually get these keys easily. So it's going to make our queries faster. Then after this listing model, create another model reservation. We're also going to have an ID, so I just copy the one we did here, and then I just paste that right here. Each reservation is going to have a start date, which is going to be date time. It's going to have an end date. It's also going to be date time. Spell that date correctly. Each reservation is going to have a total price. That's going to be an int. Created at, which is going to be date time, and it's going to default to now. And then after that, each reservation is going to have a user ID, because there's a user is going to actually create a reservation. So the user ID of the user that created the reservation, you have to specify that, which is going to be of type string. Each reservation is going to have a listing ID. That's the listing that the reservation is actually connected to, which is going to be type of string. Then after that, I'll say at index, we're going to be fetching the reservation based on listing ID. We're also going to fetch it based on the user ID that created the reservation, and then I want this to be called reservation in my database. Okay, the name of the table is going to be the reservation table. Save that. So now we have our schema. So now we just have to push this schema to our database. But you will notice that we do not have a database right here. When we go over to our environment view, we're going to see that the URL that our prisma.config.ts is actually connecting to right here, the data source or the database source is actually this random string we have right here. So we have to actually create our own database. So we're going to head back to Prisma. We'll go to login. Now, if you don't have an account, it's actually free to create an account, and the free version of Prisma Postgres database is actually very generous. Okay, so I'm just click on login. Now, after login, it's going to bring me to my dashboard, and I have some previous projects right here already created. Now, if you've not created any project before, you're really not going to see anything here. Okay, so I just click on creating a new project, and then I have to specify the project name. So I'll say Airbnb clone tutorial, like that, and then I just click on get started, and then it's going to ask us which location you want to, which region you want to select. Now you have to pick a region that's actually closer to you. We have lots of regions right here. We have US West, North California, North Virginia, Europe Paris, Europe Frankfurt, Tokyo, Singapore. So in my case, the closest region to me is Europe Paris. So I just click on that, and I'll click on create projects, and just like that, we have a Postgres database set up for us. So I'm just going to click on connect right here, and then we actually get this connection string. So you can see how simple it is. All we just have to do is copy this connection string right here, head over to our project. I just get rid of this very long string right here, then I'll paste that connection string right here. So now all we have to do is push these models right here to our database to actually check if everything is working fine. So I just open this up. We just run pnpm dlx prisma db push. Now, if you are using npm, you're going to do npx prisma db push. It's going to do basically the same thing that this command is going to do, but I'm using pnpm, so it's going to be slightly different. So just click on enter. Now, after that, you're going to see this right here. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema, which means we're actually connected to our database. And now we'll go back to that database. I'll go to our database we just created. I'll just close this up. Then I'll just go to Studio right here. You should actually see the listing table and the reservation table. And you can see how easy that was. We just create the schema in our Visual Studio Code right here inside this schema.prisma, and then we just push those changes to our database. Amazing. So now next, what we're going to do is that I just go back to the documentation. I just go down. You have to actually initiate a new Prisma client. Okay, see right here, so you see you have to actually generate a new Prisma client. So first of all, we have to actually run Prisma generate. Okay, so I'm going to open up this folder. I just open this up. I'm going to do pnpm dlx prisma generate. Okay, now this is going to help us generate a new Prisma client. And if you're using npm, you do npx prisma generate. I click on enter. Now after the command is run, it's going to say generated Prisma client, and you can see right here where it's actually generated the folder. And to actually see that folder, we're going to go to src right here. We're going to see that you see that folder right here generated. And you can see that. And you can see right now that these other files are actually green or blue, but this particular generated Prisma is actually white. The reason for that is because when we go to our git ignore, just reduce the height of this terminal, you're going to notice that we have this right here. This was actually added when we actually ran Prisma generated to actually ignore this file. Now we're actually going to ignore this file because we don't want Git to actually track this file. Okay, that's why this file is actually white. It's actually different from these other files because it's not actually being tracked by Git to actually ignore the file. So now that we have that, we can actually create our Prisma instance. Okay, now the Prisma instance we are going to be calling to actually interact with our database. So I just create a folder. What it actually instructs us to do is to create a live folder. Inside that live folder, create a prisma.ts file. So I'm just going to close this up. I'll go to src. I'm going to create a live folder. Live. And inside this live folder, I'm going to create a prisma.ts file. And then I'm just going to go back there. I'll just copy this code right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. Right, and then I'll just get rid of this Prisma client right here. And now we're going to be importing this Prisma client for the Prisma clients we just generated right here. So I'm just going to say import Prisma client from @Prisma, from @generated Prisma client, okay, which is coming from this folder right here, @generated, then the Prisma, then the client, this client.ts file we have in here. Okay, great. So that's what we're actually importing in here. So now we have the Prisma instance. So anytime I want to query our database, we just have to call this Prisma right here. We're actually exporting from this Prisma.ts file. And with that, we're actually done setting up Prisma in this project. So now we're going to actually work on actually setting up Better Auth. Now, what is Better Auth? Better Auth is the most comprehensive authentication framework for TypeScript. It actually makes it easy for you to actually build authentication or add authentication to your projects. So I want to go over to the documentation of Better Auth right here. And then I just go to installation right here and actually see how I can actually install Better Auth to our project. And now we can actually install it using npm, pnpm, and bourne. So I'm using pnpm, so I'm going to copy this command right here, pnpm add Better Auth. And then if you're using npm, you're going to do npm install Better Auth. Or if you're using yarn, you can do yarn add Better Auth. Now, you can see right here that if you are using a separate client and server setup, make sure to install Better Auth in both parts of your project, which means if your server is different from your client, for example, if you are using a React frontend and an Express backend, then you have to actually install Better Auth for your React and your Express application. But we are using Next.js, which is both server and client, so we just have to install this one. So I just copy this command and then I just paste that right here. Open up this terminal a bit. Then I paste that right here. pnpm add Better Auth. Click on enter. And that command is actually going to add the Better Auth for us. Okay, version 1.4.17. So I want to go back to the documentation. Now, after we actually installed Better Auth, there is a second step. The next step is you have to create a .env file in the root of your project and add the following environment variables. Now, we already have a .env file, so we just have to copy these environment variables. This Better Auth secret, so I just generate a secret. I copy that. I'm going to go to my env file. Just close this a bit. Go to this env file. Then I just paste that down here. Now, this secret key is going to be used for encryption and hashing. Okay, so that's why we actually need this Better Auth secret. So after that, we're going to actually set our base URL. Now, since we are working on development for now, our base URL is going to be our localhost 3000. But after we deploy the application on Vercel, we're actually going to update this Better Auth URL with our live URL. So I just copy this right here, and then for development, we're going to make use of this Better Auth URL, http localhost 3000. After that, you have to create a Better Auth instance. Now, to do that, you have to create an auth.ts file inside a live folder or inside a utils folder. I'm going to make use of a live folder because I already have a live folder. So I'm going to go to that live folder we just created. We actually created our Prisma instance. Go to src, I go to live. In here, I'm going to create auth.ts like that. And then I just go back there and I just copy what we have here, and then I'll just paste that right here. And this is where we're going to configure all the authentication methods we need for Google for credentials. Okay, this is where we're going to actually configure all that. Now, after that, say we have to actually configure our database. We have to configure the database. A Better Auth requires a database to store user data. You can easily configure Better Auth to use SQLite, PostgreSQL, or MySQL, and more. Now, we're not going to be using any of these because we are using an ORM. Okay, so for ORMs like Drizzle and Prisma, we can actually make use of adapters. Say, alternatively, if you prefer to use an ORM, you can use one of the built-in adapters. Now, for Drizzle, this is the adapter you're going to use for Drizzle adapter. But since we are not using the Drizzle ORM, we're making use of the Prisma ORM. This is the adapter we're going to use. So I just basically copy this, and then I'll just paste that where we have all this right here. Then instead of initializing this Prisma client right here, I'm just going to get rid of this. Also get rid of this. Now, the reason we are doing this is that we already have a Prisma instance right here inside this Prisma.ts file, inside this live folder. We just have to import this Prisma instance in our auth.ts file. So right here, I'm just going to import that Prisma instance right here, which we're going to get, since they are in the same folder, it's going to be ./Prisma. They're basically in the same folder. And then we're going to change this to Postgres. We're making use of a Postgres database. I'll save that. And then also save this environment variable here. So I'll go back to the Better Auth documentation. then we have to actually create the database tables. Remember I said that we're going to use the Better Auth CLI to actually generate the database tables we actually need. We don't have to actually manually type them like we did when we actually tapped these schemas right here, these models right here. We're going to generate them using the Better Auth CLI. So I'm just going to go over then we can actually copy this right here. If you are using npm, you're going to do npx at Better Auth CLI generate. Now I'm using pnpm, so I'm going to say pnpm dlx, and then I'll just paste that right here and Better Auth /CLI, then generate. Click on enter. Just open this a bit, and then we're going to be asked this question if we actually want to overwrite our Prisma schema. Just type y. It's going to actually override it. And now when we go over to that schema right here, you're going to notice that we actually have newer models right here. We have a user model, we have a session model, we have an account model, we have a verification model. Great. So Better Auth is actually going to generate the models it actually needs for authentication, and we don't actually have to manually type all this on our own. Amazing. Now, all we have to do before we actually push this update to our database is that we have to actually specify some relationships. Okay, so the listing model is going to be related to the reservation, and also the listing is going to be related to the user model. So let's already specify these relationships. So inside this listing model down here, we have this user ID. I'm going to say the user of the listing, that's the user that created the listing, is going to be related to the user model. The relationship is going to be at relation. The fields that relates to the user model is going to be this user ID right here. So that's the field, which is going to reference the ID field from the user model. And then on delete, if the user is deleted, you actually want to on delete, I'll say cascade. Okay, which means if the user that created this listing is actually deleted, the listing is actually going to be deleted. So on delete, cascade. So now in the user model, we have to actually specify a reverse relationship. So now you'll say listings of the user. The listings of the user is going to be it's going to be the listing, and it's going to be an array of the listings, which means a user can have many listings, and every listing actually belongs to a particular user. And also you have to relate the reservation to the user too. So basically what we did here, we're just going to copy that. Then right here where we have this user ID, we'll just paste that right here. Okay. At relation, it's going to relate to the user model. Then the user ID from this model is going to reference the ID from the user model. And then on delete, cascade, and then we'll go over to the user model. Then we're going to say the reservations of the user. It's going to be an array of the reservation. So now we've actually related the listings to the user, related the reservations to the user. Now we have to actually relate the reservations to the listings, because every reservation is going to be connected to a listing. So to do that, we're going to go over to this reservation right here, where we have this listing ID right here. I'm going to say listing is going to be the listing model. At relation, the fields is going to be the listing ID right here, which is going to reference the ID field from the user model. And then on delete, when the listing is deleted, I actually want to cascade this. So when the listing is deleted, the reservations will be deleted alongside the listings. Okay, so we don't have reservations, I don't have any listings in our database. And then we have to specify the reverse relationship. So we'll go to our listing up here. Down here, each listing is going to have reservations connected to it. So I'll say reservation, this is going to be the reservation model, an array of the reservation. And with that, I think we've actually connected all the models. Okay, we've connected the user model to the reservations, the listings to the user, and also the reservations to the listings. So the final field we're going to add is going to be the favorite IDs. So because we're going to actually be favoriting listings, so we actually have to specify a field in our user model called favorite ID. So now you have to say favorite IDs. It's going to be a string, but it's going to be an array of strings. Okay, and then the default value and default is going to be an empty array like that. So I'll save that. So now we can actually update our database. So I'm just going to open this up. Then down here, I'm going to say pnpm dlx prisma db push. Click on enter. and then we're going to get your database now in sync with your Prisma schema. Now we'll go over to our database. We'll just refresh these tables right here. You can see we have new tables right here. We have the accounts table, the listing table, the reservation table, and also we have the new user table right here. And you can see that we have all the fields, even that favorite ID, which is going to be an array of strings right here. Amazing. So now we have to actually generate a new Prisma client. This we've actually updated the schema. So I'll just delete this old one. Just delete this. And then down here I'll say pm DLX Prisma generate to actually generate a new Prisma client. Click on enter. And that command is actually going to generate a new Prisma client for us where you can actually see the folder right here. Amazing. So now I'm going to continue setting up our Better Auth. We'll go back to the documentation. And after we've created the tables and pushed those tables to our database, then we're going to actually specify the authentication methods. Okay, configure the authentication methods you want to use. For now, we're not going to actually do this. When we actually start working on authentication, we're actually going to set up our authentication method. We're going to have the email password method, and also we're going to have Google authentication method. So I just scroll down. Then right here, say we have to actually, right here for step 7, to handle API requests, you need to set up a route handler on your server. Now, what it's going to do is that every time we make an auth request like log out, log in, sign in, we have to specify a catch-all request that's going to handle all those auth requests. Now, to do that, we're just going to actually copy what we have right here. And then we have to create, now, because this is actually for Next.js App Router, you have for Pages Router, for Next, for OAuth, for different frameworks, but we're going to use the one for Next.js App Router. Now, we're going to copy these and we have to create a API folder, okay? So I'm going to go over to that API folder. I have to create a catch-all endpoint. Inside this app folder, I'll create an API. Create an API folder. Inside this API folder, we're going to create an auth folder. And inside this auth folder, I'm going to create a catch-all, which is going to be ... all. Close the bracket. Then inside this catch-all add folder, I'm going to create a route.ts like that, and then we'll just paste that right here, okay, which is going to be, the endpoint is simply going to be /API/auth/ the catch-all route. Okay, so if you have something like API auth logout, it's going to come to this route. If you have something like API auth login, it's going to actually make a request to this route, and then this to Next.js handler from Better Auth is actually going to handle the auth request. Now just save this file right here. And then for the next step, I think this is actually the final step, we just have to create a client instance for when we want to actually interact with Better Auth on the client. And this is very, very simple. All we just have to do is create a auth client here for inside our lib folder. So I'll just go to that folder right here. I'll see lib, I'll create auth clients.ts file. And then we're just going to copy what we have here. Now it says that if you are using a different base path other than API/auth, make sure to pass the OURL. Okay, now in our case right now, we are not actually using a different path. Also, our client is actually hosted in the same domain as our server. So I'll just paste that right here. So we don't actually need this base URL, okay? So just get rid of this. Now we actually have a client auth instance. So with that, we're actually done setting up Better Auth. And since we are done setting up Prisma and Better Auth, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to just start working on registration. So I'm going to go to SRC, go to this modal folder, and I'll go to our register modal. I'm going to create some states for our register modal. So first of all, create types for them. So up here, I'll say type, or just use interface, register values. I'm going to have a name field that's going to be of type string. I have an email that's going to be of type string. I'm going to have a password that's going to be of type string. And then down you're also going to specify type for our errors. So say type register errors going to be equals to partial record key of register values string. So now we have the type for our input errors too. And then after that, we're going to create states to actually handle our input. So down here, say const values, set values is going to be equals to use state. I'm going to get the use state hook from React, and then we can pass in the type, which is going to be the interface we create right here, register values. So I'll just say register values like that. And in here, we're going to have a name, which is going to be by default an empty string. We're going to have an email, which by default is going to be an empty string. And then finally, we're going to have a password, which by default is going to be an empty string. And then after that, we're going to create a state for our errors. Say const errors, set errors is going to be equals to the use state hook from React. Spell that correctly. The use state hook from React, and this is going to be an empty object by default, and the type is going to be of type register errors, like that. And then now I'm going to create a state for our loading for when we're actually sending a register request. I'll say const loading, set loading is going to be equals to use states. Okay, by default is going to be false. And next, we're going to create a function to actually handle when the user types on any of these inputs right here. Okay, that is the function is going to hook up to this onChange right here. So I'll say const handle change is going to be equals to an arrow function. It's going to take an event that's going to be of type React dot change event, and then in here is going to be a HTML input element. And then inside this function, first of all, I'm going to destructure out two values from the event, because this event is going to be passed to an input, so we're going to have access to some properties. So I say const, our destructure what we're going to get is going to be equals to event.target. Now, since this event is an input element, we're going to have access to name of the input, and also we're going to have access to the value of the input. And then down here, we're going to set values, get the previous state, I'll call it prev. I'm going to spread up the previous state as a prev, and then I'm going to modify each of the name of the input. I want to target each input using their name field, and then I'll set it to value. So what we are basically doing is that anytime we type on any input, we're going to run this function handle change, and then we're going to get the name and the value from the input, and then we're going to set our value state. So if the name of the input is name, then we're going to set it to this value to it. Okay, that's the value we get from the onChange. If it's email, we're going to set this value to the email, and if it's password, we're going to set the value to the password input. And then after this set values right here, you're going to set the errors. Basically doing the same thing we did. You get the previous state, and then we're going to spread up the previous error state, and then we're going to set the name to undefined. Okay, now this is very important, because if, for example, now a user tries to submit a form and the user did not fill on the email the password, then the user is going to get an error that this fields are actually required when we actually add validation. So when the user types and the user actually types on that input, we actually have to set that input to undefined, that error to undefined. Okay, so that the error is actually going to not be displayed in the UI anymore. So that's it. So now we're going to go over to those inputs right here. Then we're going to say the value of this input is going to be values dot the name. Okay, that's going to be the value for this name input. And then on change, I get rid of this. We're just going to run the handle change. Okay, this handle change function open. That's just going to handle the changes and the input. And finally, remember that we have a prop called error in each of these inputs. Inside this reusable component, we have a prop we're actually passing to it called error. Okay, so we actually have to pass that error, but the error is actually optional. We actually made this optional, so we just pass the error. The error is going to be equals to error dot the error from the name field. I just call this state errors. It's actually a better name. I'll say errors. Then I'll just update this to errors dot the name. Great. And then after that, we're going to actually update this one too. So the value for this one is going to be values.email. And then for the onChange, we're going to run the handle change, and then error is going to be equals to errors dot the errors from the email. And same thing with the password, we just get rid of this. It's going to be value dot password. The unchanged is simply going to be handle change, and then the error is going to be errors dot the password, errors on the password. Amazing. So now we actually have all these inputs actually handled. So now let's actually add validations to this input. So up here, I'm going to create a function const validate. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Create an object called new errors. Is going to be equals to an empty object, and it's going to be of type register errors. Okay, that's the register errors we actually specified up here, type register errors. And then after that, we'll check if values dot the name dot trim. I want to trim for blank space. I'm basically checking if there's no value, so I'll negate this. So if this input, this state doesn't have any value, then we're going to say new errors dot name is going to be equals to email field is required, as if values dot name dot the length of the name is less than 0. That if the character, if the characters is actually less than 2 characters, then we're going to copy this right here and we just paste that right here. Then we're going to say name, not email. I actually made you name if it is required. Name must be at least 2 characters. Then after that, I want to check if values dot email is passed. So I just negate this. If no values dot email dot trim, then I just copy this, paste that right here. It's going to be new errors dot email. It's going to be equals to email field is required, as if this doesn't match, I paste that right here. We're actually making use actually a regular expression to actually check if an email is a valid email. Dot test, then we'll pass in the values dot email in there. If this doesn't match, I'll just change this right here to new errors dot email, and then this right here, I'm going to change this to enter a valid email. Then down here, I'm also going to say if no values dot password, if no password was passed, dot, I'm going to actually trim for blank space too. Then paste that right here. So be new errors dot password. There's going to be password field is required, as if values dot password dot the length of the password is less than 6 characters, then I'm going to say new errors dot the password is going to be password must be at least 6 characters. And then after all this right here, down here, we're going to set the errors. Remember, we have an errors state up here. Okay, we're going to set the errors to the new errors. Okay, and then we'll return object dot keys, pass in the new errors, and then access the dot length and check if it's actually equivalent to 0. Now, what we are going to actually return right here, if the new errors, now we're simply going to check if the new errors dot length is equals to 0. Now if new errors dot length is equals to 0, which means we don't have any errors inside this errors object, okay, which means we can actually submit the form. And then right here, we're going to create a function to actually handle when a user submits the form. We'll say const on submit. It's going to be equals to an async function which is going to take an event. There's going to be a react.form event like that. And then in here, I'm simply going to say event.prevent the default behavior of the form. Okay, so when the form is actually submitted, we don't want to actually refresh the web page. So we're going to prevent the default behavior of the form. Then after that, we're going to check if validate or invoke that. If no validate, which means if this does not return true, then we're actually just going to return. Now, I actually want to check if this form is working. So down here, I'll say console.log values. I just use the console.log the values, okay? And then we just copy this name right here. I'm going to hook up this function to this form right here. So I'll say on submit. When the user submits this form, we're going to fire this function on submit. Excellent. So now let's run our application again. So I'll just open this up. And now I'll say pm run dev. Okay, to start up our server again. Just close this back up. Then I'll just open up the sign up modal. Sign up. Now when we try to submit the form without typing anything, we're going to get an error. Name field is required. Email field is required. And when we type a name that is actually less than 2 characters, we're actually going to get an error. Name must be at least 2 characters. And you can see when we actually type, the error is actually going to disappear. That's why we actually did this right here. Okay, so after we actually set the form, we're going to set the errors back. We're going to set the errors of the input we typed onto undefined. And then right here, I'm just going to say Emmanuel. And for the mail, I'll say tests@gmail.com. And for the password, I'll just use 0000. I'll click on continue. And the password must be at least 6 characters long. So it must be at least 6 characters. So I'll click on that. Now when we go to our console, just go to inspect. You can actually see an object right here. And when we actually inspect that, we actually get the email test@gmail.com. Name Emmanuel, then password right here. Excellent. So now we can actually send this to our database. Now, sending this to the database, we don't have to create an endpoint, because remember I said that when we actually created this endpoint right here, this app, this catch all what right here, this is what.tsv, any auth request we have is going to be handled by Better Auth. So we don't have to actually create an API endpoint to actually handle the request. So I'm going to go back to the register modal. So now all we have to do, I just go all the way down, get rid of this right here. Now after checking if the validation is actually complete, we're going to actually make use of a try catch block. And then inside the catch block, we have to actually handle the error, and I want to actually toast the error we are getting from the server to the user. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to install a package called React Hot Toast, so we can actually toast any error we get from the server to the user. So I'm just going to open this up, and then I just stop the server for now. Say pm install React Hot Toast. That command is actually going to add the React Toast package to our dependencies. Now just run the application again, pm run dev, close this back up. Now you have to actually configure the toast component, because we want the React Hot Toast component to be available globally in our application. So to do that, I'll just go to src, I'll go to app, then I'm going to go to this layer.tsv. Remember I said that whenever I want to output a component everywhere in our application, you have to actually output that component right here. So right here, I'm going to get toaster from React Hot Toast. So up, you're going to import toaster from React Hot Toast. Okay, so now we have the toaster component. So to make use of the toaster, we're just going to call toast from React Hot Toast. And then in here, I want to say if error is an instance of error, then I want to render the error.message as I'll just output something went wrong, please try again. Now after that, I'm going to configure the style of this toaster. So I'll say style, I'll give this a background of this hex color right here, #ff5a5f. Then I'm going to give the toaster a color of white. So now we've actually handled the error. And then after that, I'll say finally, whether we get an error or the request was successful, we want to set the loading state back to false. Okay, and then up here, before we actually make the request, after this return right here, we're just going to set the loading state to true. Okay, so it is going to actually start loading. Then after the request is done, finally we're going to set the loading to false. And if we get an error, we're going to handle the error right here. And then inside this try block, we say const. I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth client. And we are getting this auth client from our instance right here, the instance we created inside this live folder. Okay, this auth client.ts, this auth client you're actually exporting from this auth client.ts file. That's the auth client we are using right here. So auth client dot sign up. We want to sign up the user with the email. So sign up dot email, and then here pass in the email, which is going to be values dot email. We'll pass in the name, which is going to be values dot name, and then we'll pass in the password, which is going to be values dot password. And then we just destructure the error if we get an error. Okay, so also check in here if we get an error. So if we get an error, if error, then we're also going to toast to the user. So say toast, we'll toast the error dot the message, and then just add some styles to this. So I'll just copy the styles we actually added to this one right here. Then I'll paste that right here. And this toast is actually giving us an error because we're not specifying a type. So I want to actually output this as a string. Great. And mind you, after we toast, we're actually just going to return right here. Okay, break the code right here if we get an error. So just copy this. If there's no error, because if there's an error, we're going to return right here. So if there's no error down here, we're just going to toast registration successful. And after that, we're going to set our values. Set the name state to an empty string. Set the email to an empty string. And I'll set the password to an empty string too. Spell that correctly. And also, we also have to close close register. Just close the register modal. And finally, we're going to say router. And I've not actually created a router instance. So up here, just create a router instance because I want to actually refresh the router when the registration is actually successful. So now I'll say const router. It's going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from next navigation. And then I'm just going to scroll the way down, back down. Then I'll say router dot refresh. And I just noticed we've not actually used this loading state up here. Okay, we'll not actually use this. So I just copy this loading state, and then I'm going to pass this loading state to the button. Then right here, I'm going to say disabled is going to be equals to loading. Okay, so when the request is actually loading, the button is going to be disabled, and also the loading is going to be equals to loading. Remember that when we created this reusable button, we can actually pass a prop called loading, also disabled. Now, when the button is disabled, we cannot actually do anything. Okay, the button is not going to be functional. And also, when the button is loading, when the loading state is set to true, then it's going to show this loading text right here. Or else we're going to see the children of the button. Now, we're not actually done yet. Now, we have to actually tell Better Auth. I want to actually register a user with email and password. So to do that, we're going to go over to the auth.ts file we created. Remember I said that inside this auth.ts file, this is where we're going to configure our authentication method. So down here, first of all, I'm going to set the base URL for our application, which is going to be process.env. I'm going to get that from the environment variable, which is going to be this. It's going to be this Better Auth URL right here, and I'll just paste that right here. And then after that, I'm going to want to make use of the email and password method enabled. I'm going to set that to true. Minimum password length, I'll set this to 6. And then require email verification, I'll set that to false. Okay, we don't want to do any email verification. So that's basically it. We basically told Better Auth I want to actually register a user using email and password. So let's actually test out this application. So I'll go back to the project. I'll just click on sign up. I'm going to actually try to sign up without actually entering anything. It's going to say name field is required, email field is required, and also password field is required. So for the name, I'm going to say Igbon. Emmanuel. Then for the email, I'll say egbon@gmail.com. Then for the password, I use 000000000. Wait, I just continue. You're gonna see the button, it's gonna say loading, and then the button is actually disabled. That's why it has this stars right here. I actually see that right here. Registration successful. So I'm gonna head back to our dashboard, our database dashboard. I'll go to user table right here. I'll actually see we have a user right here. The ID of the user, then the email of the user, egbon@gmail.com, email verified false, and the favorite IDs. Then we'll see the name of the user. Okay. Now with Better Auth, when the user registers, the user is automatically logged into the application. So since we actually want to work on the login, we're going to actually delete that cookie. So I just go to application. I just delete this Better Auth cookie right here. So we can actually work on the login. Just get rid of this. And now we can actually work on actually logging in a user. So to do that, I'm going to go to the login modal, go to SRC, I'll go to modals, and I'll go to this login modal right here. So basically, we're going to have similar code with what we have in the register modal. So I just go to the register modal. Up here, we're going to have the type, which is going to be, I just copy all this right here. Then I just paste that up here. Paste that up here. Then instead of register values, this is going to be login values. And then we just get rid of the name because we don't need the name field to log in a user. And then we just get rid of this register values. It's going to be login values like that. And then the errors is going to be login errors. And then also we're going to have states. So I just copy these states right here. Just copy all these states right here. Then I just paste that down here. Then we just import use state from React. Then this one is going to be login values. And then we'll get rid of this name field. We only need the email and password state. And then also this one is going to be login errors. And then we're going to have the loading state right here. So now we're also going to copy the handler function to handle the changes. Also copy this router right here. We're going to need this routure here when you actually log in the user. I want to actually refresh the router. So just copy all these, take that to the login modal, and I just paste that right here. And then I'm going to import use router from next navigation. And then after that, we're going to actually copy the function. Just copy the function. It's going to be the, we actually have to copy the validation function first. Copy that, copy the onSubmit function. Let's copy that. Then I'll paste that right here. And then we just have to update it. For the validation, we don't need validation for the name, so we'll get rid of that. And then up here, the errors type is not going to be register errors, it's going to be login errors. And then also then validate the email, validates the password. And then I'll just import this auth client, get that from the light folder. I'll just get rid of this right here. We need the email and the password. Then instead of sign up, we're going to say sign in like that. And then we're going to get this toast from React Hot Toast. And also, what do we have to update? We just get rid of this name right here. And then for this close register, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to make use of the close login. Okay, so when we actually log in the user, I'm going to close the login modal. Then just scroll down, then log into account. Then we're actually going to handle all these two. We're going to say the value is going to be equals to values dot the email, and then the error is going to be equals to errors dot the errors of the email. Then also this one, the value is going to be values dot password, and then the onChange, we're going to run the handle change function. Okay, so basically just copy everything we have here. Then just get rid of all these. I just paste that right here. This one will be values dot password, and this one is going to be errors dot password, and then the handle change function. Amazing. Just format that. So now when we actually submit the form, it's going to actually run the function. So I'll say on submit. When someone submits this form, I'm going to run the on submit function like that. This on submit function we have up here. And this on submit function is going to check if it's validated. If it's not validated, if we have an error inside this key right here, it's actually going to return. And then it's going to set loading to true. It's going to make a request to our endpoint to actually send in this user with this email and this password. And then if we get an error, we're going to expose the error as a string. We're going to toast the error to the user, and then we're going to return and break the code. But if we don't get any error and the user was actually logged in successfully, then here we're going to say logged in successfully. And then we set the value, set the email back to an empty string, set the password back to an empty string. We're going to close the login mode, and then we're going to refresh the router. Amazing. So I'm just going to save this so that we can actually test this out. I'll go back to our project. Now I'm going to go back to sign up model. There's something I actually want to show you in this sign up model. Now remember we already registered with this egbon@gmail.com. Okay, so when we try to actually register with this same email again, we're going to get an error. I'll just fill this up and say test. Then for the password, just add some random stuff here. I want to try to register with the email that is already registered in this application. You're going to see we're going to get an error. User already exists. Use another email. Now, and that message we're getting from the server, and Better Auth is actually sending that response, because Better Auth is the one that's handling all the endpoint for our authentication. So let's actually log in a user. Click on login. Then I'm going to use that same mail, egbon@gmail.com, and then I'm going to place in a password that's actually the wrong password. So it's actually 4 zeros we use. I just add 1 to it and click on continue. And we actually get invalid email password. So only when we actually pass in the correct password, that's only when we're able to log into the application. You can see logged in successfully. And now when we go over to cookies, you can see we have a Better Auth session right here. Great. So next we're going to work on actually sending in a user using the Google button. Okay, so we want to work on the continue with Google, so that users will be able to send it to our application using their already existing Google account. So we're going to head back to the Better Auth documentation. Just go to authentication right here and just go to Google authentication. And you can actually see what we have to do to actually set up Google signing in our application. To use Google as a social provider, you need to get your Google credentials. You can get them by creating a new project in the Google Cloud Console, which means you have to actually go to the Google Cloud Console to create a new project. So I want to head to my browser, just search for Google Cloud Console, which is going to be console.cloud.google.com. I'm going to head over there. Now, to actually create a new project, just click on this right here. I'm going to actually see the previous projects we have in this Google Cloud Console. Now, to create a new project, just click on this right here, new project. I'll just call this project Airbnb clone, and then just create. So I'll just head over to the new project we created, which is going to be this Airbnb clone project right here. So now we're just going to go to API and services. And then we're going to go to OAuth consent screen. Go over to this OAuth consent screen right here. And then we're going to say this Google Auth platform not configured yet. Get started to configure your application's identity and manage credentials for calling Google APIs and signing with Google. So I'll just click on get started. And then right here, you have to specify an app name. I just call the app Airbnb clone. And then the support email, I'll just use this email we are logged in with, which is this email right here. Then click on next. Then for the audience, I'll say external. Then I'll click on next. Then for the contact information, I'm going to use this email right here. Then I'll click on next. Then I'll just agree to the terms of the Google API services. And I'll click on continue. And then I'm just going to create this app right here. So I'll click on create. And then it's going to bring up right here. So now we can actually create an OAuth client. So let's actually create an OAuth client. So I'll click on create OAuth client. And then you have to actually specify the application type. Now, since we are working on a web application, I'll just select web application. Then the client's name, I'll just call this Airbnb clone. Then the authorized origins. So you have to actually specify the domain we are going to be making requests for. Now, since we are working on development, it's going to be localhost 3000. So I just go to the Better Auth documentation. I just copy this right here. Localhost 3000. I just need the domain name. Copy that. And then I'm just going to paste that right here as our authorized JavaScript origins. And then for our authorized redirect URLs. When we go over to the documentation, it says that make sure to set the redirect URL to this right here for local development. Then for production, make sure to set the redirect URL as your application domain, which means when we want to deploy this application, we're going to update this to our own domain. Okay, this localhost 3000. But for now, I'm just going to copy this. This way in development. Then I just paste that right here as the authorized redirect URLs. And then we can create this client ID right here. Just click on create. Then I click on OK. And we actually have an OAuth client created. So I'm just going to go to edit right here. And you can see we have the client ID we need for Google authentication. Also, we have the client secret right here. So now I'm going to head over to Better Auth. Now, after we get the credentials we need, it says we have to actually configure the provider. So I copy what we have here and I'll go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll go to the auth.ts file, which is this file right here. Then I'll just paste that authentication method. This way we're actually passing our authentication methods, and then just add a comma here to actually separate these two objects. You can see right now for the Google Auth, it needs a client ID and client secret, which we've already created, okay, when we actually went to the Google Cloud Console. And then we can actually hard code this for security purpose. We have to actually place this in an environment variable, an env file. So we're going to go to the env file. So down here, I'm going to create an environment variable. I'll create two actually. I'll copy this Google client ID. I'll paste that right here. Is going to be equal to our Google client ID. And I'll copy the Google client secret, which is going to be equals to the Google client secret. I'll just save this auth.ts file right here. And then inside this environment view, we're going to actually place the Google client ID and the Google client secret. So we're going to head back to that Google Cloud dashboard. We're just going to copy the client ID, which is this right here. Copy that client ID. Then I'll paste that client ID right here. And same thing for the client secret. I'll just go over there, copy the client secret. I'll just copy this, head back to the env file, and just paste the secret right here. So now we actually have the Google Auth method actually set up in Better Auth. So let's actually use it. So I'll go to the login modal right here. Up here, I want to create a function. After this function right here, let's handle the form submission. Say const sign in with Google. It's going to be equal to an async function. Make use of a try catch block. Now, if we get an error, we're going to actually toast the error. So I just copy what we have here. I just copy this. Then I just paste that right here. I'll just toast Google sign in fade. Just get rid of this error since we're not actually using this. And then inside the try block, we're going to await. I'm going to get auth client. Remember that up here, we're actually importing the auth client from our live folder. Okay, so we're going to get that auth client dot sign in dot social. Then we have to pass in the providers we want to use. The provider, which is going to be Google provider, since we already configured the Google provider in our auth.ts file. And then all we just have to do is copy this right here, and then we're going to scroll down, then go to that continue with Google button. So this button right here. So I'll say on click. I'll just fire this function, sign in with the Google. I'll save that. Now let's test this out. Go back to our application. I'll just click on sign in, then click on continue with Google. And you can see we can actually sign in with Google. I'll just click on this account right here. And I'll click on continue. And we actually signed in with the Google account of the user. Amazing. Now we'll go back to our database, and then we'll go to Studio. We go to the user table. We should actually see we have a new user, and that user actually logged in with this Google account right here. And then email verified true because obviously Google already verified the email, so email verified is going to be true. And then we actually see the profile picture of the user from Google is going to actually be the user's profile picture, and then you see the name of the user that was provided by Google, the Google API. So now we actually signed in with Google. So now what we're going to do is that the same function we have here, I'll just copy this function right here. The same function we have, we're going to take this function to our register modal, so users can actually continue with Google over there. So I'll just paste that right here. Then I'll just scroll all the way down. Then where we have this continue with Google right here, I'll say on click. I'm going to say sign in with Google. Okay, so users can actually sign in with their Google from this register modal too. And then we'll go back to our application and click on sign in. You can actually continue to get Google over here. And also we'll click on register. User can actually continue with your Google account right here. So now you're actually done registering a new user, logging in the user with credentials and also the Google sign-in functionality. So now what we want to do is that we want to actually render parts of our Navbar based on if the user is authenticated, because if the user is not authenticated, users should not see this Airbnb your own button. And also, if the user is not authenticated, the user is not going to see some certain items in this drop down. And also, if the user is authenticated, users should not see the sign in and sign up. The user should see the logout. So let's actually work on that. So for that, we're going to head over to the Navbar component. So I'll just close all these files, close all. Then I'll go to SRC components, Navbar, navbar.ts right here. Up here, first of all, we're going to get our session. And to get the session from Better Auth on the client, since we are inside the client component, what we're going to do is that up here, I'm going to say const, I want to destructure what we're going to get from the hook. It's going to be equals to it's going to be equals to the auth client. We're going to get auth client from the lib folder. So get auth client from our lib folder dot use session, like that. We are making use of the use session hook. And from there, we can actually destructure the data. I'll just rename this session, which is a better name, and then the structure is pending. From when this is pending is a loading state from when the session is being fetched from the database. And I'll just separate the states from the hooks. So now these ones are the hooks and these ones are actually state and ref. So I want to scroll down where we have this Airbnb home right here. I only want this button to be visible when the user is logged in. Okay, so I just cut this off and then I'm going to say session. If there's a session and if it's not pending, okay, so if you are not actually making the request to get the session, so if it's not pending, that's only when we want to render this Airbnb or home button right here. So a logged out user or a user that's not authenticated, they cannot actually see this Airbnb or home button. And then after that, we're going to actually conditionally render this image too. So I just cut this off. I'll say session. If there's session, that's only when I want to render this JSX right here. And then inside this JSX, we're only going to render this image. So I just cut this off. I'll say if session dot the user dot the image of the user. If the user has an image, then we want to render this JSX right here as we're going to render this right here. Okay, so basically if the user has a profile picture, we want to actually render the profile picture of the user, else we're going to render a default profile picture. So the SRC is going to be session dot user dot image. But if there's no session user image, then we're going to make use of the default or the fallback image. And this fallback image is going to be available in the image assets. Go to public, go to images. We're going to see this. Where's that image? We'll see this image.png file right here. And then I'll save that. Now when we go back to our project, we're obviously going to get an error. Now that's because we are using Next.js, and anytime you are pulling image from an external source or an external API other than your domain in Next.js, you have to actually configure that external source, that external domain or host name. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to go to nextconfig.ts, this nextconfig file right here.ts. So now I'm going to say images. I'm going to configure the images. Remote patterns, going to be an array. The first object in here, because we are going to actually be configuring different domain. Remember that when we actually start creating listings, we're going to be uploading our image to Cloudinary. So we're actually going to have different objects of different domain we want to fetch images from. So for this one, the protocol is going to be HTTPS, and then the host name is going to be, now the host name, we can actually get the host name from the error. So I just go over there. It's going to be this right here, lh3.googleUserContents.com. So I just copy that and then I'll paste that right here. Okay, get rid of this extra quotation right here, save that, and now we've actually configured this domain. So now we'll go back to our project. I'll just refresh. We should actually see the image right here. Okay, you can actually see the user's image right here. So I'll go back to the navbar.tss file. Now after that, I'm going to scroll down. Now you have to actually render parts of this drop-down menu. Now for this Airbnb or home inside this drop-down menu, this is only going to be visible when the user is actually logged in. So now you're going to have the drop-down menu items that we only want the user to see when the user is authenticated. So right here, I'm going to say if session or and if it's not pending, that's only when we want to render these drop-down menu items right here. First of all, we're going to place this in here, place this Airbnb or home li tag in here, and then I'll just copy this and I'll drag this down. Now we obviously have to place this in one container, so I'll just cut this, I'll place them in one fragment instead of one fragment, and then I'm going to wrap a link around this one. I'll wrap a link around it because this is going to be a link, so I'm just going to get link from next link, and the href is going to point to, for this one, it's going to point to /favorites, and then in here just put that in here, and it's going to be your favorites. So any listings the user actually favorited, the user is able to view those favorite listings right in this page, which we've naturally created. Now just copy this, now drag this down. The next one is going to be /reservations, which is going to be your reservations. Now just copy and drag this down again. The next one is going to be properties, which is going to be, just copy up to this point, your properties, and then the last one is going to be /trips. This is going to be your trips. I'll save that. Now when we go back to our application, we're obviously going to see those items because we're actually logged in. Okay, so a user can actually see this Airbnb, your home, your favorite, your reservation, your properties, your trips when they're actually logged in. And also when you are logged in, you're not going to see the sign up and sign in, you're going to see the logout button. So let's work on that. So I'll go back to the Navbar component where we have this do li tags, this sign up and sign in right here. After this divider right here, I'll say if there's a session, then we're going to render a JXS, else we're going to render another JXS. So if there's no session, I want to render these two right here. So I'll cut them and then I'll just place them as an empty fragment. Then I'll place them in here. But if there's a session right here, we're actually going to have, I'll just copy one of these right here. I'm going to have a logout button, okay, which is going to be logout or silence, whatever you want to write, log out. I'll save that, and now we'll go back to our project. We should be able to see a logout button right here. Okay, we are only going to see the sign in and sign up button when the user is actually not authenticated, because we are actually logged in, so we can actually see that right here. And now we're just going to work on the logout functionality. So I go back to Visual Studio Code. I just scroll the way up. I'm going to create a function. After this, use the first hook down here. I'll say const handle logout. It's going to be equal to an async function. I'm simply going to await auth client dot sign out the user, and then we're just going to do router, and we don't have a router instance, so let's actually create that. So up here, we're simply going to say const router. It's equals to use, we're going to get router from this navigation. And then when the user actually logs out, we're just going to do router.refresh like that. And then I'm just going to scroll down to that logout li tag right here. Then we're going to say on click, instead of to this to open the register modal, it's going to handle log out like that. I'll save that. So now we'll go back to our project. I'll just open this up, click on logouts. You can actually log as a user. You can see that the Airbnb home is no longer there. Also, you don't have to see those your reservations and your trips links right here. You only see the sign up and the sign in button. Great. So with that, we are basically done with authentication. So now in this part of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on the create listing functionality. Now you're going to notice right here that when we click on this Airbnb or home, we're going to open up this modal right here. We're going to actually select categories for our listing. We can select a location for our listing. We can select the basics of the place, like the number of guests, number of rooms, number of bathrooms. We can actually add a title and description for the place. Then we can actually select an image, and also we can set a price for the listing. So let's actually start working on this modal right here. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll go to SRC modals. I want to create a new modal. So I'll create a new modal called create listing modal.tsx RFC. Just get rid of this import statement right here. Now, before we can actually make use of our reusable modal components inside this create listing modal, we actually have to create some substance state, some global state to actually handle the opening and closing of this modal. So I want to go to my substance store, go to SRC, I'll go to store, I'll go to this. Then I'm going to create a new store here. This one is going to be use create listing modal.tsx. Then first of all, I'm going to create some interface. So up as an interface, I'll call the interface create listing modal store. It's going to have a value called is open, which is going to be a boolean. It's going to have another value open, which is going to be an out function that is going to actually return void. It's going to have another one called close, which is going to also be an out function that is going to return void, like that. And then I'm going to say export const use create listing modal is going to be equals to create, which is going to get from Zostand. I'm going to import create from Zostand, and then we're going to specify the type, which is going to be create listing modal store. And then we're going to call set. It's going to fire this right here, and then in here we're going to specify the is open. By default, it's going to be the state is going to be false, and then the open is going to be an out function. It's going to set is open to true, and then we're going to have another function called close. It's also going to be an out function, and this one is going to actually set is open to false. So we don't want to close the create listing modal, just call this close right here. Okay, great. So now we have the store to actually handle the modal, the create listing modal. So now I'm going to head to the create listing modal right here. So up here, I'm going to say const. First of all, you have to make this a client component since we want to make use of a hook in here. So use clients. That's a const. The structure we're going to get is to be equals to use create listing modal. We're going to destructure the is open and also the close from the use create listing modal. And then since this is a modal, we're going to return a modal component, which we're going to get from modal right here, from this file right here, this modal.tsx file right here, our usable modal. And then we're going to pass the is open, which is going to be equals to this is open right here. And then the on close is going to be equals to this close from our use create listing substance store. And then the title of the modal is going to be create a new listing. In here, we're actually going to output a paragraph tag that's simply going to say listing modal. Save that. And now to actually see this modal, we're going to go over to our layers.tsx file, go to SRC app, and go to this layer.tsx file, and then I'm just going to call the create listing modal right here. So create listing modal, like that. Great. So now to actually open this module, we have to go to our Navbar, because remember, we're going to actually click on this. I'm just going to log in with sign in a user. Sign in. This user we actually registered. Continue. And we didn't actually add a loading indicator to this button. Let's quickly do that. I'll go to where is that login module? The login module. Now, when we are actually making a request, we want to actually add the loading. I'll say disabled for this button is going to be equals to loading, and also the loading state for the button is going to be equals to the loading state. Okay, I'll just rearrange this a bit. Now we're actually getting this loading state from the state. Remember, when we actually work on the login, we have a login state. We have a loading state right here. Okay, that we're going to set to true when we actually start making the login request, and then we're going to set it to false if the request gets an error or if the request is actually successful. So that's the loading state. So I'll just go back. I'll log as this user and actually log in again. Now click on sign in, igbo@gmail.com. Then the password is going to be this password right here. Then when I use the wrong password, it's going to give us an error. We're actually adding the loading to this continue with Google, not that button. We want to add it to the submit button, not this button. So I just cut this off. I want to paste that. Where is that? On this button right here. Paste that on this button right here. Okay. Just rearrange this. Save that. Okay. Then I'll go back there, and now I won't click on, just type something random. I won't click on, you can see right here, we have that loading indicator right here, and it's going to give us a response, invalid image or password. Then actually use the correct password. Click on continue. You see that loading right here, logged in successfully. Amazing. Now, when we click on this Airbnb, we want to be able to open the create listing module. So we're going to go to our navbar.ts file. Where's that navbar components? Go to SRC components. I go to this navbar component right here. Then we can actually make use of the state, the global state here. So right here, I'm going to say cons. I'm going to structure what we're going to get from the hook. It's going to be use create listing module, which you're going to get from the store. Okay, you use create listing module, and then you just structure the open, and the name is actually conflicting with this state we have, this open state we have right here. So I'm just going to rename this open create listing, and then I'll just copy this right here. I'll scroll all the way down to that Airbnb your own button. Then I'm going to say when a user clicks on this button, we want to fire this function open create listing. And also for the drop down button right here, for the one that we're going to use for mobile devices, because when we go to small screen device, I'm just going to reduce this to small screen device. When we actually reduce to small screen, we're not going to actually see that Airbnb your own button. I can see that the application is fully responsive. We're not going to see that Airbnb your own button for mobile. So this one is the one the user is actually going to use for small screen devices. Is Airbnb your own right here. So we're going to say on click. Where is that? We're going to say on click. We want to run this function open create listing right here. And now we'll go over to our project. We'll just click on Airbnb your own. We'll actually open this listing right here. We'll click off, it's going to close it back up, and then we'll click on Airbnb your home again. It's going to actually open up the listing module. Great. Now for the listing module, we're going to have 6 steps. We're going to have the step 1 for selecting category, step 2 for actually selecting location, all the way to step 6. So we actually have to create those steps. Up here, I'm going to say const steps is going to be equal to an object. Category is going to be this. It's going to be the step 1. So I'll use 0. Then location is going to be the next step. I'll use 1. Then counters going to be the next step. Then details, then images, then the final step is going to be price. Then after that, I'm going to create a function. Say const step title. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. We'll just create a state for the step. So up here, I'm going to say const step set step is going to be equals to, the use state hook from React. and then by default it's going to be steps dot category. Okay, the category step is going to be the default step, and then down here I can make it of a switch statement. Then I'll say step, passing the step states, and the first case is going to be if the steps dot category, if the steps is actually equals to steps dot category, then the function is going to return this text right here, which of these best describe your place. And then after that, if the case is the case where the steps matches the steps dot location, then we're going to return this text right here, where is your place located. And then if the case is of a case where the steps dot counter, then we're going to return share some basics about your place, like the bathroom count and the guest count. Okay, and then after that we're going to check if the case of when the steps matches steps dot details, then we're going to return how would you describe your place. Then after that we also check if it's a case where the steps dot images matches the step we are in, then we're going to return add photos of your place. And then lastly, if it's a case where the step matches steps dot price, we are going to return how much do you charge per night. And then at the default I'll just set this to return an empty string. Great. So if there's no step, but that's actually unlikely. So now we have a switch statement to actually render which header I want to render based on the steps we are in. So I want to scroll down. Right here we have this listing mode. I'll get rid of these right here. I'm going to create the step indicator. So I'll just label the step indicator. Now I'll create a div which I'll give a tailwind class of margin bottom of 2, display of flex, items of center, justify of between, text of xm, and a text gray of 500. And then inside this div, we're going to have two span. The first span is going to output the step, which is going to actually output dynamically the step plus 1, step of 1 of 6 steps. And the reason we are saying step of 1 is because remember we said that this is the first step, which we give an index of 0. Now the reason I'm using index of 0 is because computers by default, when we're actually creating an array, the index of the first array by default in a computer is actually 0. Okay, so computer starts counting from 0. That's why I'm actually making this category, this first step, as 0. Okay, actually maintaining that index of 0 as the first item. So since this one is the first step, I want to actually output this to the UI. So we're going to say 0 plus 1 first step. Then for this location, it's going to be 1 plus 1 second step. Then this one 2 plus 1 third step. Okay, that's what we are saying right here. Step plus 1 of 6 steps. And then we're going to create another span right here, which will give a tailwind class of font medium and a text gray of 700. And then right here, we're just going to output the step title function we created. Okay, remember we created a step title function up here. So this step title function, if the step we are in actually equivalent to steps.category, is going to actually return this right here, which of these best describes your place. Okay, great. And by default the step is going to be steps.category. So I won't save that and actually go to our Modal, or just go to Airbnb or home. We're going to see which of these best describes your place. Now, if I change this to steps.price, then you're going to notice that it's going to be how much do you charge per night. Okay, it's going to be step 6 of 6. Great. Just go back. But by default, we want the first step to be steps.category. So now that we have that, we can actually create our action buttons to go to the next step and the previous steps. And that's simple. Now here I'm going to create a div, which we're going to give a tailwind class. And this is going to be basically the footer of the modal. So I'll say footer that's the bottom part of the modal. I give this a margin top of 8, a display of flex, and a gap of 3. And then in here, I'm going to call a button. Remember, we already have a button component, so I just call that button component. I'm just going to get that from our UI folder. Now, this particular button is going to be rendered when the step is greater than steps.category, which means if the step is actually greater than 0, okay, that's what we're actually doing here. Then in that case, we are going to actually render this button. So I just cut this off and then I'll paste that in here. Okay, this is going to be the back button. So we only want this button to be shown when the user is in the second step and above. And the button is simply going to say back. Okay, that's going to be the children of the button. And then right here, the button variant is going to be outline. Okay, remember that when we created this reusable button, the variant can either be primary, which is fill, or it can be outline. So the variant right here is going to be outline. And then when the user clicks on this button, we're going to find an arrow function. I'm going to set the step state. I'll call the previous state prev. Then I'm going to set the previous state to the previous state minus 1. Okay, we're going to go to the previous step. And then after this button, we're going to create another button down here. So I'll call another button from our components. I'm going to add an unclick handler to this one. I want to use that clicks on it, it's going to fire an arrow function. Now, the function is going to fire, is going to be based on some conditions. So I'll say if step is less than steps.price, which means we are checking if we are in the last step. So if you're in the last step, you actually want to submit the form. Okay, you want to submit the listings we have. Okay, so we're going to check as long as the step is less than steps.price, we're going to do set the step. So we're going to get the previous step, and then we're going to say previous step plus 1, like that. As I'm going to want a create listing function. Okay, and we obviously don't have this function. Let's actually create this. So I just go all the way up. I want to create this function. I'll say const. I'll paste that right here. It's going to be equals to an async function. And then right here for now, we're just going to alert form submitted. I want to save that. Now, basically what this is going to do is that if we are at the first step, we can click on next step to go to the next step. And also, if we are at the final step, that's the price step, if it's going to check if the step is no longer less than the price step, because if the step is 5, then the steps of price is obviously 5, which means we are at the final step, then we're going to run this create listing function. So let's test this. So I'll go back to our project, then I'll just click on Airbnb or home, and we didn't actually specify a label for this one. So right here, I want to specify a label for the button. I'm going to check if the step is equivalent to steps.price, then we want to render create listing as we're going to simply just render next. So if the step is equal to the steps.price, which means you're at the last step, you're going to just display create listing. But if you're not at the last step, we're going to display next. So save that, go back there, and we actually see that next right here. So now we'll click on next. We're going to see this one right here, because since we're no longer on the first step, we're going to see this back right here. When we click on this back, it's going to take us to the first step. If you go to next, where is your place located? You can go to next, step 3 of 3, share some basics about your place. You can go to next, step 4 of 6. How would you describe your place? We can go to the next step, step 6 of 6, add photos to your place, and then we can go to the final step, step 6 of 6. How much do you charge per night? You can see when we are at the final step, we're going to see this create listing right here. And we'll go back, we're going to see the next, and we can see the create listing and the final step. So next, what we're going to work on is that we're going to actually start working on the UI of each step. We're going to work on the category step, this category step UI here, the UI for the location step, and also integrate this map right here, and also the UI for the other steps. So I'm going to go back to this create listing modal. In between this step indicator and this bottom part is acting as a footer, this button is right here. I want to create a div. Create a div. I'm going to add some tailwind classes to this div. Give it a minimum height of 55, a display of flex, items, center, justify center rounded of XL first gray of 400 padding horizontal px of 6 that, and then inside this div we are simply going to say if the step is equivalent to steps dot category, that's only one wants to render this JSX right here. And then inside you're going to create a div that's going to wrap around the categories right here, the parent div, which we're going to give a display of grid colors of 2, gap of 4, and a width of 4, like that. Now we're actually going to have some data we actually want to map through, okay, because we're going to map through the categories. Now, just to actually ensure we don't actually populate this component with so much code, we're going to actually place this in a separate file. So I just go to this SRC folder right here. I'm going to create a folder called constants. Then inside this constants folder, I'm going to create a categories.txt. And then inside this categories.txt file, we're going to have this array right here, okay? We're going to have the array that's going to have about 6 objects in it. Now each object is going to have a label, an icon, and a slug. You can see that this one is first one house, apartment, cabin, beach, camping, and then castle. So all you just have to do is import these icons from React icons. Just import this from React icons, import this from React icons, import this from React icons, or import this from React icons. Then finally, I'm going to import this Lucasso from React icons. Now just rearrange the documents. Great. So now we have this right here, this categories array right here, array of objects. So we can actually make use of this. Now this is actually clear. Now we just create the array here, export the array here, and just import the array inside this create listing model. That way we don't have to create the array inside this component. So right here, what we are simply going to do, I'm going to say categories, which are going to import up here from that constant at constant/categories. Then we're going to say dot. I'm going to map through it. Now for every time I map through it, I'm going to call each of the item a category, and then I'm going to return a div tag. I just pass a key to this, and this is not what we're going to be using. We're going to actually make use of a component so we can actually see this in the UI. I just pass in the key. The key is going to be category dot I just use the slug because each of the items are unique. I just use the slug, and then right here I'm just going to expose the category dot label like that. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our application, go to Airbnb or home. Sorry, I'll just Airbnb or home, and you actually see that right here. We see the house, apartment, cabin, beach, camping, and castle. Great. So we're actually getting that in our model. Now we're going to actually create a component for the category selection. So let's actually do that, a reusable component. So I'm going to go over to, I'll just close this. I'll go to SRC components. Now, since this is a listing component, we are creating a list and just place it inside the listing folder. So I'll say category card.tsx like that, RFC. Now this component is going to take some props. So I just specify the type. So I'm going to say interface category card props. I'm going to pass a label that's going to be of type string. We'll pass an icon that's going to be of type icon type, which we're going to get from React icons. We're going to import React icons. We're going to import icon type from React icons. We're going to pass a selected, which is going to be optional. It's going to be optional. It's going to be Boolean. And then we're going to pass a function called onClick. It's going to be a function that's going to return void. And then we're just going to pass that type to this right here. I'll say the props is going to be of type category card props. And then we just structure add the label, the structure add the icon, the structure add the selected, and also the on click like that. So let's format this. And then we're simply just going to return a JSX. It's going to have a button in there. I'll give this button a type of button. when the button is clicked on, it's going to run this function we pass through the request on click. Okay, so we're going to run the function we actually pass through the request, this on click right here. And we're going to add some classes to this, some tailwind classes. So we're going to make use of backticks because I want to actually add dynamic classes to this. I'm going to make use of CLSX. I'm going to get that, import CLSX up here from CLSX. We'll give this imagine vertical of 6, display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 3, padding of 4. I give it a border rounded of XL. Text layer, align the text to the left hand side. I give it a transition property. Text gray 700. On hover, when the card is hovered on, give it a border of black. I want the border color to be black. And then for the dynamic styles, I'm going to say if selected, if the card is selected, then we'll give it a border of black and a BG gray of 50. But if it's not selected, I'll just give it a border gray of 200. Next, we're going to actually output the items to output show to the UI in this button. Now, first of all, I'm going to output an icon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to rename this icon because I want to actually make use of this as a component. So I just use uppercase, rename it icon. And then down here, I'm going to say, I'm going to output an icon, which I'm going to give a size of, 28. And then also, after this icon, I'm going to output a span. It's going to actually output the label that is passed to this component as a prop. And then I give this span tailwind class of font of medium, like that. I save that. So now we actually have the category card we can actually reuse. So now we'll go over to the create listing modal. Instead of outputting this div right here, we're just going to output a category card, which we're going to import. First of all, I'm going to actually specify the key. The key is going to be the category dot slug of the category. Okay, because we always have to pass a unique key when we map through a list in React. Now remember that this card actually expects some props. When we go back to the card, you see that we expect a prop label, icon, and also on click. So let's actually add that. So first of all, I'm going to add the label. The label is going to be equals to category dot label. The icon is going to be equals to category dot icon. That's the icon I get from this categories object we are mapping through. For the two other fields, the on click and the selected, we need a state. Okay, so up here we're going to create a state because we need a state to actually hold the value of the category, the value you actually selected. So we're going to create a state for that. So up here I'm going to create a state, say const category, set the category is going to be equals to use state from React. And by default, this is going to be null. And since this category is going to be a string, we're going to say specify the type as a string for when it's selected or none when it's not selected. So it's going to be of type string and none. So I'm just going to scroll all the way down. Now, instead of using category, since we already have a state, I just call this item. Then I just copy this, select this 3, say item. That way, we can simply say on click. On click, which is a prop we actually added to this category card, we're going to run an arrow function that is going to actually set the category state to item dot the slug, and then we're going to pass in the selected. So I'll say, remember the selected is going to be boolean, so selected is going to be equals to category equivalent to item dot slug, which means the selected is only going to return true when the category we selected is actually equals to the item dot slug. So when I save that, I'll go back to our project. I'll click on Airbnb or home. You can actually see those items right here. Okay. Now, when we select, now this is what I was talking about. When we select apartment, you can see right now the styles that's actually applied to this apartment right here. Now, we're getting this because when we go over to the category card, we said that if if any cars that is selected is going to have a border of black and the BGQ of 50, but if the other cars are not selected, I'm going to just have this border gray of 200. So when we select a card, you can see that those styles are actually applied. Amazing. And the category state is going to be set. This category state we set is that create listing model. The category state we set up here is going to be set to whatever category we actually selected on. Okay, let me set to the slug. So when we select beach, our category state is going to be beach. When we select castle or house, our category state is going to, or slug is going to be house. So now let's actually work on the next step, which is integrating the map and also the input to select location, countries, and regions. So for that, we're going to need some packages. So I'm just going to actually install those packages. I'm just going to open this up. I'll just stop the server for now. I'll say pnpm install react leaflets, install leaflets. Now we're going to be making use of react leaflet and leaflet for our map. And then we're going to install react select. We're going to install world countries. That's basically it. pnpm install react leaflet, react select, and also world countries. I just click on enter. And you can see that those packages are actually installed: leaflet, react select, and world countries. Now, what we want to do is that when we go over to the final project, we'll go to this select right here. We are going to actually be able to select countries. Okay, so whatever country we select, if I select the United Arab Emirates, it's going to point to that location. When I select something else, I select Bulgaria, it's going to just point to Bulgaria. When I select something, I just search for United States of America, it's actually going to point to United States of America. So that's what we actually want to do. So let's actually start working on that. So I just close this back up. I'm going to go down here. Now down here, I'm going to say if the step is equivalent to steps dot location, that's only when we want to render this JSX right here. We're going to create a div which is going to give a tailwind class of width of full space y of 2 and pattern vertical of 6. So first we're going to create a state for our location. So up here I'm going to create a state. Say const location set location is going to be equals to use state from React. And by default, the location is going to be of type null. Great. But later on, we're going to pass the type. It's going to be of type country, which we've not actually created. So next, we're going to create the country select component. But before that, we have to create a hook to actually format our countries. So I'll just go to SRC. Now, right here, I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this folder custom hooks. Inside this custom hooks, I'm going to create a hook called use countries.ts. Then in here, I'm going to specify some types of interface country. Now we're going to be making this interface outside of this component. So I'm just going to export this. So I'll say export interface country. And then in here, you're going to specify the type. The country is going to have a value that's going to be of type string. It's going to have a label that's going to be of type string. It's going to have a latitude, longitude. That's going to be of type number. And then it's going to have a region that's going to be of type string, like that. Now we're actually going to format the country. Now the reason we want to do this is that in a web browser, I'm going to search for world countries npm. I'm going to click on this link right here, this npm link right here. That's going to bring us right here to the world countries documentation in npm. And you can actually see the structure of the country. You can see what we actually get when we actually import world countries. Okay, now we don't want everything, we just want to format what we actually want. Now what we actually want is that we want the name of the country, the common name of the country. We want the CCA2 of the country. This is going to be the value of the country. For each country has a unique CCA2, which stands for country code alpha2, something like that. And also, each country has a CCA3, country code alpha3. But we're going to make use of this CCA2, country code alpha2, because each country's CCA2 is unique. For Austria right now is 80, for United Kingdom, UK, for the United States is US, South Africa is XA, something like that. So each country has a unique CCA2. And then we also want the, let's scroll down, we want the latitude and longitude of the user. This is the LATLNG, the location of the country in the map. So that's how we're going to actually point to that country or that region in the map. We want that too. We also want the region of the country. Yeah, the region of the country. That is the continent of the country. So let's format this. So right here, I'm going to say const formatted countries. It's going to be equals to countries. Now, this country is going to actually import these countries from what countries. So I just copy these. I'm not getting the auto completion. Up here, I'll just import it manually. Import countries from world countries. And then we're going to say countries.map country. So instead we'll call this formatted country, we're going to return a value, which I'm going to call the country dot the CCA2 of the country. Remember I said that the value is going to be CCA2 of the country. For United States, it's going to be US. For United Kingdom, it's going to be UK. Okay, like that. And that's the value I'm going to insert on the database. Okay, for the location. Then after that, the label is going to be the country dot name dot the common name, not the official name, the common name. And where are we getting this common name from? Up here, we have this right here, the name, common and official name. Okay, we just want the common name of the country. And then after that, we'll say the latitude, longitude of the country is going to be country dot latitude, longitude. And also, we have to actually pass a type. So I'll say that this formatted country is going to be type of this country right here. Okay, it's going to be an array of this country right here. Okay, it's going to be an array of this country. And then we have to actually pass this fit complete, which means we have to pass in the region, which is going to be country dot region, like that. Okay, great. So we have these formatted countries right now. Now, after that, down here, we're going to create two hooks we're going to export. One for when we want to get all the countries, want to get all the countries value, label, latitude, longitude, and region. And when we just want a particular country. So I'll create a hook const use countries. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. And this very first one is going to be to get all countries, which is going to be const get all countries, going to be equal to an arrow function. It's going to return these formatted countries right here. Okay, it's just going to return the formatted countries. So get all countries is going to get all the countries. And then after that, we're going to have another one to get a particular country. Okay, we want to get a country using their value. Okay, I'll say const get country by value or get by value. It's going to be equals to an arrow function is going to take a value that is going to be of type string. I'll just call that value, which is going to be of type string, and then it's simply just going to return formatted countries dot. I'm going to find, I'll just call it item, where the item dot value is equivalent to the value passed to this function right here. Okay, so when we pass in something like US, we want to fetch the US country and all these properties from the US country. When we pass something like UK, we want to fetch the UK country and all the properties with the UK country. So that's why we are doing this get by value. And then this use country hook is just going to return an object, and this object is going to have get all countries and also the get by value function. Great, just format this. And I can notice that when we over on this, it says that use country is declared, but its value is never read. That's because we're actually just declaring this, this hook right here. We are not actually exporting this hook. So down here, I'm going to say, so we can actually make use of this hook in other files. Export default use countries. So now we're able to make use of this hook to get all the countries and get countries by their value by calling these use countries from other components. So now I'm going to create a component called country select, which I'll just go to this listing folder, src component listings. I'll create a component called country select.tsx. RFC, get rid of this. Now we're going to be writing a lot of client-side code. So up here, I'll just make use of the use client directed from Next.js use client. And then we're going to create an interface, say interface country select props. I'm going to have a value that's going to be of type country. The value is going to be of type country, and we're going to import this country from our hook. Okay, we are getting this country from this right here. Okay, remember we are exporting these types up here. So export interface country, so we can actually import that up here from at hooks use countries, the type right here. And then the value is either going to be a country or it's going to be null. And then on change, we're going to run an arrow function that is going to return void, because this on change, we're going to use it to actually select the country. So it's going to take it's going to take an argument. I'm going to call that argument value, which is going to be of type country, or is going to be of type null. Okay, when any country is not actually selected. And then right here, we can actually just specify that the pop is going to be of type country select pops, and then we can destructure out the value and the change like that. And now the first thing we have to do, we have to actually get our country. So I say const, I want the structure we're going to get is going to be equals to use countries. Okay, and we are getting these use countries from our hook. The use countries we created right here, this use countries hook, that's what we're actually getting this from. And then we're going to destructure the get or countries function inside this hook. And then I'll get rid of this div right here and I'll call a select from React select, which is going to be a self-closing tag, and then I'll just import, and I'm not actually getting the auto completion, so I'm just going to import this manually up here. So I'll just import select from React select like that. And then right here, we're going to say this select is going to be of type country. That's this country type we're actually importing up here. And then inside the select, the placeholder is going to be a string. I'm going to say search for a country. Then the is clearable is going to be true, because passing is clearable, same thing as saying is clearable is actually true. Okay, so just say is clearable. And then after that, the options for this select is going to be our get or countries function. Get all countries, which means the list of countries we are getting from our what countries is going to be actually be options for this select right here. And then after that, the value of this select is going to be equal to the value you are passing as a prop to this right here. And then after that, on change, we're going to run the on change function as passed as a prop to this component. And then we want to format our option label. So say format option label option, call it an option, and then in here, I'm going to create a div. Okay, so we have to actually create the way we want our option to look when we actually select, when we're actually selecting. I'll give this div a tailwind class of flex items center py of 2 and a z index of 100. After that, in here, I'm going to create a span, which we're going to give a tailwind class of text gray 600 and a font of semi-bold. And then inside this span right here, we're going to output the option dot the label of the option. And you can see we're actually getting an auto completion. When we say option, we actually get the label, the latitude, longitude, and the region. Okay, that's because we actually passed the type to the select right here. Okay, you see the select is going to be of type country. And then after this span, create another span. I'll give this span a tailwind class, margin left of 2, text gray of 400, and a text of XM. Then inside the span, we're just going to output the option dot the region. After this format label option, I'm going to add some class names to actually add more styles to our select. It's going to be an object, and in here we're going to actually get the control and actually add some styles to this. I'll give it a padding of 3 and the border of 2. And after that, down here, we get the input. We'll give this a text of LG. Then finally down here, I give the option a text of LG. And also want to actually modify the theme of the select theme. I'm going to spread up the theme right here, and then I want to actually modify the border radius. I'll set that to 12. I also want to modify the colors. It's also going to be an object. We'll spread open the theme.colors. Give the primary color, this here's color right here, and then I give the primary 25, this here's color right here too. I'll save that. And now we have the select component. So I just format this. We actually have the select component created. So now we'll be able to actually use this in our create listing model. So I'll go over there. Then right here, I'm going to call the country select. Just import that component in. I remember we have to pass some props to this. Okay, you have to pass the value and the unchange. Now the value is simply going to be the location state we created before we actually created that country select. This location state up here, and then unchange. We're going to fire an arrow function. It's going to take a value, and then we're going to actually set location to the value we actually clicked on. And we're actually going to get an error type of country and null is not assignable to parameter of type set state action null. Now we are getting these types of error because up here we said that this location and set location is going to be of type null. Okay, because we didn't have our country type. So now we're going to specify that this is going to be either null when no country is actually selected, it's going to be null, but when a country is selected, it's going to be of type country, which we are going to get from our hooks. Okay, we're going to import country type up here from at hooks, use countries from this hook we actually created right here, this tab right here. So I just save that, just scroll the way down. With that, we actually have our select. So I just format this. Let's actually see if it's working. I just run the application again. pm run dev, close this up, and I just click on Airbnb or home. I go to next, and we don't actually see the select right here. Why is that? Why are we not seeing the select? I can't see the select. If steps equals to steps.location. Oh, we are placing this inside the steps.category. This is where the steps.category actually ended. So this one is going to be, I just cut this off. It's going to be outside this right here, but inside this, the container div. So I'm just going to paste that outside the steps.category because the steps.category actually stopped here. So if steps.location, we actually want to render this. I'll save that. Go back there. And we actually get this. Go back steps.category, steps.location, and we can actually select a country. You can see how good. Now when I click on Brazil, you can see we actually select Brazil. I'll click on China right here. I'll just click on Colombia. We get Colombia, and we can actually search for a country. I can search for United States. You can see right here we actually get United States. I can search for Morocco, and we actually get Morocco right here. Now you can see right now it actually displays the common name and then the region of that country. Great. So now we just have to actually render the map when we actually select a location and point to that map. So for that we have to create a map component. I go to src component. Now inside this folder I want to create a new folder called general. Okay, we want to place all the components that are going to be used generally. So here I just create a folder called map, and then inside this map folder I'm going to create a component map component.tsx RFC. Great. So just get rid of this import React from React. Now first of all we're going to specify some interface up here. So we're going to pass some props to the interface map props. I'm going to pass in the location, just call it center, which is going to be of type number, because it's going to be an array with 2 numbers, the latitude and the longitude. And also we're going to pass in another pop called price, which is going to be optional. It's going to be of type number. We're going to make use of this price later on in a video. Okay. So next, I want to go over to a web browser. I'm going to search for React Leaflet. Search for React Leaflet. It's going to bring us right here to this link right here, React components for leaflet maps. I'll click on that. I can actually see how we can actually implement this map right here. Okay, it's very, very simple. We just have to render this right here. So I'll just copy what we have here. And this is how the map is actually going to look in our application. So I'll just copy what we have here. Just copy this. Then instead of us to return a div, we're just going to return this map component right here. Just get rid of this attribution. Okay, we're actually just making an attribute to OpenStreetMap because we're actually going to be making use of OpenStreetMap as the URL to our map for the tile layer. Now the tile layer is basically the map. Okay, the map we actually want to use in this React Leaflet component. That's actually the tile layer, which is going to point to this OpenStreetMap right here. So I just get rid of this. We don't want this in our map. And now we have to actually import all this. I'm not getting any completion, so I just import them manually. So up here, just imports. I want to structure all of them from React Leaflet. And then we're going to import the map container, the tile layer, the pop-up, and also just import the marker. Great. So now we've actually imported these items. And then for the position, we're just going to destructure the props, which is going to be of type map props. And then just destructure at the center and then also the price like that. And then right here we have this position, we're just going to pass in the center like that. And also for this marker right here, we just pass in the center. I'm going to wrap a div container around this so it actually looks better. So I just call this up, create a div, and I just paste that in here. I'll give this div a tune class of relative, width of full, height of full, overflow of hidden. Give it a border gray of 200, shadow of XM. I'll save that. Then for the zoom, I'm going to say if center, I want the zoom to zoom in 8, then I want the zoom to be 4. Okay, which means if we actually select a location, I want it to be zoomed in. Okay, but if there's no location selected, okay, we don't have any coordinates, then it's going to be zoomed out. So the zoom is going to be 4. And for this TypeScript error we actually get, you just ignore this for now. I think because we not actually installed the types, okay, for React Leaflet. So I'm just going to ignore that for now. Now we have to actually import the CSS that comes with the React Leaflet. So up here I'm going to say import leaflet. From leaflets, we're going to the dist folder. Then we're going to go into leaflets.css. So we're basically just importing the leaflet CSS. Let's just install the types so we can actually get rid of this ugly error. So I just open up this terminal again. Now just cancel this and say pnpm install add types /leaflet. Click on enter. Then I'm going to add this as a dependency right here. Okay, version 1.9.21. You can see immediately the TypeScript error we're getting is actually gone. Okay, great. So now we actually imported the CSS classes up here. Just take this and place this above this one right here. After that, we're going to give this map right here, tailwind class of width of full, height of full. What else do we have to do? And then for this right here, I'll just get rid of this. Now this pop-up, we only want this pop-up to be shown when we actually pass in a price, okay? Because we're going to make use of this in the listing view page to actually point to the location of the listing. So I'll just say if the price is passed, if price, that's only when I want to render this pop-up right here. And then inside this pop-up, we're going to have a paragraph tag, which we're going to give a tailwind class of font of semi-bold. And then simply going to say price. So whatever price we actually pass to it, it's going to be price /night. Okay, price per night. Now I'm going to save this. So we actually have our map component. I'll just rearrange this a bit. We actually have the map component. Let's actually use this map component. So I'll go to the create listing model component. Here's that listing model component. Just look for that. This create listing model component after the country selects component. And I don't think we actually specify that this map is going to be a client component. So up here, this is going to be a client component. So say use client, so we don't get any errors. Okay. Now for this create listing model, we're not going to get any errors here because this is actually a client component. But when we make use of this in the other components, which they could be server components, so we have to specify up here that this is going to be a client component. And then right here, this is where we're going to actually output the map, but we're not going to import the map the way we are importing all these items. We're going to import it differently because this, we only want this map to be imported when this has actually completely propagated, so we don't actually get propagation errors. So down here, I'm going to say const, I call it map component. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to make use of dynamic from Next.js. We're going to fire this right here. We're going to import, I'll say dot / now we're going to go into the components folder. Now this dot we have to actually remember that we're inside this modals folder. That's where we are right now, inside this modal, this create listing model, inside this modals folder. So this dot we're going to come out from that modals folder, then we're going to go into the components folder. Okay, components / general / map / this map component. And then after that, I'm going to say SSRO is going to be false. So server-side range is going to be false. If we are actually importing this in React, we just do it directly. But since this is Next.js, and Next.js by default is a server component, we have to actually import this dynamically, okay, and specify that we want server-side range to be false. And then after that, when the component is loading, so I say loading, when we run an arrow function, I'm going to return a paragraph tag. I think we're going to say loading. ... Okay, so when the map is actually being loaded in, so give this a tailwind class of text of center and a py padding vertical of 6, like that. I just say loading map ... And also, since we are going to make use of it as a component, we just use uppercase here. Okay, so we can actually use this variable as a component. So I'll just go all the way down where we have that country select. So after this country select, I'm going to call the map component we just created, and then we're going to say the center is going to be equals to location dot the latitude longitude. And then this is going to get an error because remember that our location could be none when we've not actually selected anything. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make use of a default value. So I'll say if no location was passed, I'll just use, now basically I just want to use a random, let's go back to React leaflets. I'll just copy this longitude or latitude right here. I'll just paste that right here. Okay, for when a location is actually selected, the map is just by default just going to point to this location. I'll save that. And now we should actually see our map. Let's just run our application. Do pm run dev, like that. Just close this back up. I'll go to Airbnb or home. I'll click on next, and loading map. We don't actually see the map. And that's because the div that apps and this, we didn't actually specify an height. Remember that when we actually output this map, we didn't actually specify the height because inside this map component, I don't want to actually specify this. I'll just go as a map component. I'll go to the map component. I don't want to actually specify the height in here. So I basically just give it a width of full and height of full. So we have to actually specify a height when we call the component so that we can easily reuse the map anywhere in our application. So I'll go back to that create listing model and just scroll all the way down where we have this map component right here. I just cut this off and then I'll create a div. I'll paste that map in here. I'm going to give this div a tailwind class of height of 80, overflow of hidden, and a border. Let's give it a border. Save that. And now we'll go back to our application. We actually see the map right here. Great. I actually see the select too. Amazing. And we can zoom the map. We can actually zoom out from the map. And the default location, that's since we've not actually selected any location, it's going to point to this as the default location, which is actually, I think is actually the center of London. Now we're actually going to have a slight issue. When we try to select a location, you'll notice that our map is actually overlapping the options from our select. So let's actually fix this. So for this, I'm going to go over to global.css. Just close this up, go to src app, then go to globals.css, actually add some styles to our React leaflet map. I'll say .leaflet container, target the container of the leaflets. I give this a z-index of 0, and we have to actually make this important, so it actually overrides the React leaflet styles. Okay, I'll save that, and so I'll go back there, click on Airbnb your home, next, try to select, and you can see actually overlaps it. I'll just refresh again, Airbnb your home, next, and it actually overlaps it. But now when we actually select a location, I'll just select Argentina. You can see loading maps. It's actually going to load to a location in Argentina. When I select just Australia, it's going to loading map. It's going to actually load to Australia, to a location in Australia. And when I select Belgium, it's going to load to a location in Belgium. Now you can see right here that for our map marker, I have this image that's not actually customized. Okay, this image right here that's actually broken. So let's actually fix this and actually add our map marker. So it's very simple. We're going to go over to our map component right here. Then up here, I'll create a variable called custom icon. It's going to be equals to new icon. And this icon, we're actually going to get this icon from React leaflet. Okay, import icon from React leaflet. And then in here, the icon URL is going to point to an image in our folder. So /images /marker icon.png. Now this image right here we are pointing to is this image right here, public images. Inside this images folder, this marker icon.png file we have right here. Okay, this marker icon.png file. And then after that, we have to specify the icon size. I'll give this width 32, then height 42. And then after that, the icon anchor, I'll just give it the same with this one. Paste that right here. And finally, we're going to add the pop-up anchor. That's going to be on the icon. It's going to be 0, -42. Like that. I'll save that. And then we'll just copy this custom icon variable name right here. And we'll scroll to the marker. And we'll say for our marker, the icon is going to be this custom icon we just created. I'll save that. I'll go back to our map and we actually see that icon right here. We'll select a location. Select Canada. You can actually see the marker right here. Great. So with that, we can now actually select location. So anytime we select a location, our state right here, our location state is going to be set to that location value. Okay, so we are basically going to set our location to the value, because anytime we actually set our location to value, we are setting our location to the country. Okay, which means we're going to have access to the country latitude, longitude, the country's value, which is going to be the country CC80, the country's region name, the country's common name. But we just want the value, the CC82, because that's what we're going to actually insert in the database. So the UI for the next step we're going to create is going to be for the counters. Okay, so let's just do that. So right here, after this steps.location right here, we're going to say if step is equivalent to steps dot counters, then we want to render this JSX right here. Then you're just going to create a div which we're going to give a tailwind class of space y of 2. Now for the counter, we're going to create a reusable component we can actually reuse, actually output each of the counter. So I'm going to go to the listings folder, go to SRC component, this listings folder right here. I'll create a new file called counter. RFC. Just get rid of this import up here. Counter props. Anytime we call this counter component, we're going to pass a title that's going to be of type string, a subtitle that's going to be of type string, a value that's going to be of type number, on change that's going to be a function that's going to actually return void, and this function is going to take an argument, just call it value, which is going to be of type string. And then after that, it's going to have a minimum value, which is going to be optional. It's going to be of type number. And also it's going to have a maximum value, which is going to be also be optional. It's going to be of type number. like that. And then right here, we're just going to destructure that out. First of all, specify the type. It's going to be of type counter props. So we're going to destructure out the title, the subtitle, the value, the unchange, the mean, and also the maximum values, like that. Just format that. And after that, we're actually going to create two functions up here to actually increase and decrease the counter. For the first function, I'm going to say const increase. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Now, I won't call this increase function. It's going to check if value, that's the value you are passing to this component, is less than maximum. Now, if value is less than maximum, then on change, I'm going to say value plus 1. And we are getting an error. It says that maximum could be undefined. So we're going to set the maximum by default to 0 and also set the minimum by default to 1. Now, for example, now if we call the counter for the number of it gets, we can set the minimum and maximum value. And we can also decide that we don't actually want to set it. We want to keep it at the default value of 20. That's why the props are actually optional, the minimum and the maximum. So by default, the counters are going to have a minimum value of 1 and a maximum value of 20. And we're actually getting another type error. It said the argument of type number is not assignable to parameter of that's because up here we said that we're going to be, anytime we use this on change, the argument we're going to pass to is going to be a string. It's not going to be a string. That's my bad. It's going to be of type number. Okay, so we're going to set it. Anytime we call it on change, we're going to pass in a number value, not a string. So that you have to say const decrease. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. I want to check if the value is greater than the minimum value, then we're going to say on change, we're going to say value minus 1, like that. Now, the reason why we're actually checking right here is because if we are the maximum value 20 and the user clicks on the increase button, we don't want to actually increase it anymore. Okay, so we're only going to increase it as long as the value is less than the maximum value that is passed as a prop or this default maximum value. We're not going to run this. We're actually going to run this value plus 1, but if the value is actually equals to this 20 or equals to the maximum, then we don't want to run this. And for the decrease, say if value is greater than minimum, which means if we are maybe the minimum is set to 1 and we are actually at value of 1, we don't want to actually reduce when the user clicks on the decrease button, we don't want to actually run this. Okay, so we're only going to run this as long as the value is greater than the minimum value. Say maybe the value is 5 or 4, then we can actually click on decrease to actually reduce the value. And then right here, I'm going to return a JSX. I'm going to have a div in there. I'll give this div a tailwind class, a display of flex, items of center, justify of between, padding vertical of 8, a border of bottom. And then I'm going to say for the last item, I want to give it a border bottom of 0. Okay, so the last item is going to have any border. If the component we are calling is the last item, it's not going to have any border. I'll give it a gap of 8, like that. And then inside this div, we're going to create a div. Inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph tag, which should give a tailwind class of font medium and a text gray of 900. Okay, and then inside this paragraph tag, I'm going to output the title that's passed to this component as a prop, and then right here create another paragraph tag which we're going to give a tailwind class of text of xm and a text gray of 500, and then right here we're going to actually output the subtitle. And then after that, we're going to create a div which we're going to give some tailwind classes, display of flex, items of center, gap of 4. Then I want to use a button tag. I'll give this button a tailwind class of width of 8, height of 8, rounded of full. Give it a border gray of 300, display of flex, items of center, justify of center. When the button is disabled, or say disabled, give it an opacity of 30. Also disabled, I give it a cursor not allowed. And then on over, I give it a border. The border color, I want the border color to be black, so I give it a border of black. And finally, I'm going to add the transition property. And then inside this first button right here, I'm going to output lu minus. Okay, well, this is going to be the minus button, lu minus. Get that from we add icons, and then the size of the icon is going to be 16. And then after this button, you're going to output the value of the counter. So say span, output a span, which is going to output the value right here. And then I'll give this a tailwind class, a width of 6, a text of center, a font of medium, and a text gray of 600. And then after this span right here, you're going to output another button, which are going to give a tailwind class of this same classes right here. So what I'm going to do, I just cut these classes, I cut this off, then I create a variable up here called const shared classes, and I'll paste that right here. And then I just copy these shared classes right here. And then right here, where we have this button right here, I'll just paste that right here. Sorry, spell that shared classes. And also where we have this right here, I'll just paste that right here. Add the S at the beginning, shared classes. So they can easily share the classes without we actually repeating the styles we're actually applying to them. And then inside this button, we're going to output lu plus, okay, because this is going to be the plus to actually increase the count of the value. And I'll give this a size 2 of 16. So now we have to actually hook up these functions to this button, okay? Since this is actually the decrement button, the minus button, we're going to say right here, when this button is clicked, I'll say on click, I want to run this function up, this decrease right here. Okay, so I'll say decrease. And then I'll say disable. The button is going to be disabled when the value is equivalent to the minimum value, okay? Which means that when the value is actually 1, now since we're making use of this 1 as the minimum value, which means when the value is actually 1, this button is going to be disabled because the value is going to be equal to the minimum value. And then for this other increments button, I want to say on click, when it's 1, I want to run the increase function when it's clicked on, and then I'll say disabled. It's going to be disabled when the value is actually equivalent to the maximum value. Okay, so when we add the maximum value, the button is going to be disabled. So I'll save that. So now we actually have this reusable counter component. So let's actually make use of this component. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to back to our create listing module. Right here, I'm going to call a counter component. I'll say counter. Just get that counter component from our component listing. And then we have to pass in some props. Now, before we actually proceed with this, we have to create some state that's going to actually hold the number of guest count, room counts, and also the bathroom count. So up here, I'm going to create those three states. So after this category right here, I'll say const guest count set guest counts is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default is going to be 1. I want all the state, the guest count, the room count, and the bathroom count to default to 1. And then after that, I'm going to say const bathroom counts set bathroom count is going to be equals to use states, and by default this is also going to be 1. And then after that, I'm going to say const room count set room count is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default it's also going to be 1. Okay, and then we actually have these three states. Let's make use of them. So I'm just going to scroll all the way down where we have this counter right here. I want to say the title for the first counter, the title is going to be guests. The subtitle is going to be how many guests can stay. For the value, is going to be equals to the guest count state, and on change. For the on change, we're going to pass the set guest count function, and then finally we can actually set the minimum value. But since we already set the minimum value over here, we said that the default minimum value is going to be 1. We don't manually have to do that anymore. Okay, so by default the minimum value is going to be 1, the maximum is going to be 20. So I'll save that. So I'll just go back to our project, click on Airbnb on home, go to Next, and we should actually see that counter right here. Click on, you can see right here, we won't try to actually click on the minus button. We can't do that. It's not actually allowed, but we can click on the plus. We can go all the way to 20, and when we get to 20, we can't actually increase it anymore. So we can only reduce. Great. So guess how many guests can stay. So after this counter, I'm going to create another counter. I'll just copy this and drag this down twice. 1, 2. Rearrange this a bit. The second counter is going to be rooms, and it's going to be how many rooms are available. For the value, it's going to be room count, and then for this setup for room is set room count. And then for this one is going to be bathrooms. And then for the subtitle, it's going to be how many bathrooms. And then I'm going to say the value is going to be bathroom count, and then the setup function is going to be set bathroom count, like that. I'll save that. Now let's actually check out the UI and go to Next. I actually see that counter right here, the room count, the bathroom count, and also the guest count. Amazing. So now we're actually done with this step. So for the next step, after this step right here, after the steps for the counter down here, I'm going to say if step is equivalent to what step are we on now. If step equals to steps.details. If the steps equals to steps.details, then we want to render this JSS right here. In here, just create a div. I'm going to give that div a tune class of space y of 10 and space y of 10 and a width of full. And this one is going to be pretty simple. We don't have to create any component. I'll just call our input component we already created. So I'm just going to get that to our components UI. Now I'm going to pass a name. It's going to be the title, and then pass a label, which is also going to be title. Pass a value that's going to be title, and we don't actually have a title state yet. So I want to scroll up and actually create that state. So up here, I want to create a state. So it comes title set title is going to be equals to use state. Okay, and by default this is going to be an empty string. And then also create a state of our description. So it comes description set description is going to be equals to use state, like that. And then I'll just scroll all the way down. So we'll say is that we'll say the value is equals to the title, the onChange is going to fire an arrow function. It's going to take an event, and then inside this arrow function, you can actually update the state as you actually type on it. But before that, you have to specify the type. So see, this event is going to be of type React dot change events, and then here we'll say this is going to be HTML input element. And then inside the arrow function, we'll say we'll set the title state to the events dot target dot the value. So I just format this to rearrange this a bit. So basically what we have here, I'll just copy the components, just drag this down. Now this one right here, the name is going to be, just use lowercase for the name. Then for this one, the name is going to be description. The label is going to be description. The value is going to be the description state we created. And then instead of this one to be HTML input elements, there's going to be HTML text area elements, like that. And then we're going to set the description to event.target.value. Now when we save this, actually go back to our application, go to next, 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 and actually see, you can see right now that the description is actually being outputted as an input. Now, this is the beauty of the reusable components we created. Remember, when we created this reusable component earlier on in the video, when we were working on authentication, we said that we're going to render this input as a test area or as an input. We're going to render it if as is passed as a test area. So now we can actually do that because by default, the as is set to input. So I go to this create listing mode. I'll say I want this description input to be rendered as a test area. I'll save that. And now we'll go back to our application. You can see now we now have a test area. It's actually rendered as a test area. Now this actually is too close to this input. I'm just going to increase the padding or the margin of this header right here. Just scroll up where we have that. We have that over here. So instead of margin bottom of 2, I'll do margin bottom of 4. Still too close. I'll just do margin bottom of 7. Yeah, this is actually way better. I prefer it this way. And then after these 2 inputs for the DT step, after these 2 inputs, we're going to output a paragraph tag, which we're going to give a table class of text xx and a text gray of 400. And then right here, you can simply say short titles work best. I save that. So that are basically done with these steps. So when we go back to the modal, you can see right here, short titles work best. So now let's work on the next step, which is going to be adding photos of the listing. I'm just going to scroll down. After this step right here, I'm going to say if the step is equivalent to steps dot images, then I'm going to render this JSX right here. Now for this image upload, we're also going to have a reusable component. So let's actually create that. So I'll go to SRC, I'll go to components. Inside this listings folder, I'm going to create a new component called image upload.tsx. RFC. I'll get rid of this import statement right here. Now this component is going to receive 2 props, the interface image upload props. The first value is going to be preview, which is going to be either a string or null, and then it's going to have an unchange. There's going to be an now function that's actually going to return nothing. It's going to return void. Now this function is going to take one argument, which I'm going to call file. It's going to be of type file, and then right here you're going to actually pass those props. So this is going to be of type image upload props, and then we're going to destructure out the preview and also destructure the unchange. And then up here I'm going to say const handle upload. It's going to be equals to an arrow function, and this arrow function is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.change events. It's going to be an HTML input element like that. And then inside this function, I'm going to say const file is going to be equals to event.target.files. I just want the first file. And then if there's no file, we're just going to simply return. Okay, break the code right here. And then down here, we're going to say unchange. We're going to pass in the file in there. And then down here, you're going to return a JXS. It's going to have a div in there. I'll give this div a table class of relative width of full. And then in here, I'm going to create a label. The label is going to be for HTML for the image upload input. We're actually going to create this input, okay? So for now, we just say it's going to be for the image. It's going to be for the image upload, and then I'll give this a table class relative display of flex direction of column, justify of center items, center, a cap of 2, a cursor of pointer, rounded of 2xl, border of 2. I give the border a dash of 3. Okay, we want the border to be something like broken lines. A border gray of 300, padding of 10, text gray of 600. On over, I want to give the label a text gray of 400, minimum height of 80, and then finally create a transition property. And then inside this label, if no preview, if we don't have any preview image to preview, then we're going to render this JSS right here. I'll make use of an empty fragment, and then inside this empty fragment, I'm going to add with an icon tb photo plus. I'll just import this icon from here. I'm not actually getting the import, so I'll just import it manually. So up here, I'll say import. I'll copy this right here, paste that in here, and then I'll say import these. I want the structure add from React icons /tb. And then down here you can see the size of this icon is going to be 36. And then after the icon, I'm going to add with a paragraph tag, which is going to say click to upload. And then after that, I'm going to add with another paragraph tag, which is going to say upload one image. I'll give this first one a class of font medium. And for this, I'm going to give this a class of text XM and the text gray of 400. And then if there's an image preview, so say if preview, then we want to render this right here. We're going to add an image tag, which I'm going to get from next image. Then the src is going to be equals to the preview. The auth is simply going to say I just use preview as the auth test. I give it a field property, and then give it a class of objects cover and a rounded off to XL. And then after this label right here, I'm going to put an input. This input is going to have an ID that has to match with this right here. Okay, we're going to click on the label to actually open the file. So I just copy this right here. So it has to match with the ID we are passing to this input right here. The input is going to be of type file. It's going to accept images/starters, any file that has an image extension, PNG, JPEG. I give it a tailwind class of hidden, and then on change, it's going to be equals to handle upload. Okay, that's this handle upload function we actually have up here. Great. So now we have our reusable component to actually upload a file and preview, to select a file and to preview the file. So now we're going to head over to the create listing mode and actually make use of the image upload component we created. So right here, I just call the image upload component like that. And remember, we have to pass a preview and an unchanged. So let's actually do that. Now we're actually going to keep the state in this component. The reason for that is because when we head over to the finished project, you're going to notice that when we click on Airbnb or home, now when I click on next right here, you're going to notice that this component is actually unmapped and this other component mapped. Okay, so that's why this state right here, we are keeping this state in the parent component, we are keeping this state in the parent component. So we actually have to also keep the state for the image we actually select in the parent components too. So that's why we're going to actually create the state in this parent component. Then we can pass that as a prop to the chat component, which is this image upload. So I'll scroll all the way up. I'm going to create a state. I'll say const image. Now we're going to actually set to state. We need an image to actually hold the file we actually selected on, and also another state called preview that's going to actually hold the string that we're going to use to actually preview the image. Set image is going to be equals to the use state hook from React, and by default this is going to be null, but the type is going to be of type. The state is going to be either null, but when the file is selected, it's going to be of type file. And then after that, we're going to have another state const preview. Set preview is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default this is also going to be null. But this one is not going to be just null and file. It's going to be null, and it's going to be a for when the temporary URL has been generated by the browser, which is a string, is going to be of type string. And then right here underneath all this right here, I'm going to create a function to actually handle. On top of this create listing function, I'm going to create a function to actually handle when the image is selected. I'll say const handle image change is going to be equals to an arrow function. This function is going to take a file that's going to be of type file. Call the argument file is going to be of type file, and then we simply just going to set image to the file. Okay, set our image state to the file, and then we set the image preview or the preview to url.create object URL. Then we'll pass in the file. So I want to create a temporary URL to actually view the image in a web browser. So I'll copy this function created right here. Just copy this. I'm going to head all the way down. We're actually calling this image upload component. The onChange function is going to be equals to handle image change. So we are passing this function as a prop onChange. Remember that inside this image upload, we're actually expecting the prop, okay, the onChange. And then we're actually going to handle the file we actually selected right here, okay, with this handle upload right here. So when we actually handle the upload, we're actually going to set remember that this onChange according to this handle image change. So it's going to set the preview to the string we actually generated, and also it's going to set the image state to the file. Okay, that's what this onChange is going to do, because this onChange is coming from this create listing modal right here. And then after we actually pass the handle image as a prop, we're going to pass the preview. So the preview is going to be equal to the preview state we have right here. Great. So we actually have that. So let's actually check this out. I'll go back to our project, click on Airbnb home, go to Next, I'll go to Next, I'll go to Next, I go to Next, and we actually see that right here. Okay. I want to select an image. I'll just select an image. I'll select this image 7 right here. I'll click on open, and you can notice that the image is actually previewed. A temporary URL is actually created in a web browser to actually preview the image. Now you can actually click on the image. You can just select another image if you actually want to change the image. So I'll choose this image, it's right here. I'll click on open. It's actually going to change the image. Okay, great. So we're actually done with this step. So we're going to work on the step for the price, and this one is very, very simple. So down here, after these steps for the images, I'll say if step is equivalent to steps dot price. That's only when you want to render this JSX right here. And for this one, we're going to be making use of an input. So I'll just copy what we have here. Just copy this right here, and then I'll just paste that right here. The name is going to be price. The label is going to be price, and then you have to create a state to actually hold the price. So up here, I'm going to create a state. I'll say const price set price is going to be equals to the use state hook from React, and by default this is going to be an empty string. Then I'll just scroll all the way down where we have this. There's a price. Where we have this price right here. I'm going to say the value is going to be equals to the price state, and then on change we're going to set price to event.target.value, and now I'm going to set a minimum value for the input. The minimum value is going to be 10. Okay, so the minimum price we can actually select in this input is actually going to be 10, and also this is going to be a type of number. Okay, because up here we are making use of this as a type of text. By default it's going to be a type of text, but since we are making use of price here, which is going to be a number, we're going to make use of type of number. Now we were able to pass this because remember that we said that inside this input component we'll be able to pass other props. Other props are going to be of type text area or type of input. And now let's actually save this and go back to our application. Then I'll click on next step, next step, next step, next step, next step. I actually get that price input right here. You can't type alphabets to this, you can only type in numbers. Now we're actually going to get this ugly button at the right side to actually increase and decrease the count. Now you can leave this if you want, but I actually want to get rid of this. So to do that, it's very simple. We're going to go over to our globals.css. We're going to add some styles to our input of type number. I'm going to make use of these styles right here. Input type number. We're going to get the WebKit outer spin button. Also input type number, WebKit inner spin button. They will give it a WebKit appearance of none and a margin of 0. I'll save that, and we shouldn't be able to see that ugly stuff anymore. We can actually select a price, say 120, say 150 per night. So now what we're going to work on is that actually we want to be able to actually see this data. Okay, so first of all, before we actually send it to an endpoint, let's actually log it to the console so we can actually see if this is actually working. So we already have a function inside our create listing module to actually submit the form. Remember up here, we already have a function up here called create listing. In here, first of all, what we're going to do is that let's actually test if this is working. So I just go back there, click on create listing, and we get that alert form submitted. So the form is actually being submitted. So what we want to do, first just add a little bit of validation to check if all the fields are actually entered correctly. So I say if no title was passed, or if no description, or if no price, or if no location dot value. Remember that this location is an object that contains the label, the latitude, longitude, the region, and the value, but we just want the value. Remember I said that the CCA2, that's what we're actually inserting to the database. So what's what we actually need. Or if no category, or if no image, then just rearrange this again. Then if any of these returns true, which means we didn't actually fill in the field correctly. You can also add these ones up here. You can add the guest count, the bathroom count, and the room count, but you don't really have to, because by default these are always going to have values, because the default state of the hook is going to be 1. Okay, so a user cannot go less than 1. So the guest count, the bathroom count, and the room count will always going to have a value. Now, if any of these return true, then we actually want to toast. So I'll go to where we actually made use of toast before, so we don't have to write from scratch. Go to modules, or go to login module. I'll just copy one of those tools to use here. I'll just copy this one. Head back to the create listing module. Then I'll paste that right here. And then I'll just import tools from React hot tools. And then right here where we have this Google sign in field, I get rid of this. I'm going to say all fields are required. I'll save that. And now when we go back to our application, we'll try to submit this. Remember that this image is actually empty. These are actually empty. So when we try to actually create the listing, we're going to get an error, all fields actually required. Okay, so we actually fill the field, all the fields, before we can actually submit the form. Then down here, after we actually toast, we're just going to break the code right here. Okay, so basically, if the user has not actually filled the required field, we just return right here. We don't run any code below this if any of this is actually empty. And then after this right here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. And then we're going to check if this is an Azure's error, because we're going to be making use of Azure to actually make our network request in this application. So we have to actually install the Azure's library. So let's do that. So I just open this up. I just stop the server. Say pnpm install Azure's. It's actually going to install the Azure's dependencies for us. You can actually see it right here. Then I say pnpm run dev to start up the server again. Just close this back up. Inside this catch, I'm still going to say if Azure's, we are now actually getting the auto completion, so you have to actually import Azure's manually. So up here, I'm going to say import Azure's from Azure's. Sorry, spell this form correctly, from Azure's. And then down here, I'm going to say if Azure's dot is Azure's error, passing the error in there, then I'm going to make use of toast in here. So I'll just copy this toast right here. I'll paste that toast in here. Then instead of this right here, we're going to toast the error dot the response dot data dot the error from the data. Else we just toast if we don't really have the error, we just toast something went wrong. And then after this catch block down here, you can simply say finally we're going to set loading to false, and we don't have a loading state for the request, so I'll just create a loading state up here. I'll say const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state hook from React, and by default the loading state is going to be false. So I just scroll the way down. Then finally, after the request is processed, we just set loading to false like that. And then inside the try block, what we're going to do, we'll say const form data. We're going to make use of form data because we're sending a file through the request. Also equals to new, going to be equals to new form data. And then now you're going to say form data dot append. We're going to actually append the items. First of all, we're going to append the title. Then pass in the title state. We'll append the form data dot append. We'll append the description. Then we'll pass in the description state. We're going to append this form data dot append price. Then we'll pass in the price state. Also append the form data dot append, call this one location value, which is the location CCA2, the country CCA2. Then pass in a location state right here. And remember that we're not passing the location, we're going to be location dot the value from the location. Okay, that's what we actually want. Then after that, we'll say form data dot append category, pass the category state, and then form data dot append room count, and then pass the room count state. What are we getting here? Argument of type number is not sendable to type of string and blob. Okay, now remember that up here our guest count, bathroom count, and room count are actually numbers. Okay, so you can actually pass numbers to a URL request. Okay, because this is going to be sent to the backend as a request, and this is going to be all these feeds right are going to be attached to the URL, which is going to be a string. So it says that we cannot pass a number. A type of number is not assignable to a parameter of type string or blob. So what we're going to do, we're going to say convert this to string. Okay, so I want to pass the room count as a string through the request. So we'll do the same thing for the guest counts and the bathroom count. So I'll just drag this down. The right here, I'll say bathroom count. The right here is going to be bathroom counts. Then this one is going to be guest count. The right here, we're going to have guest count. And finally, we're going to say form data dot append. We'll call this one image. So we'll just pass the image data. Remember, this is a file. So pass the image right here. So what we're going to do, we're actually going to check if we are getting all these feeds. So now you have to say console.log. Now, since it's actually a form data, we can actually just pass the form data directly. So right here, we'll say object or console.object dot form entries, passing the form data dot the entries of the form data. I'll save that. Now we're actually logging this to the console so we can actually see if we are getting all these values. So to actually test this, I'll go back to our application, click on Airbnb or home, then I'll select a category, I'll select an apartment or whatever I want to select, or a beach. I'll select a beach. I'll click on next, then I'll click on what country. I'll select a country, I'll search Morocco. I'll choose Morocco. I'm going to point to Morocco. I'll click on next. Then I'm going to say number of guests. I want 2 guests. How many guests can stay? 2. How many rooms are available? 2. How many bathrooms? I use 3. Click on next. Then title, I just say a nice house by the beach. And this text is actually too light. So I'll just increase that's for the input. So I'll go to the input components. Give this a text gray. I'll just give the input a text gray of 500. Save that. And this is actually way better. You can actually see the text better. So for the description, I'll just copy this right here. Then I'll paste that right here. House by the beach with a nice ocean view. Then I'll click on next. Then just select an image. Click on to select an image of the place. Just select a house that is close to the beach. Select this one. This is not actually close to the beach, but it's actually going to work. So just click on next right here. Then for the price, I'll say 150 per night. Okay, click on. Now, when we click on this, we're actually going to log this to the console. So I'll click on create listing. So I'll just go to inspect. I'll go to console. and we actually get an object right here. When I open up that object, you actually see we're actually getting the data. We get the bathroom counts, the category beach, the description, a nice house by the beach with a nice ocean view, a guest count, an image. You actually get the image object right here. You can see right now type of image start JPEG, the size of the image, everything about the image right here. And then also we are getting the location value, which is MA. This MA is the CCA2 of Morocco. Then the price we selected 150, room count 2, and the title a nice house by the beach. Great. So we're actually getting this data from the state. So now what we want to work on is that we actually want to send this data to our server, to our database. Okay. So let's actually do that. So for that, we have to create an endpoint, and then we can actually use Azure to send this data to the endpoint. Now, since we are making use of Next.js, we can actually create our endpoint inside Next.js, since we are not making use of an Express server or OAuth server. So what I'm going to do, I'll just go to SRC app. Inside this API folder, we can actually create our endpoint in here. So I'm simply going to create a folder called listings. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a OAuth.ts. I'm going to say export async function post. This is going to be a post request. That's why we're actually naming this function post. And then in here, we're going to say this is going to take a request. It's going to be of type requests. Then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we're going to console.error listings post listings, then pass in an error. Then we're going to return a next response or JSON internal server error with a status of 500. Then I'm just going to import next response from next server up here. And then inside the try block, first of all, we have to actually check if the user that is making this create listings is actually validated, because obviously in our application, if the user is not authenticated, the user is not even going to see this Airbnb or home thing. But we just have to actually do a server validation to check if the user is authenticated. So for that, I'm going to create a server action for that. So I'll go to this folder right here. So I'll see I'm going to create a folder called server actions. I'm going to create our first server action, which is going to be get current user or get auth user.ts. In here, we're going to export async function get current user. That's very simple. I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth. Now we are getting this auth from our auth instance. Okay, we created initially. Okay, this auth instance we have in here is src lib. This auth.ts file we actually created in the beginning of the application, where we're actually configuring our authentications. That's where we are getting this auth from. So auth does. Now since we want to make use of this an API at all in the server, I'll say .api get the session of the user on the server. And then we have to pass in header, since we are making use of Next.js, which is going to be await headers from next headers. And then after this, right here, after this variable right here, we're going to check if no session dot user dot id. If no session, there's not going to be any user ID, so it's going to be undefined. So if no session user ID, we just return, this function is going to return none. Okay, which means there's no user is actually authenticated. Then down here, create a variable const user is going to be equals to, I want to await Prisma dot find user, dot the user model, because if the user is authenticated, I want to fetch the details of the user. Dot find a unique user, find unique, where the ID of the user matches, the ID matches the session dot user dot ID, like that. And then to actually optimize the code, we're going to specify the fields we want to select. So I want to select, we don't want to select everything, just select the fields we actually need. Select the user's ID, I'm going to set that to true. I'll select the user's image, I'm going to set that to true. And also later on, we're going to need the user's favorites IDs. I'm going to select the favorites IDs to know the listings that the current user actually favorited. And then now here, we're just going to return the user like that. So up here, if we don't get any user, we just return null. But if we get a user, we're going to fetch the user details and then we just return the user when we call the function. So I'll just rearrange this a bit, save. So now we have the server action. We need to actually fetch the logged in user details. So we can go over to our rat.ts file. Now, instead of us to be writing this over and over again, anytime I want to make a rat request to actually insert to the database, we're just going to call this function we created, this server action we created right here, get current user. So right here, I'm going to say const auth user or current user is going to be equal to with get current user. So just call our server action, and then we're going to check if no current user dot id, then we just return this response right here, unauthorized, with a status of 401, which means if a user that's not authenticated tries to make a request to this word, the user is going to get this response right here, unauthorized, okay, which is going to be a status of 401. And then after that, I'm going to say const form data is going to be equals to, I'm going to await the request we are passing through, that are passing through this post request right here. I'm going to await request dot the form data. And then down here, I'm going to say const title is going to be equals to form data dot get title from the request. We're going to get the title from the request. Then I'm going to set it to this variable right here. And I just get this as a string. Then after that, I'll say const description is going to be equals to form data dot get description. I have to actually spell this correctly. Description, get this as a string as well. Then just drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3. This one is going to be, I'll just call this one the guest count, which is going to be the guest count we are sending through the request. Now, these names we're actually using right here, this get, this FormData.get, these names has to match the names we actually attached, we actually appended, okay, this title, this description, all these names right here has to match the names you're actually getting right here. Then this is going to be guest count, gets the guest count as a string, and the next one is going to be bathroom counts. Then the variable name, I'll just get rid of this, it's going to be bathroom counts. And the next one is going to be room counts. Get rid of this bath at the end. Then drag this down 3 times. 1, 2, 3. So the next one is going to be category. We're going to get the category we actually selected on. Right here, I'm going to say category. Then we're going to get the price. Last, we're going to get the location value, which is going to be FormData.get location value. And then the final item we're going to get, this is not going to be a string, so it const the image is going to be equals to form data dot get the image. What did we call the image when we sent through the request? We called it an image. So get image, we're going to be getting the image as a file like that. And then after all this, we're going to do some basic validation, which is going to be similar with what we did here. So I'll just copy all this right here. Then I'll paste that in here. Then I'm going to say if any of this field is empty, this is not going to be location, the value is going to be location value. Okay, so if any of this field is empty, then we're going to return this response right here. All fields are required with the status of 400. Just rearrange this document. And then after that, before you actually send the request to the database, right here, we're going to upload the image to Cloudinary. Okay, so basically what we want to do is that when we actually make a request to create a listing, we're first of all going to upload the image to Cloudinary. Now after we upload the file to Cloudinary, we're going to get the path, the URL, the web browser URL. Actually, that's the path to the image. Okay, so now we actually have to set up Cloudinary. Now that's very simple. I just go to cloudinary.com. Now, if you've not worked with Cloudinary before, Cloudinary is an image upload service. They have lots of services, but one of the services that we actually use as developers is for actually uploading images. Okay, so which means you can actually use Cloudinary to actually upload images for your project. Now, you don't have to actually worry about paying anything. They have a very generous free tier. Okay, so all you just have to do is click on login, or if you're not signed up, sign up and create an account. Then just click on login and log into your account. Now, after logging in, you're going to be brought here to your dashboard. Okay, now the most important thing right here, you just have to go to our API key so we can actually get the keys we need to actually connect our application to this Cloudinary dashboard right here, so we can actually upload files here. So I go to API keys, and then you can actually see what we actually need right here. Now we actually need 3 items. So we need the Cloudinary cloud, I think the Cloudinary cloud ID, which is going to be this right here. We need the Cloudinary API key, which is going to be this, and then we need the Cloudinary API secret, which is going to be this right here. So after you register, just go over to your API keys. You can actually get these credentials. We're going to create an environment variable and actually place these credentials in there. So I go to my .env file, go to .env, and then you're going to create some credentials. Then I'm going to say Cloudinary cloud name is going to be equals to, then here will say cloudy API key is going to be equals to, and also Cloudinary API secret is going to be equals to, and then we'll just copy those credentials. I'll go back to that dashboard. I'll copy this is going to be the Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll copy this. You can see right here the cloud name. Copy that and just paste that right here, and then we'll go for the Cloudinary API key, which is going to be this right here. Just copy this, and then I'll paste that right here. And then for the Cloudinary API secret, and this is actually a secret. You actually always keep this API secret a secret. Okay, you should actually expose this. So to actually get your API secret, just actually click on this right here, this icon right here. It's going to actually show you that you can actually copy it. Okay, after you get the Cloudinary API secret, you're just going to paste that Cloudinary API secret right here. Okay, great. And then you just save your environment variable. Then we can actually create a config file to actually set up the connection. So I'll go to src, I'll go to lib. Now inside this lib folder, I want to create a file called cloudinary.ts. Then in here, you can actually import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And we are obviously going to get a module error, say it cannot find module Cloudinary. That's because we've naturally installed the dependency. So I'm just going to copy this right here. Then I just open up my terminal. I'll just stop the server and I'll say pnpm install. I'll paste that right here. pnpm install Cloudinary. Click on enter. That's going to actually install Cloudinary for us. I just close this back up. We're not going to run the application now because we're still writing some code. Then after that, down here, I'm going to say Cloudinary.config. We're going to configure Cloudinary. The cloud name is going to be process.env. We're going to copy the cloud name here. It's going to be Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll just copy this and then I'll just paste that right here. The API key is going to be process.env. Head back to the environment variable, which copy this variable right here, and then we'll just paste that right here. And then finally, the API secret is going to be process.env. Copy this over here, the Cloudinary API secret, and then we'll just paste that right here. And then to actually ensure we can make use of this Cloudinary instance, then you'll say export default Cloudinary. Okay, so we can actually make use of this cloudinary globally in our application. So I'm going to save this configuration. Now we can actually make use of cloudinary to actually upload files in our application now. So what we're going to do, we're going to create, because instead of us to actually just create the function to actually upload to cloudinary, we're going to create it in a separate file, and then we just import it into this component and reuse the function in this router right here. Okay, so that we don't actually write lots of codes that we don't actually need to write in this router.ts file. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to src. I want to create a folder called service or services. Then in here, I'm going to create a cloudinary service function. So cloudinary .ts. Now for the function to actually upload to cloudinary, I'm going to paste that right here. Okay, now you don't have to worry about this code. I'm going to leave a link to this code in the description below. Okay, this is a code to actually upload an image to cloudinary. So I'm going to save this file, and now right here inside this file, I simply just we're exporting the type, which is this cloudinary results type right here. There's going to be an object with the secure URL and the public ID. Now this secure URL, this is a secure URL I'm going to insert our database to actually view the image, and also this public ID is the public ID we actually need if we want to actually delete the image from the database. Okay, and then the function to actually upload to cloudinary, and now the function is going to return the secure URL and the public ID. So I'm going to save this function so we can actually make use of this function in our router.ts file. And then down here, I create a variable const image data is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, and I'm going to call the function just create upload to cloudinary. We're going to import that function up here from services cloudinary. And then this function actually expects one argument, which is the image file. We'll just pass the image file in there. And then we'll say this is going to be of type cloudinary upload results. And then after we actually upload the file, we can actually insert the details of the new listing to the database. Okay, that's the listing request we actually sent. To do that, I'm going to say const listing is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma. We're going to get Prisma from our lib folder. Prisma dot make use of the listing model dot. We want to create a new resource. I'll say create. The data I want to insert is going to be this data right here. First of all, the title is going to be, because saying title is same thing as saying title is equals to title. Okay, so since the field name and the variable name are the same, just use the shorthand method. It's going to be we'll pass in the title, and then we'll pass in a description. We'll pass in the price. The price is going to be, remember we converted the price to a string when we actually sent it through the request. So we just convert it back to numbers. We are inserting into the database. I say number, now paste the price in here. And then after that, pass in a location value, pass in the category. Then the image src is going to be the image data, as the image data we got from our upload to cloudinary result dot the secure URL. And then after that, the user ID, that's the user that created the listing, is going to be the current user, the current logged in user dot the ID of that current logged in user. And then the room count is going to be, we're going to actually convert it to a number, because remember, just like with the price right here, we actually, yes, that's what we are sending. We are sending these requests as string. Okay, we are sending them as a string. Even the price is going to be sent as a string, because the price up here by default is a string. Yeah, it's a string. These ones we are converting them to string, so we have to convert them back to number before we insert to the database. I'll say number, and then I'll pass in the room count in there. And then after that, pass in the guest count, which is going to be number, pass the guest count in there. And finally, we're going to pass in the bathroom count, which is going to be number, passing the bathroom count, like that. So we have all the fields right here. So after the request is processed, now you're going to return a next response .json, pass in the listing, and then we just pass a status of 201, 200 for a success response, and 201 for this one for a new resource created in our database, in our server. So I just format this. So now we have the endpoint we need to actually make that request. So now that we have the endpoint, we're going to go back to our create listing modal. Right here, we just get rid. We no longer want to log this. We want to insert this to the database. So get rid of this. Right here, we're going to make a post request. So I'll say Azios dot. I'll make a post request to what? Wow, it's going to be the endpoint we just created. /API/listings. Okay, which is the endpoint we just created right here. SRC app API. Inside this API folder, we have a listings folder right here. Okay, so this is what right here, and then we'll pass in the form data, and then we're going to specify some configuration. Since we are sending a file to the request, so we're going to say headers. I'll say content type. It's going to be multi parts /form data. And then after this request, after we send the post request down here, we're going to make use of a toast to actually give a feedback to the user that the listing was created successfully. So I'll copy this toast right here. I'll paste that right here. Then instead of all this right here, just get rid of this. And I'll say listing created successfully. And then after this toast right here, we're going to run a function called handle close. We've obviously not created this function yet, so let's actually do that. Now this handle close function is going to be responsible for actually setting all these inputs back to their default state. So let's actually do that. So down here, I'm going to create a function const handle close. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. We set category back to an empty string. Set price back to an empty string. We set the room count back to, remember the default value for the room count, the bathroom count, and the guest count is 1. So send it back to 1. Set the bathroom count back to 1. We set the guest count back to 1. Set the location back to the default value is going to be null. Set title to an empty string. Set the description to an empty string. Set image back to null. Set preview back to null. And then finally, we'll set the modal step back to steps dot category. Remember, this is going to be the first step, so we'll set it back to steps dot category. And then finally, we're going to actually close the modal. So up here, remember, we're actually getting this close from our use create listing modal. So we can make use of this close to actually close the modal. So just scroll all the way down. Then right here, we're going to say after all this is done, we're just going to close the modal. Just close the modal. And then we just call the function. When we call after we actually toast success, we just call this handle close. It's going to actually run all this for us. And then finally, right here, we're actually going to route to the properties page. But since we don't have the properties page, we're just going to leave this comment. So when we create the properties page later on, when we create a new listing, it's going to route us to the properties page. And then let's actually make use of this loading state right here. Let's actually make it, just copy this loading state so we can actually see that the button is actually loading. I'll just go all the way down where we have the button to actually create the listing. Right here, we're going to say the loading is going to be equals to loading, and also the button is going to be disabled when it's actually loading. And then up here, we're just going to set the loading to true when before we actually start making the request. So I'll scroll all the way up just before we actually make the API request. Right here, I'm going to set loading to true. And then I just noticed that we didn't actually pass any await right here. Okay, so since we're actually awaiting, this is an async request, we're awaiting, we want to actually run all this block of code after this promise has been resolved. So we're just going to place an await right here. Okay, we're going to await this. We're going to await this request right here. Now, one more thing I'm going to do before we actually test this out is I'm going to go to this cloud.ts file. Now, this file right here, we have this Airbnb clone tutorial. I'm going to change this to Airbnb clone tutorial because I already have a Airbnb clone folder in my cloud now. Okay, so I want to create a new folder for this project. So I'm going to create a new folder called Airbnb clone tutorial. So now let's actually test out our application. So I'll go back to the application, I'll just refresh first of all, and then I'm going to click on Airbnb or home. I want to actually list an apartment. So I'll click on apartment, I click on next, and now I have to select the country, my location. So I'm going to search for United Kingdom. Then I click on next. Then I'm going to specify the number of guests that can actually come to this Airbnb listing right here. I'll say 2 guests. The number of rooms is 2, and the number of bathrooms is about 3. I click on next, and then we can actually specify a title. I can say a nice apartment in the heart of London. And then for the description, I'll just copy this and paste this right here. Then click on next, and now we have to select an image for this listing. I'll just select this image right here, open this image, and we can actually see the image right here. I'll click on next, and now we have to set a price. I'll say it is going to be 200, and I just noticed that we didn't actually specify a currency. Now the currency is going to be in dollars. So I just scroll the way down. Where is that? Create listing model. Scroll the way down where we have for the price step, this right here, where we have this label right here. I'll say dollar, like that. And you can actually see right here price in dollars. So I'll say this is going to be $150 per night. Click on create listing. See that right here, loading, creating listing. Next, listing created successfully. Great. So now I'm going to head over to our database. Since we're not actually fetching the listings, and I'll see if that was actually inserted. I'll go to the listing model, listing table. You can actually see we have a listing right here. The ID of the listing: bathroom, country, apartments. The category is apartments. The description, and we also have the guest count, the image SRC. Now the image was uploaded to Cloud9, and Cloud9 generated a secure URL, a path for us to actually see the image. And we also have the location, Great Britain. Since this is UK, it's going to be the location value for UK is actually GB. I thought it was UK. As GB, Great Britain. Then for the price, we have 150. The room count 2, the apartment, the nice apartment in the heart of London. They updated that, and we have the ID of the user that actually created the listing, the logged in user ID. Amazing. And now I will go over to our Cloud9 dashboard. I'll go to assets. I'll go to folders right here. We're going to see all the folders we have. This Airbnb clone tutorial right here. Click on that. And you can see we have the image right here. The image was actually uploaded to Cloud9. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're actually going to start working on fetching listings. First of all, we're going to create an API endpoint. So I go to SRC, I'll go to app, I'll go to API. And inside these listings right here, inside this var.ts, we're going to make a get request. So I'll just close up this post request right here. And down here, I'm going to say export async function get. Now this is going to take a request. It's going to be of type request. Okay, and now we are going to actually be applying filters in that the listings are going to actually display the home page. So we're actually going to write the endpoint, adding the filters, so that later on we'll start actually working on filters for the listings. It's going to be very easy for us to actually implement. In here, we make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're simply just going to console.error, listings error, listings get error. Then return the next response, fail to fetch listings. Then in here, I'm going to say const, or the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to new URL. And in here, we're going to pass the request.url. And then we can destructure the search params that's going to be passed through the request, because when we want to apply filters, like we have to pass params through it, like price and category and location, so we can actually apply the filters. Okay, so we're going to be getting them from the search params. So after that, down here, we can say const category is going to be equals to search params dot get the category that's passed through the URL. And then also down here, I'll say const location value is going to be equals to search params dot get the location value that's passed through the request. And also down here, I'm going to say const minimum price is going to be equals to search params dot get the minimum price passed through the request. And finally, I'll say const the maximum price is going to be equals to search params dot get the maximum price pass through the requests. Then after that, we can actually make the query. So then you'll say const listings. It's going to be equals to spell that listings correctly. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma. I'm going to get our Prisma instance dot the listings model dot find many where. Now we want to query based on if the category, the location value, the minimum price and the maximum price are passed. So if they are passed, then we want to fetch where the category, where the category we're actually filtering for is equals to the category. Since we are not applying filters yet, all these filters are not going to be applied. So we are just basically fetching the listings on the home page. But when we start applying filters, it's going to fetch the listings based on the category passed from the client, the location value, the minimum and the maximum price, as the price range. So I'm going to say dot dot dot. If the category is passed, then we're going to query where the category matches the category. Dot dot dot. If the location value is passed, then we're going to actually query where the location value matches the location value passed through the request. And then also dot dot dot. If the minimum price or the maximum price is passed, either the minimum price is maximum price is passed. So if the user wants to set a maximum price of listings they want to see, and also a minimum price of listings they want to see, so you just check if any of them is actually sent through the requests. Then if the minimum and the maximum price is present, they want to actually run what's going to be inside this object right here. S is going to be an empty object, and then in here we can say if where price. So we're going to make use of a price range. I'll say dot dot dot. If the minimum price is passed, then we want this as we want this. So if the minimum price is passed, we want to get the minimum price that is greater than or equal to number, convert it to a number, then pass the minimum price in there. Same thing with the maximum price. If the maximum price is passed, as the maximum price, if it's passed, I want to run this right here. I want to run this. So if the maximum price is passed, I want to get the listings with the price less than or equal to number. Now just convert the maximum price to a number and I'll pass the maximum price in there. Okay. So basically, the query we just wrote is that if we are going to filter, if a category is passed through the request, then we're going to actually select where category matches the category. For example, now when we're applying filter, we select beach as a category and we make the request actually filter for beach. We're going to fetch listings that have category set to beach. Okay, that's what this category is. Where the category matches the category sent through the request if the category was sent. Now, if the location was set, for example, now we sent a location Morocco, we're going to fetch all the listings that have a location value of Morocco. And then also if the minimum price or the maximum price is, if any of them is passed, then if the minimum price is passed, what I want to do is that I want to say if the minimum price is passed, I want to fetch all the listings that has a price that are greater than or equal to the minimum price, or convert the minimum price to number. And also if the maximum price is passed, as the maximum price, say maybe the maximum price the user wants is $200, then we're going to fetch all the listings that's less than or equals to that maximum price, $200 and below. Why for the minimum price? If the user selects the minimum price of $100, we're going to select all the listings that $100 and above. But if the user actually selects both of them, there's going to be a range between the minimum price and the maximum price. And then after this, we right here, down here, we're going to order by, order the listings by created as in a descending order. And then down here, we're just going to return a next response dot JSON. Then we'll pass in the listings in there like that. So with that, we have an API endpoint to actually fetch listings for the home page. So now we have to create a service function to actually make a request to this. So I want to go to my services folder, go to SRC services, and create a file called listings or listing.ts. And the first thing we have to do, you have to create a tab. So obviously export, because I'm going to make use of this tab outside of this file. Export tab, get listings param is equals to an object. I'm going to have a category that is going to be optional and it's going to be of type string. I'm going to have a location value that's going to be optional too, and it's going to be of type string. We're going to have a minimum price that's going to be optional. It's going to be of type number. We're going to have a maximum price. It's going to be optional too, and it's going to be of type number. So now you're going to create the function. Say export async function get listings. This is going to receive a params. Now the params is going to be optional because we can decide not to pass any of these params or apply any filter when we are fetching the listings. So it's going to be optional. It's going to be of type get listing param. I'll just call it params. Get listing params. And then inside this function right here, we'll make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we're just going to throw the error, throw new error, fetch to fetch listings. And then inside the try, we're actually going to make the request. But before we do that, I want to actually create a base URL, okay, for our application. Just like we have in our environment variable, go to .env, we have a Better Auth URL for our authentication. That Better Auth actually makes use of this URL for our application to actually know the domain we are on. So we have to actually create a base URL, okay? And this is very, very important because right now we are going to make use of this get listings function inside the server component. And inside the server component, we have to actually pass the entire URL, including the base URL, the domain. So we're going to create a base URL right here. So right here, I'm going to say next public base URL, which is going to be equals to, for now, it's going to be equals to this localhost 3000. But when we actually deploy on production, it's going to be our domain. So I'll save that. So we have that next public base URL. So I'm going to copy these right here. I'm going to make use of this inside this list. We're actually making the request. I'll say const. I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Asios. I want to get Asios up here, import Asios from Asios. I'll make it get requests. And the endpoint is going to be process.env. I'll paste that right here. Next public base URL, which means our base URL, this base URL right here, localhost 3000. It's going to be local the domain, going to be the base URL, then /API/listings, like that. So this is basically going to go over here, API, then listings, and the next request is going to actually come over here. Okay, great. So that's what we're actually doing. You have to pass in some params, or say params. Remember, we're going to send a category, the location value right here in our request. We're expecting a category, a location value, minimum price and maximum price. So actually fit and we actually want to implement filtration. So we have to actually pass it through the params. So I'll say category has to match. Now these names has to match the names we have right here. So the category is going to be params.category. Then the location value is going to be params.location value. Then after that, the minimum price is going to be params.minimum price. And then finally, the maximum price is going to be params.maximum price. And then we're going to destructure the data from the request. And then after all that, down here, we just return the data like that. Save that. Just format this. So now we can actually use this service function to actually make a request to that route right here, API get request to this route API/listings. So where are we going to output this? We're going to output this in the home page. So go to SRC app, this home page right here, page.dss. This is where we're going to output the listings. Now this home page is where we're actually going to list everything, but I don't want to actually list them here because we're going to be making use of streaming to actually optimize our query. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a component for this. So I'll just go hit a component. I'll say src component listings. I'm going to create a component called listings.tsx rfc, and everything we have here, I'll just take this dummy data for now, because we're going to get rid of this dummy data since we're already pulling data from the database. I'll just paste that here for now, and also I'll get this right here, this return right here, and then I'll paste that inside this div right here. We're going to return this right here, okay? And then we'll just import the listing card. And then inside this page.tsx, I'll just get rid of this import right here. We're going to import, instead, we just import the listings in here. I'll save that. Now, when we go back to the web page, you can see right now that everything still works fine. Okay, great. But now, we now have the listings inside a component. So we can actually now use streaming in this page to actually stream this data in. And I'm going to explain what streaming is and how to use streaming to optimize your page load. Now, inside this listings component, this is where we're actually going to fetch the data. And we're going to be fetching the data on the server. Now, when we actually implement the filters, we're going to be getting the location value, the minimum price in the URL, okay? When we start actually working on filter later on in the video. So we actually have to get those values from the page.tsx file, from the home page. So up here, I'm going to create an interface. I'll say export interface. I'm going to export it because I'm going to make use of that tab also inside this listing component where I say export interface home props. In here, you're going to have an object called search params. That search param is going to have I just copy the one we did. It's going to have a category. Paste that right here. It's going to have a category of type string, a location value of type string, a minimum price of type number, and a maximum price of type number. And then right here, just add the type of home props, and then we just destructure the search params. Now, this search params right here and destructuring is available for every page we create in a Next.js application. So when we pass search params to the URL, these are we actually going to get them from the URL search params. And then right here, I just copy this search params. I'll pass it to this component right here as a prop. Paste that in here. And then inside this component, we have to actually specify that we're going to be expecting this search params prop. So I'll go inside this listings component right here. We're going to say this is going to be, the prop is going to be of type home props. Remember, we are exporting the home props from here. Okay, so we can actually import the home props up here. Okay, great. So it's going to be of type home props, and we just destructure the search params. And now we can make use of this search params to actually make our request, because our request expects a params. Okay, great. It expects a params. So we can make use of this params right here to actually make that request. So down here, I'm going to say, I just call it params, const params. It's going to be equal to the search params. And then we're going to be making the request inside this component. So we have to make this an async function, export default async function. And now we have to actually get the current user, because we're going to pass the current user to this listing card right here. Because later on inside this listing card, we're going to have a favorite button which we're going to need the current user. So I'll say const current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. That's our get current user server action. And then after that, I'm going to say const listings is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get listings. That's the get listings function we actually created. And then we can actually get rid of this right here. We'll just get rid of this because we no longer need this, because we are fetching the data from the database. And then we can say await get listings, and then we'll pass in the params in there. So I'll say the category is going to be equal to params dot category. Location value is going to be equal to params dot location value. And then for the minimum price, say minimum price, I say if params dot minimum price, as if the minimum price is passed, then we're going to convert it to a number. Then you'll say params dot minimum price s is going to be undefined, and also the maximum price is going to be if the params dot maximum price, that's if the maximum price passed through the request, then say number passing the params dot maximum price in there, s is going to be undefined, like that. So I just format this, and I'll get an error. It says that parameter explicitly has any type. So what we're going to do, we're going to say this listing right here is going to be of type listing, which we're going to get from our Prisma client. Okay, because remember, when we run Prisma generate, it's going to generate the Prisma client, which is the type, this listing type. And when you hover on this listing type, you can see we have all our types right here, because we can use the model from the clients as our type. And then when we head over to the listing card, we're obviously going to get an error because this listing card specified a type in here. So we just get rid of this type right here, and then we're going to get this from the Prisma client. And then this is not going to be dot image, it's going to be dot image src dot the image src, or if there's no image, it's going to be an empty string. And for this one, I'll say location value for now, but we're actually going to work on this to actually fetch the region and the country. So I'll save this so we can actually see the listings in the UI. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to get an error. It says that we've not actually configured our cloud. Now remember I said that we're actually going to configure. Remember I said that we always have to configure a domain we're actually pulling images for. So we've not actually configured this. So I'll copy this host name right here. I'm going to head back to our nextconfig.ts file. Go to nextconfig.ts where we actually configure this Google right here. So I'll just create another object, drag this down, add a comma between them. Then the protocol is going to be HTTPS. Then we'll just paste that host name right here. I'll save that. And you can see right now that we see the listing right here. Great. So we're actually successfully pulling this listing and displaying this listing in the home page. Now you're going to notice right here that where our region and country is going to be, we just have the location value Great Britain. So let's actually fix this. So this is very, very simple. I'm going to go back to the listing card right here. Go back to this listing card, and instead of outputting a location value, first of all, we're going to get the country with this location value. Now to actually output the country and the region, remember we already have a hook. We'll go to src custom hooks. We already have a hook inside this our use country hook. Get by value, it's going to get the country for us with the value if we pass in the country cc80, okay, as the value. So let's actually use this get by value. So inside the listing card up here I'm going to say const, and the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use countries. Okay, and what function do we want from this use country? We want get by value, and then in here we can say const location is going to be equals to get by value, and then we'll pass in the listing dot the listing location value. That's basically all. And then down here we can output the location. So just get rid of this. Then in here I want to say if there's a location, then I'm going to output the location dot region, add a comma, and then we're going to output the location dot the label. Else if there's no location, just output the listing dot location value. So I'll just format this. I'll save this. Now we'll go back to our application. We should actually see that actually formatted. You can see right here, Europe, United Kingdom. So actually getting the country that has that CCA2. Let's already create another listing. So click on Airbnb or home. I want to select an apartment. I click on next. Then for the country, I just use United States. It's going to point to United States. I click on next. Then number of guests 2, number of rooms 2, number of bathrooms 2. I'll click on next. And then for the title and description, say a nice and calm home. Then for the description, just add some random description right here and click on next. And for the image, I'm going to select an image, go to Airbnb clone assets, and then I'll just select this image right here. I'll click on open, and then I'll click on next. Then the price of the listing, I'll say $200 per night. Click on create listing, and the listing was actually created successfully. Now we could actually just do router.refresh, but when we create lists, we're going to be going to the properties page. So for now, just refresh the web page to actually see the new listing. And we should actually see the new listing right here. Right here, Americas, United States, a nice and calm home, $200 per night. Amazing. So we're actually getting our listings in the home page. In this chapter of this tutorial, we're actually going to work on the favorite functionality so that users will be able to actually favorite listings. So first of all, we're going to create an endpoint for actually handling the favorite request. So I'm going to go to SRC app API. I create a folder called favorites. And inside this folder, I want to create a dynamic route called listing ID. Okay, so we're going to actually be favoriting listings based on the ID passed through the request. And then inside this dynamic folder, I'm going to create a route.ts. Now we're going to have two functions. One to actually favorite a listing, which is going to be a post request, and another one to actually unfavorite a listing, which is going to be a delete request. First of all, work on the post request. So down here, say export async function post. Spell that post correctly. This is going to take a request. It's going to be of type request, and the request is going to be unused, so just use an underscore here. And then after that, it's going to take a params. Now these params, this is the way we're going to get the dynamic ID, because every time we try to favorite a listing, the dynamic ID is going to pass through the request. So this is how we're going to get that dynamic ID. So now you have to specify a type. So right here, I'll say the params is going to be, I'll wrap it in a promise. It's going to have a listing ID that's going to be of type string. Format this. Now, this listing ID we are using here, it has to match with the name of this folder. Now, you can see right now that this folder, when we actually expand this, it's called listing ID. This listing ID has to match this, because this is what we're actually calling the dynamic ID. And then inside this function, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're just going to console.error, favorite post, then the error, then return a next response with an error, internal server error, and a status of 500. And then we're just going to import next response from next server. And then inside the try block, we can first of all get the current user. So current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. And we're going to get current user up here from this server action we created. And then after that, I want to check if no current user dot ID, then we return a next response unauthorized with a status of 41. And after that, I'm going to say const. I'm going to describe what we're going to get. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await params, and then I'm going to destructure out the listing ID. And then we can check if no listing ID was passed through the request. Then we're going to return a next response, invalid listing ID with a status of 400. But if the listing ID was passed, then down here, you can simply get the user. Say const user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma. I'm going to get Prisma. I'm going to import Prisma up here from our live folder. We'll make use of the user model. Update the user. We want to update the user where the ID of the user matches the current user .id. And then we're going to pass the data I want to update, which is going to be, I want to update the favorites at this array. We want to push this listing ID that was passed through the request, which means we're going to add these listing IDs as one of the listing IDs that's inside the user's favorite IDs. And then right here is going to return a next response.json. Just pass the user in there. So now we have the post request to favorite a listing. Let's actually create the request to actually unfavorite a listing. So down here, after this export async function right here, I'll just close this up. Down here, I want to say export async function delete. And then in here, this is also going to take the same arguments. This one too, just going to copy what we have here, and then I'll paste them in here. And here we're going to make use of a try catch block. inside the card, just output this right here, console.error favorite delete error, then return next response.json internal server error with the status of 500, and then inside the try, first of all, we're going to check if the user is authenticated. So just copy what we have. You also check if the listing ID was passed through the request. So just copy all these. Then I'll just paste that right here. Then down here, I'm going to get the user. So const user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot find a unique user where the ID matches the current user dot the ID of the current user. Now you're going to say if no user was found, then we return a next response, user not found, the status of 404. And then after that, I can say const updated favorite ID is going to be equals to user dot the favorite IDs of the user dot filter ID of type string where the ID does not match listing ID. So basically what we want is that we want to get all the favorite IDs inside the user's favorite IDs. We want to actually remove the one that the user is trying to actually unfavorite. And down here I'm going to say const updated user is going to be equal to, I want to await Prisma dot the user model dot update the user where ID matches the user dot ID. Okay, we're getting this user ID from, remember we already fetched the user up here. So I'll say the data I want to actually update is going to be set the favorite IDs of the user now to the updated favorite IDs. Then after all that, down here we're going to return a next response.json, just pass in the updated user. Okay, so now we have the two endpoints. We have the endpoints to favorite a listing, also an endpoint to unfavorite a listing. I'm going to save that. So now we have to create a custom hook to actually make use of this route. So I'm going to go over to custom hooks, SRC custom hooks. I want to create a hook called use favorites.ts. First of all, I'm going to create some type up here. Say export interface, because we're going to make use of this tab outside of this file. Use favorites props. Passing a listing ID that's going to be of type string. Passing a current user. I'm going to place a current user. The current user now have an ID of type string, and also a favorite ID that's going to be a string of array. Okay, an array of strings, or is going to be null. And this current user is going to be optional. And let's spell this correctly, current user. And then after that, down here, I'll say export function use favorites. Now this is going to take some props, which is going to be of type use favorite props. And then we're going to destructure out the current user and also destructure out the listing ID. And then inside this function, we're going to create a variable const favorited is going to be equals to, we want to check if the user has actually favorited the listings before. So we're going to get the current user dot the favorite IDs of the user and check if the favorite IDs of the user. Now, if the listing ID that has been passed through the user's request is inside the user's favorite IDs, which means the user actually favorited that listing before, so we're actually going to check that if it includes the listing ID. I'll just call these as favorited. And then now I'm going to create a function, const toggle favorites is going to be equals to an async function. First of all, we're going to check if no current user. Okay, if no current user was passed, which means the user is not authenticated. So we're just going to toast an error. So I'm going to get toast and use that toast inside these modals. Inside this create listing model, we actually made use of toast here. So just copy one of those toast. Just copy this one right here. And then we'll just paste that right here. Import toast from React host toast. Then right here, we're going to say, if no current user, then we're going to say, please log into favorite listings. And then down here, we just return. Okay, break the code right there. Then after that, down here, we'll make use of a try catch block. And inside the catch, you can just toast an error, something went wrong. And then inside the try block, we can check if has favorited, to check if the user actually favorited that particular listing before. Because remember, up here we are checking if the favorite IDs of the user, if the listing IDs inside the user's favorite IDs. So we're going to check if the user has favorited that listing before. Then we're going to await Azios. We're going to get Azios from Azios. Dot make a delete request, because if the user has favorited before, we want to actually unfavorite the listing. So make a delete request to /API. Now, since we are making use of this what inside, because this is going to be a client component. So up here, you can simply just say client component, because this we're going to make use of this in a client component. The favorite button is going to be a client component. So since we are making use of this in a client component, we can make use of relative path. We don't have to add the base URL. That's because this is not going to run on the server. Unlike when we're fetching the listings, we fetch the listings on the server, so we couldn't use relative path. But this one, we're going to fetch this on the browser, on the client, so we can actually use relative path. So it's going to be /API /favorites, then / we have to pass in the dynamic listing ID. We're going to go to this one right here, API favorites, then this listing ID right here. Then S, if the user has actually not favorited the listing, then we're going to await Azios dot make a post request to that same route. It's going to be /API /favorites / pass in the dynamic listing ID, like that. And then after that, after this function right here, down here, we are going to this, when we call this use favorite hook, it's going to return an object that's going to have has favorited and also the toggle favorite function. We're going to return this has favorited variable, also this toggle favorite function when we call this use favorite hook. Great. So now we have the custom hook to actually favorite a listing. Now, before we actually make use of this hook, there's something I actually forgot to do in the last chapter. Now, when we fetch the listings, on the server, go to src components, we created a component listings for this right here, instead of which to actually output the listings inside the home page. Now, the reason for that, I said we wanted to make use of streaming in Next.js. Now, when we go over to our project, when we actually refresh, you're going to notice that we actually fetch the data, but when we are actually on production and the server is actually slow, or maybe there's a network problem, you're going to notice that it's going to be very hard for this page to load. It's going to take some time. So you're going to see like a white screen or something like that. So in Next.js, we don't want to do that, because in Next.js, we can implement it in such a way that when you open the application, you can see all the static data, like this navbar right here, and all the static data of the web page, while this data are actually being loaded, and you can just output a loading indicator for this content right here. Okay, now we do that in Next.js using streaming. So I'm going to head back to the Next.js documentation. I'm going to search for streaming in Next.js. Click on what we find right here. And you can see what streaming is. Streaming allows the server to send parts of a dynamic route to the client as soon as they are ready, rather than waiting for the entire route to be rendered. This means users can see something sooner, even if parts of the page are still loading. For dynamic routes, it means you can partially prefetch, that is shared layout, and loading skeleton can be requested ahead of time. Now, what all this long story means is that we can actually render the static part of our web page while these parts that have already been fetched from the server are being streamed in. So how do we implement this? Go back to the documentation. I'm just going to scroll down. There are different ways to actually implement this. You can actually add a loading.ts file in your root folder, but I don't prefer that, because what that is going to do is going to ensure that when we actually loading the data, the entire page is going to show a loading skeleton. I don't want the entire page to show a loading skeleton. I just want only the section that's actually being that has dynamic data being put from the server. Talk about the documentation. I'm going to scroll down. I can't actually find what I'm actually looking for, so I'm going to search for it. I'm actually looking for suspense. I'll say search for with suspense, and you can actually see what we can actually see. Suspense allows you to be more granular about parts of the page to stream. For example, you can immediately show any page content that falls outside of the suspense boundary and stream in the list of blog posts, or stream in the list of listings, in our case, inside the boundary. And this is how we're actually going to implement it. Okay, so that's why we actually placed this, when we're actually fetching the request, we placed it inside this listings component. Okay, so we can wrap a suspense around the component. So let's do that. So right here, I'm going to call the suspense from React, which is a component from React, call that suspense. Then in between this opening and closing suspense tag, we place our listings in here. I'll just format this. And now we can actually add a fallback. When we go back to the documentation, you can see that we can add a fallback, the skeleton or any loading indicator we want to actually show for when the data has been streamed in. So we're going to add a fallback. So I'll say the fallback, for now, my fallback is going to be, I'll put the paragraph tag, I'm going to say loading. I'll save that. Now when we go back to our application, when we can actually see that loading right here. So immediately the page is going to be rendered immediately, but it's going to actually wait for it to actually fetch this data. Then it's actually going to populate the page with the data. Amazing. So let's actually continue our favorite functionality. So I'm just going to close this and close this up. Now we already have the hook. Now how do we use the hook? We're going to create a like or favorite button. So I'll just go to SRC components. I'm going to create a folder called favorites, and then inside this favorite folder, I'm going to create a heart button component, heart button.css rfc. Get rid of this import statement. Now what are we going to output here? We'll go to our listings card, Remember, we actually designed a heart button right here. So this is the heart button we're actually going to return. So I just cut this off and then I'll paste that inside this heart button right here. I'll paste that in. I just get the icon. I'll save that, and then inside this listing card, we just call the heart button like that. And then up here, I can get rid of this React icon heart import. And then I'm going to go back to the heart button. This heart button now is going to be a client component too. So I'll just say up here, I'm going to specify that this is going to be a client component by using the use client directive from Next.js. And then in here, I'm going to specify some props. So I'll say interface heart button props. It's going to have a listing ID that's going to be of type string, and also it's also going to have a current user like this. So I'll just copy this one and then I'll paste that right here, and then we can actually pass the type to the props. I'll say heart button props, and then in here I can actually destructure as the listing ID and the current user. Just format this. And then in here, we're going to call the custom hook we created. So I'll say const, I'm going to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use favorites. Then we can actually pass the listing ID and pass in the current user. And then we can destructure out the toggle favorite function and also get the has favorite from the use favorite hook. And then after that, we're going to add some dynamic style. So I'm going to cut this off. And then we're going to make use of dynamic style. Just make use of CLSX. Get that. And then in here, I'm going to say has favorited. If as favorited, then we're going to give this a few rows of 500 and text rows of 500 as I'm going to give it this styles right here. Test gray of 700. Also, I'll give it some static style. I'll give it a transition prop thing. Add a comma right here. And then we can add an on-click to this, okay? So when the user clicks on this button, I want to fire an arrow function that's going to take an event, and then we're going to say event.stop propagation. And the reason we're actually doing this right here is because when we actually when we click on this, we want to route to the listing view page. We don't want, when we click on this, don't want to actually route to the listing view page. So we want to actually stop the propagation, okay? So when we click on this, it's going to stop the propagation of taking us to the listing view page, and it's going to run this function we actually want to add to the button. It's going to run this function right here, toggle favorite. Okay, I'll save that. So now we have the add button component to actually favorite a listing. So let's actually use it. So we're going to go to the listing card. We already have the add button right here, but we have to pass some props to it before it can be functional. We have to pass the listing ID and also the current user. So right here, I'm going to say the listing ID is going to be equals to the listing dot the ID of the listing. And then we have to pass the current user, because if we try to like the listing right now, when I click on favorite listing, it'll say please log into favorite listing. That's because inside this use favorite listing right here, we say that if the current user is not passed, we are going to actually ask for this, please log into favorite listing. Okay, and that's because inside the listing card, you're not actually passing the current user. So right here, say the current user. So we have to guess the current user from the parent component. So I'm going to go to the listing.txt file. Remember that we actually fetch the current user here, okay? When we actually make a request to get the listing. So I just copy this current user right here. I'll scroll down. Then right here, I'll say the current user is going to be equals to current user. And we're obviously going to get an error because this listing card is not actually expecting this prop. So we're going to go back to the listing card right here. We're going to see we're going to be expecting a current user. There's going to be an object. I'll copy the one we did in here inside this add button. I'll just copy this, and then I'll just paste that right here. And then we'll just destructure out the current user, and then we'll pass the current user right here. Okay, great. I'll save that. So now we actually have the favorite functionality. So now let's actually test this as I'll go back to the web page. I'll first of all refresh the web page. And then I'll click on favorite this listing, and we don't actually get anything, but it's actually working. When we refresh, you're going to notice that the listing is actually be favorited. That's because we're not actually refreshing the router. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to that hook, I'll go to use favorite. Up here, I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, which I'm going to get from Next navigation. And then right here, after we actually make a request to favorite or unfavorite listing, we're just going to actually see router dot refresh the router. Great, so I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our application. I'll click on unfavorite listing. Go to unfavorite listing. I click on favorite this listing. It's going to favorite the listing. Click on favorite listing. It's going to favorite the listing. So it's actually working. And when we refresh, it's actually still going to be favorited. And now when the user actually logs out, I'll click on log out. It's going to refresh the router. You can see right now it is no longer favorited. When you try to favorite the listings, it's going to say please log into favorite listings. Amazing. In this chapter of the tutorial, I'm going to actually work on fetching the favorite listings of the user. Now in our finished project, we're able to go to the favorite page. Where my favorite, I won't click on my favorite. It's going to take us to the favorites page. We can actually see the listings the user has actually favorited, and the user can actually view listings they've actually favorited in this Airbnb application. We are not going to be making use of an endpoint. We're going to make use of server actions. So I'm going to go to SRC. Inside this server action folder, I'm going to create another action. This action is going to be get favorites listings .txt. In here, I'm going to export async function get favorite listings. First of all, we're going to get the current user to check if the user is authenticated. So I'll say const current user is going to be equal to, I want to await our get current user server action, which I'm going to get from I'm going to import this get current user from this file. So basically, since they're in the same folder, it's going to be / get current user. And then down here, I'm going to check if no current user. If no current user .id, then this action is going to return an empty array. We're not going to see any listings. Then down here, if the user is authenticated, then I'm going to say const user. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma. We're going to import Prisma from the lib folder, dot, make use of the user model, dot. We want to find a unique user where the user ID matches the current user.id, like that. And then down here, we're going to actually select what we actually want, so we can actually optimize the query, so we don't fetch all the columns. So we're going to say select. We only want to select one column, which is going to be the favorite IDs. I'll set that to true. Then down here, we can check if no user was found, or if the user dot the favorite IDs dot the length, that's the length of the array, is equivalent to 0, which means the user does not have any favorite listings. We're also going to return an empty array, like that. Then down here, we're actually not going to fetch the listings in the user ID, okay? User favorite IDs, okay? So basically, if the user has favorited 3 listings, so those 3 listings are going to get the ID from the user, okay? Because we have a feed in the user's column called favorite ID, so we're going to get those IDs, okay? So if you have 3 IDs, we're going to fetch those listings with their ID. So down here, I'm going to say const listings is going to be equals to, I want to await Prisma dot the listing model dot find many listings where the ID is in the user dot favorite IDs. Okay, so we want to fetch the listings where any of the listings where the ID matches the favorite IDs in this user favorite. After that, we're simply going to order by, that's after this where right here, we're going to order by created at, and it's going to be descending order. And down here, at the end of this action, this server action, right here, we're going to return the listings, like that. I'll just format this. Great. So now we have the action, the server action. We need to actually fetch a user's favorite listings. So let's actually use this action. First of all, we have to create a favorite page. So I'm going to create a page. Now, this page is going to be different from the other pages we are going to create, because this page is going to be protected. An unauthenticated user that is not logged in should not be able to actually visit the favorite page, actually see favorite listings. So basically what we want to do now is actually protect route. So what I'm going to do, inside this SR, inside this app folder, I'm going to create a group route. I'll create a folder called protected. Now I'm using this bracket because I don't want this protected to be shown in the URL, okay? So inside this protected, I'm going to create a layout file, layout.tsx rfc. I'm going to rename these right here. I'll call these group layouts, like that. Spell this layout correctly. And then this is going to have access to a prop. Remember, anytime I'm using a layout file, it's going to have access to a prop called children. Okay, now that prop means whatever page we create inside this route that has this layout right here, the contents of the page, just like with our layouts, are going to be rendered right here where we have these children. Okay, just like our root layout. So in here, we're going to destructure add the children, and then we have to specify the type. So this is going to be read only. Then in here, I'll say the children is going to be of type React node. Now I'll just format this. So we actually specified the type, and then we'll just render, use an empty fragment. We just render the children in between these empty fragments right here. Okay, so whatever page we create in this protected route, they're going to be rendered right here. So now we have to actually add some kind of a protection to this page, so only authenticated user can actually visit this protected route. Any page we create inside this folder, only authenticated user can actually visit these pages. So what we're going to do up here, I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, I'm going to get our auth instance dot API, since we are inside the server component, dot get session. And then I'll say headers. So I'm going to await headers from next headers, like that. And then since we are making use of await inside this function, we're going to say this is going to be an async function. After that, we're going to check if no session, if the user is not authenticated, we didn't get a session, the user doesn't have a session, then we're going to redirect the user. We're going to import redirect up here from next navigation, redirect the user to the home page. So whenever a user is unauthenticated and tries to visit any route inside this protected folder, inside this group folder, the user is going to be routed back to the home page. So I'm going to save this. So inside this protected route, we can actually create our favorite page. So in here, I'm going to create a folder called favorites. And then inside this favorites, I'm going to create a page called page.tsx RFC. Great. So we actually have this page right now. So now, let me check in our navbar if we already actually added all those routes. So navbar.ts in our drop down menu, we actually have that /favorites. So now I'm going to actually go back to our application. I'll click on this. Now, this user is not actually authenticated, so user cannot actually even see the favorite page. Okay, so the user is not authenticated. Let's actually sign in this user. So I'll click on sign in. I want to sign in with the user who registered. Sign in. So now the user can actually visit this page. Now go over to your favorites, and we get a 404 not found. And that's because we are placing this protected folder inside the API folder. We're supposed to place it inside this app folder, not the API folder. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut this off and I'll paste this inside the app folder. The protected folder should be inside the app folder, not the API folder. It should be inside this app folder. And then the route is going to be /favorites, because this protected is not going to show in the URL. That's why we actually use this bracket. So I'll go back to our application. We actually see it right here. We actually see page right here. Great. So we actually see the favorite page. I'll get rid of this import right here. Now, what we want to do is what we actually did in the home page. We want to fetch the listings and actually use suspense to actually stream the data in. So what I'm going to do, I'll create a component inside this components folder. I'll go to src component. Inside this favorites folder, I want to create a component called favorites page.tsx RFC, and then I'll just call that favorites page in here, favorites page, like that. And then we'll go back there. We can actually see the component of your favorites page. And now, since we're going to be making requests in here, we're going to wrap this a suspense around this, and then we'll just paste that right here, and then we'll give it a fallback of is a paragraph tag. Now we're actually going to update this loading later on in the video. Actually use a loading skeleton, which is going to be a better user experience. I'm going to save that. Now inside this favorites page, you can actually make use of the server action we created. So up here, I'm going to say const. First of all, I'm going to get the current user. Current user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await get current user. Since I'm making use of await, I'll specify this is going to be an async function. And then after that, I'm going to say const listings. Listings we're going to get to be equals to, I'm going to await get favorites listing, which is server action we created in here. Okay, this get favorite listings action. And then down here, we can check if listings.length is equivalent to 0. Okay, which means the user does not have a favorite listing. So what we're going to do is we're going to render a component called empty listing. So I just call that empty listing, empty listings. So let's already create this component. So I'll go into SRC component UI. I'm going to create these empty listings right here. I'll say empty listings.tsx rfc. I'll get rid of this import. I'll create an interface of the props that's going to be passed to these empty listings. Interface empty listings props. Title is going to be of type. It's going to take a title. It's going to be of type string. A sub title that's going to be of type string, like that. And after that, I'm just going to pass the type right here as empty listing props, and then we destructure out the title and also the subtitle. Then it's going to return a div. I give this div a table class, display of flex, a flex of column, items of center, justify of center, padding vertical of 20, a text of center, a maximum width of xm, and mx of auto. And then inside this div, we're going to have a h2 tag that's going to output the title. And then we'll give this title a table class, text of 2xl. For medium screens and above, give it a text of 3xl. For large screen, I'll give it a text of 4xl, a font of semi-bold, and a text gray of 900. After that, I'm going to output the subtitle inside a paragraph tag. I'll give this subtitle a table class, margin vertical of 4, and a text gray of 600. I'm going to save that. And then in here, we can just import that component. So import the empty listings from our UI. And then we have to pass a title to it. For this favorite listing page, the title is going to be no favorite yet. And then the subtitle is going to be start exploring and save your favorite places. Just format this. And then this is going to return a JSX that's going to have a div, which I'll give a table class, maximum width of 7xl, mx of auto, padding of 4. After that, I'm going to output a h2 tag that's going to say your favorites or your favorite listings. And then I'll give this a table class, text 2xl, font of semi-bold, margin bottom of 6. Then after this h2 tag, I'll create a div, which I'll give a table class. It's going to be similar to the one we have in the listings page. I'll just go to that listing page, SRC, so I don't have to write this styles from scratch. SRC components, go to listings right here. It's going to be similar with this right here. So just copy what we have here. And then I'll paste that right here. Now for this one, I don't want this one. Okay. For last screens and above, I just want a grid cost of 4. Even for extra last screen, I want just 4 columns. And then in here, you can actually map through the listings you are getting from the server action. Say listings.map. Anytime we map through the listing, just call it a listing. And then I'm going to return a listing card. Now this listing card, we're going to pass a listing that's going to be equals to this listing right here. The current user is going to be equals to the current user variable. And then since we are mapping through a list, we have to specify a key. The key is going to be listing dot the ID of the listing. Just format this. So now we have the favorite listings right here. So when we come back to our application, we just refresh. We should actually see the favorite listings right here. Great. So now I can actually unfavorite this. That's actually gone. And then I can actually unfavorite this too. And that's actually gone too. And we are not actually getting the UI that's going to be rendered. That's because we are not returning it. So right here, I'm just going to say I want to return this JSS if it's actually equals to 0. Save that. And we actually see that right here. No favorite listings. But when we go back there, actually favorite a list. When we come back to the whole page, favorite a listing, go back to the favorite page, we actually see that right here. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually start working on fetching a user's properties. Now, in the finished project, you can notice right here that a user can actually go to my properties and they're able to see all the listings they've actually created in this application. You can actually see their properties and they can see the dates the property was listed. So let's actually work on this. First of all, I want to create a server action to actually fetch a user's properties. So I'm going to go to SRC, then I'll go to server actions. I'll create an action called get properties .txt. And this is very simple. I want to say export async function get properties. First of all, I'm going to get the logged in user. So current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. And then I'm going to check if no current user dot ID, if no current user, then we're just going to return an empty array, an empty properties array. And then down here, I want to say const listings, create a listing variable is going to be equals to, I want to await Prisma. We get Prisma up here from the light folder dot the listing model dot find many listings. The listings where the user ID, that's the user that created the listings, matches the current user.id. And then after that, I just want to order the listings by created at in a descending order. And finally, we just return the listings like that. So that's all. We have the server action. We need to actually fetch the user's properties. So let's actually use it. So to use it, we have to create a page. So I'll go to SRC app. Inside is protected because this is also going to be protected. It's going to be protected, but I'll create a folder called properties. But first of all, I'll check the name we gave it in our navbar. Go to SRC component navbar. Actually call this / properties. Okay, so it's going to be properties.ts. So I just copy these right here. Go back to app protected. I'll create a folder called properties. Then inside these properties, I want to create a page.tsx file. .tsx. RFC. I also have to create a component for actually fetch the data. So SRC component. Inside these components folder, create a folder called properties. Then inside these properties, I'll create a component called properties page.tsx RFC. And then inside this page.tsx file, this page right here, just get rid of this div, just call the properties page right here and get rid of this import reactive statement. And now when we go over there, go to application, I click on this, I go to your properties. I actually see the properties page, I see the properties component. Great. So now let's actually make use of that server actions inside this properties page. So up here, I'm going to say const listings. It's going to be equals to await get properties action. And then since you are making use of await, and you'll convert this to an async function. So basically, I have same structure with the favorites page. So I just go to that favorites page, favorites page right here. So we're also going to have this right here. We're going to check if the listings is equivalent to 0, if these have not actually created any listings. And then we just update this. First of all, I just import this and then we just update the title and the subtitle. The title is simply going to say no properties found. And then the subtitle is going to say you haven't listed any properties yet. And then here, we'll just also copy what we have here. I'll just copy this JSX here. And then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, and then we'll just import this listing card, and also I just get rid of this because we're not going to need that in here. And instead of your favorite listing, this is going to be your properties. That's the listings you've created in the platform. You're actually going to see your listings here. So I'm going to save that. So now we'll go back to our application. We should actually see the listings these have actually created. Now, for this right here, when a user actually see their properties, we don't want users to be able to favorite their own properties. So we're going to get, for this particular page, we don't want to actually see this. So we're going to modify our listing card. So when we actually call our listing card, we're going to add a prop to this. Now, our listing card, we're going to add a prop. We'll add a prop called hide favorites button, or add favorite button, whatever you want to call it. Add favorite button, and this is going to be optional, and it's going to be boolean. And then we just destructure that prop add favorite button. Now for the add button, we don't want to render the add button if the add favorite button is false. Okay, if we didn't actually pass through to this add favorite button prop. So I'll just get rid of this, and then I'll say if not hide favorite button. That's only when we want to render this component. I'll format this and save that. And now we can actually pass that prop in its properties page. Right here, I can simply say I want to call the hide favorite button, and it's going to be set to true. Setting it to true is the same thing as just calling it like this. It's basically the same thing. So just say hide favorite button. Now we'll go back to our application. We don't see the favorite button, okay? But when we go to the home page, we actually see the favorite button. Also, when we go to the favorite listings, we actually see the favorite button. But for your properties page, you can't actually see the favorite button. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out this user and log in another user that I've not actually created any listing. So I'll just log out this user, and you can see that immediately I actually log out the user is actually redirected back to the home page. Remember, we're actually protecting this route right here, this page.tss route. We have a layout file right here that actually protects all these group routes inside this protected folder. So immediately I logged out the user, it's going to route the user back to the home page. So I want to send in another user. I'll send in a user with a Google account. So I've actually sent in a new user. Okay. So I want to go to your properties. And you can see right here, no properties found. You haven't listed any properties yet. So let's actually create a new listing with this user. So before we do that, when we create the listing, remember I said that I'll just go back to that create listing model, SRC models, create listing model. Remember I said that after we create the listing, we're going to ask the user to the properties page. So now since we have the properties page, let's actually do that. So I'll create a router up here. I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router. I'm going to get that router from Next navigation. And then down here, after we create the listing, we're going to route the user to the properties page. I'll say router dot replace. We're going to route the user to / properties. It's going to be the properties page. So I'll save that. So let's actually create a listing with this user. So I'm going to click on Airbnb home. Then I'm going to click on beach, click on Next. Then I'll select a country. I'll just choose Brazil. It's going to point to Brazil. Next, then we can select number of guests. I'll say five guests are allowed to stay on this property. Then rooms, how many rooms are available? 3. Bathrooms, how many bathrooms? 3. Let me just say 4. Then next, then title, say a family friendly home by the beach. And for the description, just copy this, paste this here, paste it again. Then I'll click on next. Then for an image, I'll select an image. I'll select this image right here. Click on next. Then for the price, I'll do $80 per night. Then I'll click on create listing. Listing created yourself, and then we'll add the user to the properties page. I can see now this user now has one property. And then we'll go back to the home page. Actually see the listing right here. America's Brazil a family friendly home by the beach. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on the listing view page. So when a user clicks on a listing, the user should be able to actually view that listing and the details of the listing, and also view the location of that listing. And also the user will be able to actually reserve this listing and create a new reservation. So let's actually start working on this. Before we start working on this, there's some updates I want to make from the previous chapter. Now, I'll go to SRC app. This protected. We created 2 pages from the previous chapter, and those 2 pages we created, we were using lowercase for this, which is not actually good in Next.js, because this is actually a component, so it has to start with an uppercase. Okay, and this could work in your local development server, but in some server it could actually break. Okay, and then also this one, we're going to actually change this one to an uppercase P, like that. And then you're going to notice that when we go to the properties page, I'll click on it, I'll go to your properties. We are not actually outputting the listing date. Okay, the date the listing was actually created. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to that listing card. I'll go to SRC component. I'll go to listings. I'll go to listing card. So up here, I'm going to pass a prop called property. Okay, so I want to check if the listing card is being displayed in a properties page. So this is going to be Boolean. And then we can destructure add the property from the prop. And of course, this is going to be optional, okay, because for some components, we might not actually pass this property. So it's going to be an optional prop. So I'm going to scroll all the way down. After this, where we have this price per night right here, down here, I'm going to say if the property, if it's a property, is being listed in the properties page, then I want to render this JXS right here. And then we're going to create a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of margin top of 3. And then inside this div, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which I'll give a tailwind class of text XM and a text gray of 500. And then in here, you can actually list out there's a listed so a new, they want to format the date, and then we'll pass the listing dot created at in there dot to local date string. I'm going to save that. Now, when we go back there, we'll go over to the properties page. You can see right now we don't actually see it. That's because we've not actually specified the prop to be true. So we're going to go over to that properties page component, go to SRC component. There's that properties folder, yeah, where we have that right here. So in here, when we call this, we'll just say this is a properties page component. Okay, so I'll save that. So this is basically passing property as true. So now we'll go back there. We should actually see listed on. We can actually see the date right here. Great. So now we can actually start working on the listing view page. For that, we're going to create a new page, and this page is going to be dynamic, just like when we were creating routes and we had dynamic routes when we created the favorite. We had a dynamic route right here. We're using dynamic folder. We're also going to have a dynamic route for our page. So I'll go to SRC. Now inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new page. Now remember, this is not going to be protected because an unauthenticated user should be able to view the listing, okay, but they will not be able to create reservations, but they should be able to view the listings. So we're going to create this outside the protected folder. So in this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called listings. And then inside this listings folder, I'm create a dynamic folder as a listing ID. And then inside this dynamic folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx RFC. I have to convert this to uppercase page, so don't actually forget. Great. Just get rid of this import statement. So now we can actually visit this dynamic page. So to visit this page, what we're going to do, we're going to go to our listing card, go to SRC, component, listings, go to our listing card.tss file. Now, when a user clicks on any listing card, we want to add the user to the listing view page to actually view that particular listing. Now, how do we do that? We're going to hook up an on-click event to this card right here. So when the user clicks on that card, it's going to ask the user to that listing. So first of all, we have to create a router instance. So I'll make this a client component. I just convert this to a client component. We're not doing any server rendering. So I'll say use clients, and then the reason I'm doing is I want to make use of the router hook from Next.js. So up here, I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. right here, we're going to say when a user clicks on any of these cards, on click, you're going to fire an arrow function that is going to run this router dot push the user. We'll make use of backticks. We're going to add some dynamic parameters in here. So say /, so that have to just create a /listings / we're going to pass in the dynamic listing.id like that. Just format this. So now when we go back to our application, when we click on any card, it's going to route us to the listing view page. So I'll click on this. You can see right here we are in the listing view page. You actually see that page right here. Amazing. So let's create the UI for that. So first of all, I'm going to create the UI for this page.tsx first, so we actually understand the structure of the UI. So I'm going to create a div right here, which I'll give a tailwind class, maximum width of 6xl, mx of auto. First of all, I'm going to create the header section. So I just label this header section. We're going to start with a h2 tag. For now, I'm just going to output this random text, and then I'll give this h2 tag a tailwind class. Text of XL. For medium screens and above, I'll give it a text of 2XL. For large screens, I'll give it a text of 3XL. A font of semi-bold. Padding vertical of 2. For small screens and above, I'll give it a padding vertical of 4. Text gray, I'll give it 900. Margin bottom of 4 and a leading of tight. I'll save that. We should be able to see that text right here. Luxury ocean view apartment with panoramic vistas. After this h2 tag, we're going to create the hero image. Just comment this off, and down here I'm going to create a div which will give a tailwind class of relative, width of full, height of 80. For small screens and above, I give it a height of 120. For large screens and above, just give it a height of 150, and then a rounded of 2XL, overflow of hidden, shadow of 2XL, margin bottom of 10, like that. And then inside this, I'm going to output an image tag, which I'm going to get from Next image. I'm going to get that from Next.js, the SRC. For now, it's going to point to a static image we have in our root folder, but later on in the video, we're actually going to add that closing tag. Later on in the video, we're actually going to be pulling this from the database /images, and just use any one image, do it .jpg, and then we have to specify a fee property based on the fact that we already gave this a position of relative and we already give it a width of full and height of 8, so we can just give it a fee property. Okay, and this can act as the width and height of the image, and then we'll give it a tailwind class of object cover. And by getting an error, that's because I think we not added the auth test. So auth test, I basically just pass this name right here to the auth test. Okay, great. I'll save that. And now we should be able to see an image right here. And the image is not being, I think that's because I don't think it's JPG, I think it's JPEG. Check that images, yeah, it's JPEG. So I'll say it's JPEG like that, and we should be able to see the image. Amazing. So we actually see the image right here. So now after this header right here, after both this h2 and this right here, we're going to create the main content. So down here I'll say main content. So I'm going to create a div. I give this div a tailwind class, a display of grid, a grid cause of 1. For large screens, I want to give this a grid cause of 3. And then inside this div, spell this grid correctly. Grid. And then inside this div, we're going to have 2 columns. We're going to have the left hand side and also the right hand side. Okay, so first of all, say the left side. Just comment this off, and also we're going to have the right side. Okay, this right side is going to be the booking card, the reservation booking card. We're going to have the calendar. Okay, while this left hand side, we're going to have the details and the map. So inside here, I want to create a div. Give this a tailwind class. The tailwind class is going to be for last. I want this to have a call span of 2. Okay, I want this particular container for large screens and above to occupy a 2x2, okay? Remember, we gave this a grid cost of 3. We want this to occupy 2 columns, okay, for large screen devices. And then you're going to create the host info card. So I want to create a div for that. I'll give this a display of flex items center, a gap of 3, a rounded of 2xl. Then I'm going to have a div. This div is going to be wrapping around the user's profile picture. So I'll give it a tailwind class of relative, width of 14, height of 14, rounded of full. I want full border radius for the image, overflow, hidden, a border of 4 and a border of white, like that. And then in here, we're going to output an image tag, the image, the SRC of the image. For now, say /images / I just use image.png, which is going to be which is our default fallback image, since we're not pulling the data from the database yet. Auth is going to be, I just say the host. I'll update this later on to the user's name. Then I'm passing a fee property and also a tailwind class of object cover, like that. I'll save that, actually see what we are doing, and we actually get the image right here. Great. After these divs and wraps around the image, I'll create another div. Inside this div, we're going to have a h2 tag that's going to say hosted by host, okay? I'm basically going to have the user's name right here, the owner of the listings name right here, okay? I'll give this h2 tag a tailwind class, text LG font semi-bold, text gray of 800. Then after this, I want to have a paragraph tag, which I'll give a tailwind class, text gray 700, text of XM, a leading of relaxed. Then in here, we're just going to output super host, like that. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. Great, actually see that. So after this div for the host info, I'll just wrap it up. Now here, we're going to create another div. This is going to be for the description, as a listings description. Create a div down here. Give this a tailwind class, px of 2, py of 4. And then in here, I'm going to output a h3 tag that's going to say about this space. I give this h3 tag a tailwind class. Give this a text of 2xl. For last screen, I'm going to give it a text of 3xl. Font of bold, a text gray of 900. And then a margin bottom of 4. After this h3 tag, I'm going to create a div that's going to output the description and give this a tailwind class of text gray of 700, text of XM, and a leading of relaxed. Then in here, just output a paragraph tag with a random text. Okay, just use this random text right here. I'll save that, and we should be able to see that right here. Okay, we get about this space, and we actually get this right here. Great. So now what we're going to work on, we're going to work on the left hand part of this main section, which is going to be the booking card. So we're going to create a component that we're actually going to output right here. Okay, so we're going to create the component, then we just import that component in here, because that component is going to be client side, and we cannot actually write client side code in here because we want to keep this particular page as a server component. So to do that, I'm going to go over to our components folder, src components. Then I'll go to listing. Since the component is actually associated with the listing, I'll create a component right here called booking card.tsx rfc. Get rid of this import right here, and then we'll just import that booking card right here. Say booking card, like that. So when I save that, I should actually see that booking card right here. Great. So now I can actually create the booking card. Now, first of all, the booking card is going to be a client component. So up here, we're going to specify that this is going to be a client component by using use client. Now, inside this booking card, what are we going to have here? Inside the booking card, we're going to have this right here. Okay, this this card right here that we can actually use to actually select listings. Okay, so when we go to the next month, which is February, we're able to pick date range of the dates we actually want to reserve for this particular listing. Okay, so let's actually create this component. First of all, we're going to need some packages. Let's actually install those packages. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'll just stop this right here. I'm going to say pnpm install React date range and date fns. Click on enter. And we have those two packages actually added, date fns version 4.1.0 and React date range version 2.0.1. Then I run this development server again, pnpm run dev. Now close this back up. And the first thing I'm going to do inside this booking card, I'm going to specify some props that can be passed in here. So I'll say interface booking card props. It's going to have a value called price per night, and this is going to be of type number. And then right here we can just destructure that prop. Say this is going to take a prop that's going to be of type booking card props, and then we just destructure the price per night. And when we call the component in here, we're just gonna for now just pass a default price, but later on when we fetch the listing, we're gonna pass the price of the listing. Okay, that's the price per night. So I'll say the price per night for now. I'll just use 1,000 or I'll use $150. Save that. Great. So next I want to create a state up here. Say const range set range is going to be equals to the use state hook from the React library, and this is going to be an array. And now we have to actually specify this type be of type range, and it's going to be an array. And up here we're just going to import that type. I'm not actually getting the auto completion. We're going to import that type up here. So up here I'm going to say import type range from React date range, and we get an error right here when we actually over on this say type the module not found React date range. Okay, try npm install. Oh, we've actually installed the type, so let's actually do this. So I'll just copy this right here. Now just go to our terminal. And just the way we actually install the type for our React leaflet when we're working on map, we have to actually install the types. So now you say pnpm, then I'll paste that right here, install as a dev dependency at types React date range. I click on enter. And it's actually going to actually install that for us. So I'm just going to close this back up for now. And you can see that that error is actually gone. And then inside this array, we're going to have an object. I'm going to specify start date. I'll set that to new date. And then we're going to have end date. It's going to be add days. We're going to get this add date from date fns, new date, then 1. And then the key is going to be selection, like that. Spell that selection correctly. Selection. Then after that, we're going to create a variable down here and say const start date is going to be equals to the range state dot the one at the index of 0 dot the start date. Okay, that's going to be our start date. Then const the end date is going to be equals to the range state. Then at the index of 0, we want the end date. So now we can actually guess the number of nights users are going to stay based on what they select from the calendar from the date range. So down here I'll say const nights is going to be equals to start date and end date. If there's a start date and an end date, then we're going to do math dot maximum. We'll get the difference. The difference in, we can't use business days, we're going to make use of the difference in calendar days. I'm going to import that difference in calendar days from date fns, passing the end dates and also the start dates like that. Then 1. Yes, I'll say the total night is going to be 0. I'll just format this again. And then we can get the total price. It comes total. It's going to be equals to the night times the price per night. So once we get the range of the dates the user actually selected from the calendar, we can actually get the number of nights the user wants to stay. Then we'll multiply that number of nights by the price per night. Okay, so if the price per night is $1,000, then if the user selects 3 nights from the calendar, then it's going to be $3,000. The total is going to be $3,000, the total price, okay, of the reservation. And then down here you can return a JSX. It's going to have a div in there, which I'll give a tailwind class. For last screen and above, I want this to have a position of sticky. And for last screen and above, I want it to have a top of 8, like that. And then in here, we're going to create a div, which I'll give a tailwind class of border gray of 200, rounded of 2XL, padding of 2. For small screens and above, I'll create a padding of 8, then shadow of XL. I'll also just add a background of white to this too. And then in here, you can create the UI first of all, the price. So I want to create a div down here. I'll give this div a tailwind class. I'll give this a display of flex, items of center, gap of 2, and a margin bottom of 6. And then inside this div right here, I'll put a paragraph tag, which I'll give a tailwind class, text XL and fonts of bold. And then right here, we're going to put the price per night. I'll just add a $sign at the back of it here. And then after this paragraph tag, we'll put a span that's going to say night. And then I'll give this a tailwind class of text of LG test gray of 600. Save that. So now we should actually see something in the UI. So I'm just going to open this up and actually start up our server again. So I'll say pm run dev and close this back up. I won't go back to our application. You actually see that we're here $150 per night. That's because we actually passed $150 right here. Okay, we are just passed $150. So if we do 1,500, it's going to be 1,500. So whatever will pass as a prop to the component, that's what's going to be rendered right here. After this div for the price, we're actually going to add our calendar. So I'll say calendar. I am going to create a div that I'm going to give a tailwind class overflow. I give it auto, a bg of white. And then in here, I'm going to call date range from React date range. Up here, I'm going to import date range from React date range. And then this date range is going to take some props. First, we have to pass the ranges. Now that range is going to be equal to our range state. Okay, that range state we created up here, that's going to be the ranges. And then after that, we're going to pass an unchanged to this. It's going to fire an arrow function. It's going to take an argument. I'll call the argument item, and it's going to set range. We're going to call set range from our state. Okay, that's our setter function up here, set range. We'll set the range to item.selection. Format this. Then I just say move range on first selection. I want this to be set to false. Okay, so in case the user may accidentally just click on the date range. Okay, so move range on first selection, set that to false. How many months do we want to show on the calendar? I want to show just 1 month. Then the user can actually click on next to actually go to the next month like that. So we don't want to show more than 1 month, just want to show 1 month. After that, I'm going to add a direction, which I'm going to say horizontal. And then the minimum date is going to be new date, which is the current date. Okay, so if you are selecting this on the 5th of January, the new date is going to be 5th of January. Okay, that's going to be the minimum date. The show dates display, I'll set that also to false. And then finally, I'll specify the range colors. I want to make use of the hex colors we use in our globals.css, our primary color, which is this right here. I just copy this, now paste that right here. I'll save that. And we should be able actually to see that date range in the web page. And we actually see that date range. And you can see right here that that date range is extremely ugly. And the reason for that is because we've not actually imported the CSS from date range. So let's do that. So we're going to scroll and actually get the CSS. Now here I'm going to say import React date range /dist /styles .css, and then also say import react date range /dist /theme /default .css. Okay, so I'm basically just importing the CSS. So now we'll go back to our application. I can actually see the date range actually looks better this way. Amazing. And you can see that based on the fact that we said the minimum date is going to be the new date. So the minimum date is going to be from, because right now this is January 29. It's going to be from January 29 and above. You cannot select any date that's behind January 29. So we'll go to February. We're able to select any date from February. Amazing. We can actually see this ugly scroll bar. So let's actually get rid of this ugly scroll bar. So I want to go back to my globals.css. I'm just going to add these styles right here. Okay, no scroll bar. Then I'm going to say give this MS overflow style hidden, scroll bar with none. Also no scroll bar, WebKit scroll bar, display none. I'll save that. So what we just have to do is copy this no scroll bar class. After you've written this class, just go to your booking card where we have the div that wraps around the date range. Just paste that no scroll bar class right here to actually get rid of that ugly scroll bar for us. Now after this calendar div right, you're gonna have a div for the selected date. So down here say selected date. Sorry, spell that date correctly. Then down here I'm gonna create a div. We'll give this div a tailwind class of border gray of 300 rounded of XL overflow. I'll do hidden, margin top of 4 and the margin bottom of 6. And you're going to have another div. I will give a display of grid and a grid cause of 2. Inside this div right here, we'll create a div that's going to have a padding of 4. And then inside this div, I have put a paragraph tag that's going to say check in. Give this a tailwind class of text XX, a font of bold, and also give it uppercase. Then after that, I'll create another paragraph tag, which should give a tailwind class of font semi-bold. And then inside this particular paragraph tag, we're going to have to put the start date. I'll say if the start date is set, start date. Remember that up here we created a from the range. We're going to actually extract the start date from the range we actually selected from our calendar. So we're going to we created a variable called start date. So we're going to make use of that variable right here. So if the start date is set, then we're going to format, and we're going to get that format from. So I just scroll down right here. We're going to import the format from date FNS, and then in here we'll pass in the start date, and also you have to configure it. We want it to be month, day, and then year. If there's no start date, then this is going to be an empty string with this hyphen right here. I'll save that. Now we should actually see that start date right here. Actually see that when we select a date, and when I take this to 1, you can see that the start date is going to be February 1. Okay, and then I can click on 4. You can see the start date is February 4. I go to 13th. The range is going to be from February 4 to 13th. Then I'll click on 17th. The start is going to be 17th. So let's actually work on the end date. So I just format this and rearrange this a bit. So basically what we have here, I just copy this div right here. Just drag this down. This one is going to be check out. So this is going to be the checkout dates. Then all we just have to do is check for the end date variable, end date. Then we just display the end date right here. Amazing. That's all. So now when we go back to our application, we now have this check-in date and the checkout date. So if I want to check in on 1st of January and check out at 12th of January, you're going to see right here is going to be check in at February 1st, then check out February 12th. Amazing. And then after this selected dates, I'll just wrap this up. Then you're going to create a div for pricing. So I'll say pricing. So for that, I'm going to create a div which will give a tailwind class. I'll give this a space y of 3, margin bottom of 3. And then inside this div right here, we'll create another div which we're going to give a display of flex, justify between first gray of 600. Then inside this div, I'm going to create a span Right here, we're going to transpose the price per night. So I use a $sign. So I'll say price per night. And I'm going to multiply that. So I'll use X, multiply that by the number of nights. And then down here, I'll create another span. That's going to actually transpose the total. So I'll say total as the total price. And then after this div right here, I'm going to create another div down here, which I'll give a different class border top padding of 4, justify of between, font of bold, and the text of LG. Then in here, I want to output a span that's going to say total. And then down here, I want to output another span. We're going to pass the total price. Just format this. I'll save that. Let's just check out the output. You can actually see we have the price per night times the number of nights. So when I select another range, you can see right now that the number of nights is 8. When I select from February 1st to February 3, you can see the total from it's going to be 2 nights and 2 times 1,500, 3,500, 3,500. And the reason why this total is here is because you could actually add more functionality to this application. You could actually add something like when a user creates a list, and the user could add something like a maintenance fee in case anything is broken during this time of stay. Okay, during the guest time of stay. So you can add something like maintenance fee or other stuff. Okay, and this is going to be total price to actually reserve the listing. Why this one is going to be total price plus other expenses. After this pricing div right here, we're going to create the reservation button. So I'll say reservation button. That's the button the user is going to click on to actually reserve the listing. So down here, we don't have to actually create any button from scratch. We just make use of our button component. So I'll say button. I'm going to get our button from UI button, and in here, I'm just going to say reserve. And then right here, you can simply just say rounded. Remember, we passed a prop when we created this button earlier in the video called rounded. And if it's rounded, we're going to pass a rounded of full. It's going to be rounded of LG. So now we can pass that rounded. Say rounded right here. Okay, we want this particular button to have a border radius of full. Save that, and you can see we have that button right here. Reserve. Amazing. So I'll just add a table. Remember, we can add other props to this. I'll give it a margin top of 2, or I'll just increase the margin bottom on this one. Just increase the margin bottom to about 6. That should, yeah, that's actually way better this way. So finally, after this button, we just output a paragraph tag. We'll give that paragraph tag a tailwind class of text center, text of XM, text gray of 500, margin top of 4. And then in here, we're going to have an icon called blue check. I'm going to import that in. Give this icon a tailwind class of inline, margin right of 1, then a text green of 500. Finally, we just output a test called you won't be charged yet. And for this one, we just use a HTML entity, ampersand APOS and comma. Okay, it's basically going to do the same thing that I was doing, so we don't get any error when we're actually building the application. Now we use this so that our application doesn't crash when we're actually building the application. So you have to make use of HTML entity. So we'll go back to our application. We should actually see that you won't be charged yet. Great. So now we have the UI for the listings view page. So now we have the UI for the listing view page. We can actually work on actually fetching the listings. Okay, when we click on any listing, when I go back to the home page and we click on any listing, we should be able to actually view that particular listing in this listing view page. So we're going to create a server action for that, and that's very simple. Inside our server action folder, go to SRC server actions. I'll create an action called get listing.ts. I'm going to export async function get listing. In here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. And in here, if we get an error, I'm going to console.error, and then we're going to return null. And then inside the try block, I'll create a variable const listing. It's going to be because I'm going to await Prisma. I'm going to get Prisma from the live folder dot the listing model dot, we're going to find a unique listing. Now we're going to find the listing based on the ID passed to this server action function. So right here, I'm going to say this function is going to take an argument. I'm going to call that argument listing ID, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, I'm going to say I want to find a unique listing where the ID matches the listing ID passed through the request. Now, remember we have a relationship between the listing and the reservation. Inside our schema, we actually created a relationship between the, where are those? We created a relationship between the listing and the reservation. Okay, you can see the listing. Each reservation belongs to a listing, and each listing has many reservations. So there's a relationship. So we can actually fetch the reservation. So right here, I'll say includes reservation, because we have a relationship with the reservation model. What field from the reservation do we need? We're actually going to need this reservation later on in the video. So what field do we want to select? We want to select the start date, set that to true, and also want to select the end date. I want to set that to true. Okay, we want both the start and the end date of the reservation. And then after the reservation, I also want to select user, the user that has the listing, because remember the listing has a relationship with the user model. So what field do we want to select? Now we're actually selecting this right here so we can actually optimize the query, because we don't select, we're going to fetch all the fields from this reservation. Also, if we don't select what we want, we're going to fetch all the fields from the user model, which is very bad practice for our query because we don't need all the fields. Okay, so selecting what we want is going to make our query faster. What do I want to select? I want the ID, I'll set that to true. I want the name, I'll set that to true. And also I want the image of the user, I'm going to set that to true. And now I want to check if no listing was found. As if no listing was found that matches this ID, then we just return no, like that. And then down here, if we found the listing, then we're going to return an object with the listing. I want to spread up the listing because I actually want to modify some values in there. Now when we say dot listing, which means I will be able to modify the values inside this object. Okay, so that's what I want to do. I'm spreading up the listing. What value do I want to modify? I'll call this created at. Okay, name it created at. Then the value is going to be listing. I'll set the value to this variable right here, created at, so you can just access it by calling it created at. Listing dot created at. Then we'll set this to an ISO string. Okay, we are basically just converting the date to a string. Now we will actually fetch this data. I'm going to actually show you why we're actually doing this. After that, I want to convert the date for the reservation too. So I'll say reservation. I'm going to create a variable reservations. Say listing dot reservations dot map. Every time we map through it, we're going to call it a reservation. And then in here, I'm going to create a variable start date, which is going to be the reservation dot the start date dot ISO to ISO string. And then I'll create another variable here, end date. It's going to be reservation dot the end date dot to ISO string, like that. And that's the format we're actually going to return the data. Okay, we're going to modify the date, the created out of the listing, and most importantly the start and the end is you have to format it to ISO string. I'll save that because we're going to use this to date in the date range, the React date range. So these two are very important to actually format it. Even if you don't format this one, these two are very important. So now let's make use of this action. Now remember, inside our page.tss file, we already have this JSX here. Now what we're going to do is what we've been doing, because we also want to make use of streaming in this page. We're going to create a listing page. Okay, so I just go to src components, listings. In here, create a component. I just call this component listing view page. I just create listing page.tsx rfc. And right here, we just everything we have here, we just cut everything we have here, and then we just output them right here. Then we just import this booking card right here, get that booking card, and also import this image from next image. And then we can get rid of all this import right here, and we just call the listing page in here. To save that. Now we'll go back to our project. We'll still see the listing page right here, but it's now inside the listing page component. So I'll basically just cut what we have here. I'm going to place this in a suspense boundary. Then I'll paste that here. Then the fallback is going to be create a paragraph tag, which is simply going to say loading. ... Let's save that. So next, to fetch the data on the server, we need the URL. I want to open up our project in a web browser, localhost 3000. I'm going to notice that anytime we click on a list, when I click on this list, you can see we have a unique ID in that URL. Okay. And also when we click on another list, you're going to see we have that unique ID in the URL. So we have to first of all pull this URL, this dynamic URL right here. And then we can use this dynamic URL to actually fetch the listing, the individual listing. So to do that in Next.js, first of all, I have to convert this to an async component. I'll say async function. It's going to be an async function. Then in here, we're going to have access. Since this is a dynamic route, we're going to have access to a prop called params. Then for the type, I'm going to say params. I'm going to wrap the value in the promise, which is going to be a listing ID that's going to be of type string. And don't forget, it has to actually match this folder name right here, listing ID. Great. So now we can actually just get this pound. So down here, I'm going to say const listing ID is going to be equal to, I'm going to await params dot the listing ID dot the listing ID. Just have to await. So just get rid of this one right here. Await params dot listing ID. And now we have to actually pass this listing ID as a prop, because we're going to fetch the listing inside this listing page to pass it as a prop. So the listing ID is going to be equal to this listing ID variable right here. And we have to specify inside this listing page component this prop type. So I'll go over there. First of all, just get rid of this import right here. In here, we can create an interface listing page props. It's going to take a listing ID that's going to be of type string. Then right here, we'll just specify the type listing page props, and then we'll destructure out the listing ID. And now we have the listing ID right here. You can actually make a request to that action we created, okay, to this get listing server action. Inside our listing page, what we can simply just do, create a variable const listing is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get listing. And up here, I'm going to import that get listing from the get listing server action we just created, and we have to pass in the, remember that this expects one argument. We just pass the listing ID as an argument. And then since we are making use of await, to convert this to an async function like that. For now, I'm just going to log the listing so we can actually see it. I'll say console.log listing like that. Save that. And now, since we are in the server, we cannot actually see this in the browser. So we have to open up our terminal. Then I'll just scroll down. Then you can see right here that we actually get the log right here. Okay. We actually get the log. You can see we're making a get request to listings, then the dynamic route right here. And you can see the listing we just fetched, a nice apartment in the heart of London. I can see the cardinary part right here, the path to the cardinary image. You see every other thing right here. Now, this is what I was talking about when we actually did this. When we go to that get listing function, we actually just reduce this a bit, where we actually formatted the dates and converted them to ISO string. You can see right now that this we converted the created of the listing to ISO string, but we didn't convert the updated. You can see the updated that is coming in its raw form, while the created that is coming as a string. And also for the reservations, we are getting and we can see that we have an empty reservation. That's because we've not actually worked on reservation. So obviously this listing doesn't have any reservation. But for the reservation, both the start and the end dates are going to be coming as string. Okay, that's why we actually did this created as dot to ISO string, converts the created as date to ISO string, and also the start and the end date. So I want to close back this terminal. So now that we have this in the listing page, you can actually make use of this and actually populate the page. So basically what we're going to do is that I'll get rid of this. Then right here I'll say I want to output the listing dot the title of the listing. And then for the hero image, I'll just format this. Then for the hero image right here, we'll get rid of the static image we were using. Then I'll say this is going to be the listing dot the image src of the listing. And right here it's going to say this could be string or undefined. So to prevent this error, what we're going to do up here, we're going to say if no listing this page, if we didn't find any listing from the database, then with this page is going to return null like that. So I should actually get rid of that error for us. Great. So now for the auth test, I just get rid of this. The auth test is going to be the listing dot the title of the listing. And then I'll scroll all the way down. Then right here where it's putting the image, we're still going to use this, but we're going to do it differently. What we're going to do in here is that we're going to say if the listing dot user that owns the listing dot the user has an image, a profile image, then we're going to render this as okay, which means if the user does not have not set their profile picture, we're going to render this for back image right here. As we're going to render the image in here. So right here we're going to say we want to output the listing dot the user dot the image of the user. And also for the hosted by host, this one is going to be the listing dot the user dot the name of the user. Okay, hosted by the name of the user. Then you just leave this superhost, use as a superhost, and this is not going to be test grade 7000, test grade 700. I made a mistake there. And that's basically it there. Right here, just output the description. So say this is going to be listing dot the description of the listing, and we just pass the price to this card right here. Say listing dot the price of the listing. So we have actually done populating this with the dynamic data. So let's save this, go back to the project, and you can see right now these are actually updated in nice and calm home. And I'll just go back there. I'll click on a nice apartment in the heart of London. Click on this. We actually see a nice apartment in the heart of London, and you can see that the price $150 per night. I'll go back to the home page again. Now click on this list that was created by the logged in user. Click on that, and you can actually see the profile picture right here. Okay, the logged in user, and you can see that right here. Amazing. We also want to actually output the map so that the map is going to point to this location right here. Now the way we are going to do this is that we cannot actually just output the map, because remember when we actually made use of that map, we made use of that map inside this modal component right here, this create listing modal component right here, and then we imported this map using this dynamic right here. Use dynamic. Now the reason we could do this was because this was a client component, but this listings page right here, we are keeping this page as a server component, so we cannot use that dynamic to actually import the map here. So what we're going to do instead is that we're going to create another component, and we'll call that component listings view map component, and then we're going to make that component a client component and output that component right here. We're going to output it right here, okay, inside this div right here, this left hand side div, okay, at the bottom right here. This is where we're going to output the map. So let's actually create that component. So I'll create a component in here called listing view map.tsx rfc, and then I'll make this component a client component. So use client, and then inside our create listing model, I can get that import right here. I'll just copy these, and then we can make use of that import in here. So I just paste that right here. Then we're going to import this next dynamic, and I think the path is actually wrong, so I just try to get the path right. It's going to be dot slash, it's going to be dot forward slash. So we're going to go into, where was that map? I think the map was inside general, then we'll go to forward slash map, then forward slash map component, like that. The reason it's actually different from this is because this one, it was inside this modal folder. Okay, it was inside this modal folder right here, this src modals folder. Okay, so we have to come out of that modals folder, go into the components folder, but this listings view map is already inside the components folder, so you just have to go into the general folder, then the map components, like that. So right here, we're going to say this is going to take a prop that's going to be of type map props, and we're not actually expecting the map props. We're going to go over to that map component. So go to general map component. Right here we have this map props. Just going to export the map props. So we can actually make use of this type map props. So say export interface map props, and then we'll go back to that listing view map. Say the props is going to expect, it's going to be of type map props, and then we just import that map props from the map component. So the structure at the price, remember, it's going to have a price and also a center. And then right here inside this div, we just get rid of this. We're going to output the map components like that, and then we'll give this div a tailwind class height of 120. We want the height of the map for this listing view page to be 120. Overflow of hidden, give it a border property and a border gray of 500. And then you can pass the props right here, that the props that this listing view map is going to actually receive from the listings page. We're going to pass that props to, because basically just prop drilling needs to this map component. So right here I'll say the center. Remember, even this map component expects two props, a center, and that's the coordinate and the price. So we're going to say pass in the price. We're going to pass to this prop, and then we're going to pass in the center, which is going to be the center. So now we can actually call that inside this listing page. We can call that listings view map in here. So say listings view map. We'll pass the price. The price is going to be listing dot the price of the listing. And now for the center, remember, we didn't actually place the coordinates in the database. Okay, so we actually have to get that coordinate. We can actually call the hook inside this component, because this is a server component. So what we're going to do instead is that we're going to pass the listing dot the value to this listing view map, and then inside this listing view map, we can actually fetch the coordinates. So instead, what I'm going to do is that instead of just passing the center, I want to say I'll pass the location value, which is going to be equals to listing dot location value. Okay, and then inside this listing view map, instead of saying this is going to be type map props, I want to get rid of this center right here. Then in here, I want to say I'll create a new type interface listing view map props. It's going to have a price that's going to be of type string, and then it's going to have a location value that's going to be of type string. And then right here, we'll specify the prop type as listing view props, and then right here we'll just structure the location value. So now the location value we are getting from fetching the listing, we're going to pass that location value right here, and we're getting an error. We're getting say number is not assignable to type string. Oh, this is going to be of type number, not type string. Okay, and that's the beauty of TypeScript. It's going to actually help correct us when we actually do something wrong. And now for this center, we're actually going to fetch this. So we're going to make use of the hook we use inside this listing card to actually fetch the country, this get by value. So I just basically copy this right here. Then I'm going to take this to the listing views map. Then I'll paste that up here. Then I'll just import the use countries hook. And then right here, instead of passing the listing dot location value, I just pass the location value. Okay. So for the center down here, it's going to be location value dot the latitude longitude of the country we fetched, and we get an error. It says that type number or undefined is not assignable to type number. So what we're basically going to do is that we're going to say, so back here, what I'm going to say, if no location, if we don't get any location, then we just return right here. Okay, we're not going to actually return this JSS if we don't get any location. So now we are passing the coordinate to the map component, okay, to this map component right here to actually render our map. So now we'll go back to our project. We should actually see the map right here. It's going to point to that location. So I'll go to another listing. I'll click on this one that is in the United Kingdom. And it's going to point to a location in the United Kingdom. When we actually zoom in, you're going to see that these are actually locations in the United Kingdom. But the map is too close to this book component right here, just too close. So what I'm going to do, I think we didn't add a gap between these two. So I'm going to go back to the listings page where we have this right here, display of grid cause of 1. I'll give this a gap of 10 and save that. That should ensure that we have a gap between these two items, and this is actually way better. So I'm going to click on a listing in the United States. I'll click on this one right here. It's going to point to a location in the United States. In this chapter of the tutorial, we actually want to work on creating reservation. Now, we will actually view a listing. We want to be able to actually create reservations, okay, so that a logged in user will be able to actually reserve this listing. So let's work on that. First off, I'm going to create an endpoint to actually handle creating reservations. So I go to this SRC folder. I go to the app folder. Now inside this API folder, I'm going to create another folder called Reservations. Then inside the reservation folder, I'm going to create a routes.ts file. In here, I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be a post request. I'm going to use post. This function is going to take a request. It's going to be of type request. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now, if we get an error, we're going to actually console.error reservations post request, then the error. Then we return the next response phase to create reservation. Now just import the next response from next server. And then inside the try block, first of all, we're going to get the current user. So say const current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await our get current user server action. And then that here we can check if no current user.id, as if the user is not authenticated, then we're going to return this next response unauthorized. And then down here, I'm going to say const body is going to be equals to, I'm going to await request. That's this request you are passing to this function right here, .json, like that. And then down here, I'm going to say const, or the structure we're going to get is going to be equals to .body. So what are we going to be passing through the request? We're going to be passing the ID of the list the user is trying to reserve, the total price of the listing, because remember, we're going to calculate the total price from our clients. Okay, so get the, if the user is actually reserving 3 nights, it's going to be 3 nights multiplied by the price of the listing. So we'll get that total price, also get the start and the end date of the user's reservation. So we're going to get the listing ID that's going to be passed through the request. We get the start date that's going to be passed through the request, the end date that's going to be passed through the request, and also we're going to get the total price. I'm going to spell this correctly, the total price of the reservation. And then down here, we can make a check to check if all these fields were passed. So I'll say if no listing ID or if no start date was passed, or if no end date was passed, get the end date, or if no total price was passed. Now, if any of these returns true, if there's no listing ID or no start date or no end date or no total price, if any of these returns true, then down here we're going to return a next response error missing fields with a status of 400. And then down here, I'm going to say const, I'll create a variable called listing. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma, which I'm going to get from get Prisma up here from the live folder. Then dot, we'll make use of the listing model. We want to actually find if that listing exists before we actually create a reservation of that listing. Dot, we want to find a unique listing where the ID of that listing matches the listing ID passed through the request. Then down here we can simply say if we do not get that listing, if no listing matches that ID, then we can simply just return a next response, listing not found, with the status of 404. And then down here, we have to check for ownership, because we don't want users to be able to reserve their own listings, reserve their own properties, because it doesn't make sense for a user to actually reserve their own properties. So we're going to check if the listing, does the user ID of the listener, the user that created the listing, if the ID of the user is equivalent to current user.id, then we're going to return this next response right here. Error, you cannot book your own listing, with a status of 43. And then down here, what we're going to do here is very, very important. We're also going to do this on the clients so that we actually don't want users to reserve listings that's already been reserved. Okay, so for example, now if a user has reserved a listing between January, let me just say between February 1st and February 3rd, a user has reserved that listing for 2 days, for 2 nights. That's between February 1st and February 3rd. We don't want another user to be able to reserve that same date. So we're going to check if the listing has a reservation between that date range. So right here, I'm going to check for overlapping reservations. So down here, I want to say const existing reservations is going to be equals to, or reservation, just call it reservation. It's going to be equals to, I want to await Prisma dot our reservation model. We're going to make use of the reservation model now. Dot find first where the listing ID, that's find the reservation where the listing ID matches the listing ID. This is same thing as saying where the listing ID matches the listing ID, okay? Based on the fact that the variable name is the same thing with the field name, so we can just use the shorthand method. So we are getting the reservations where the listing ID matches the listing ID passed through the request, and make use of an array. The first object is going to be this, where the start date is less than or equal to new dates. It will pass the end date in there. Then where the end date is greater than or equal to new date, or pass the start date in there. So basically, we don't want users to be able to reserve a listing that has a date range, okay? That has a date range that's already been reserved by another user. So down here, we're going to check if existing reservation, if the reservation has already been, if the listing has already been reserved for that date range, or if the date range the user actually tried to reserve is actually part of the date range that's actually been reserved, then we're going to return a next response. These dates are already reserved. After that, you can actually create the reservation. So say create reservation or create a new reservation. So down here, I'm going to say const reservation. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the reservation model dot we want to create a new resource. So passing the data, the user ID as the user that is trying to create the reservation is going to be the current user dot ID as the ID of the current user. Passing a listing ID, use a shorthand method. Then the start date of the listing is going to be new date. Then we'll pass in the start date sent through the request. Then for the end date, it's going to be new date. Then we'll pass in the end date passed through the request. And then finally, we just pass the total price passed through the request. Amazing. Format this. And then after all that, now we're just going to return a next response dot JSON, passing the reservation in there, and then we'll pass in a status of 201. 201 because a new resource is actually created. I'll just format this right here. Great. So now we have the endpoints we need to actually create a new reservation. So let's actually make use of this endpoint. So to do that, we're going to go back to our components folder. I'm going to go to src components. I'll go to listings. I'll go to this booking cart.tss file right here, okay, our booking cart component. So right here, we're going to create a function to actually make a request to that endpoint. So up here, I'm going to say const on reserve. It's going to be equals to an async function. I want to create a loading state so we can actually set the loading to true when we're actually making the request. So up here, create a state const loading set loading is going to be equals to the use state hook from React, and by default this is going to be false. Okay, we're only going to send this to true when we actually start making the request. Then inside this on reserve, first of all, we have to check if no start date is if no start date. Remember, we have a variable up here called start date and end date. So if there's no start date or if no end date, we're simply just going to return. Okay, we're not going to do anything, we just return. Okay, break the code. And then also we're also going to check if the user is not authenticated. So up here we're going to get our session from Better Auth. So to do that, I'll say const, I want to structure what we're going to get. This will be equals to auth client. We're going to get our auth client from the lib folder. Okay, that's the auth client we created when we're actually working on authentication. Use session. And remember, this is going to have a date as well, the structure that as I'm going to rename that session. So right here, we can actually check and say if no session, if the user is not authenticated, if no session, they actually want to toast to the user to actually sign in before they can actually reserve a listing. So I just get one of those toasts. Let's just go to the modals folder, go to modals, go to login modal. Then I'll just copy this right here. Then I'll paste that right here. I'll just import this toast from React Hot Toast. Right here we can say sign in to reserve, like that. And then down here we just return, just break the code right here. I'll save that. So let's test if this function is working first. So I just copy this. I'm going to scroll all the way down to our reserve button. Then I'm going to add an on click to this. I'll say on click. I want to run this function right here on reserve. And also I just pass the loading state. I'll say loading is going to be equals to the loading. I'll save this. And then I'll just go back to our application. I'll just refresh. And you can see you'll be able to actually reserve this. Now, if the user actually can reserve it, I'll just go up here. I'll say I'll just alert. For now, we're just going to alert reserved. Okay, before we actually make the request, so it's know if this function is working accordingly. When I click on this, it's going to say reserved because we are actually authenticated. Now, when I log as this user, Then when I click on reserve, it's going to say sign in to reserve. So this is actually working. So I'll go back to the application. Now, where we have this alert reserve, we're going to make a network request. So I make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we're going to check if it's an Azure's error. So I'll say if Azure's get Azure's from Azure's dot is an Azure's error, pass in that error in there. If it's an Azure's error, they want to toast that error. So I'll just copy this toast right here. I'll paste that right hand. Right here, we're going to output the error dot response dot data dot the error. And then after this catch right here, I'm going to say finally I'm going to set loading to false. So regardless of if we get an error, if it's successful, if the reservation was successfully created, we're going to set the loading to false. Now inside the try block, before we actually make the request, first of all, we're going to set the loading state to true. And then after that, I want to await Azure's, make use of Azure's dot make a post request to the endpoints we created, which is going to be /API/reservations. They do call it reservations or reservation. Let me check. SRC app API reservations. Yes. And then we're going to pass in an object that's going to contain the start date, the end date, the listing ID, and we are not actually passing the listing ID as a prop. So up here, what we're going to do is that we're going to say this is going to receive a prop called listing ID, which is going to be of type string. And then right here, I'm just going to destructure that listing ID out. Okay, so when we call this booking card inside our listing page, I go to listings, go to components, I go to listings. Instead, I want to call this inside the listing page as the listing view page. We'll call that is that we have to pass the listing ID. So I'll say listing ID is going to be equals to the listing dot the ID of that listing. Okay, and then in here we're gonna say down here we're also gonna say the passing the listing ID. We're also going to pass the hosting ID because we don't want users, because on the clients too, we want to validate it so that users will not be able to reserve their own listing. So let's actually just do that. So up here, I'm actually going to pass in another prop called host ID, okay, which is going to be of type string. Okay, that's the user that created the listing. So I'm going to go back to the listing page and I'm going to pass a prop called hosting ID, which is going to be equals to the listing dot the user ID. Okay, it's going to be the ID of the user that actually created the listing. Okay, so now we are passing the price per night, the listing ID, and the host ID as a prop. And then inside this booking card, you can just destructure out the host ID. We're going to make use of this host ID, but let's complete the request. So down here, where we are passing a listing ID, also going to pass the total price, which is going to be total price, because that's what we actually called it in our route. We called it total price. We're going to get the total price from the body, so it's called total price. And then after this, I'm actually going to make a toast. So I'll just copy this toast right here. I'll paste that right here, and the toast is simply going to be listing reserved, okay, or reservation created. And then down here, we're actually going to route the user to the trips page, but since we don't have the trips page, we're just going to refresh the router for now. So up here, I'll create a router instance. Up here, I'm going to say const router. It's going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next Navigation. And then down here, after we actually create listing, after we toast the listing results, a router dot refresh, okay. But later on, we're actually going to route. When we create the trips page, we're going to route the user to the trips page. So now you should be able to actually create reservation. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I don't want a user that will be able to actually create reservation from their own listing. So what I'm going to do, I'll create a variable up here. I'll create a variable called const is disabled for host. So the bot is going to be disabled for the host of the reservation. Okay, so if the logged in user is the host of the reservation, okay, hosted by Egbo Emmanuel, and we're not actually logged in yet, if the user that is logged in is the host of the reservation, the user should not be able to actually click on this body to reserve it. Okay, the body is going to be disabled for the user. So if it's disabled for host, is going to be equals to session.user if the session ID, the logged in user ID, is equivalent to host ID. If this logged in user ID is equal to this host ID, the button is going to be disabled. So I just copy this. It's going to be true. But if it's not equal to, it's going to be false. So I just copy this. Then I'll just head to this button and I'll say this button is going to be disabled. First of all, when this disabled for host is set to true, or when it's loading. So it's going to be disabled when the button is loading, and also when this disabled for host is set to true. So I'll save that now. I'll go back to the application. You are actually going to see that we can actually click reserve, but we have to sign into reserve. So I'm going to sign in a user. So I'll say sign in. I'll sign in with our register user. Continue. And now the user is actually logged in. Now, when you try to reserve this list, you're going to notice that the button is actually disabled. Okay, so a user cannot actually reserve their own listing. But you can actually do it differently. You can actually decide to actually output a feedback. Maybe before the function is run, you can just check if the user that has the listings they want you to reserve, then you just output. You cannot reserve your own listing, but I actually prefer this way. So if you are viewing a listing you actually create, you cannot actually reserve it. So I want to view another listing. I think the user was the one that created this one right here. Yeah, it was created by the other user. You can see right now that you can actually reserve the listing. The bot is not actually disabled. So I think you can actually test the reservation now. We actually have everything set up. Okay, let's actually test this out. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on reserve. So I'm going to say loading. Then you're going to say listing reserve. So we actually created a reservation. So we'll go back to our database. I'll just go to the reservation table. We should actually see a new reservation. You can see the reservation ID created as the reservation. We see the end date, the listing ID, that is the ID of the listing that actually has this reservation. Then we see the start date, the total price of the reservation. So let's actually create another reservation. I'm going to go to February. I want to create a reservation from February 1st to, let me use February 1st to February 10th. That's 2 nights, which is going to be 160, total of 160. Okay, so I'm going to actually reserve from Sunday the 1st of February to Tuesday the 3rd of February. Okay, I'm going to reserve this reservation for that time. So I'm going to click on reserve, and you can say listing reserved, and then we'll go back to our database. I'll just refresh. We should have that listing reserved. Now you can see right here that listing has been reserved, but users can still be able to reserve this listing. Now, if I log out and log into another user will be able to reserve that listing. We don't want users to be able to reserve listings that are already reserved. Now, how do we actually solve this problem? Now, remember, when we fetched our listings, we'll go to our listing action, go to SRC, server actions. When we fetch our listing, get listing right here. Remember, we actually fetch the reservation, the start and the end dates of the reservation. So we fetch the reservation, which means we can pass each listing's reservations as a prop. So what I'm going to do, so we can actually see what we are talking about. I'll go to this listing page right here. I'm going to scroll all the way up. Then up here, where we actually get the listing, I'm just going to say console.log the listing. So I'm going to save that. So I'll just open up my terminal and actually log that to the terminal because this is on the server. We're going to see it on our browser. And when we actually go over there, you can see we actually get the listing. You can see we get the listing. You can see that each listing, this listing has 2 reservations right here. We see the start and the end date of the 2 reservations. You can see the date actually formatted. It's not like this one, this raw one. It's actually formatted to a string. And we see these reservations. We have 2 reservations in here. So now we can actually pass that reservation array as a prop to this booking card component. So I'll close this back up. I'll get rid of this log statements. Then I'm going to pass this as a prop. First of all, inside this booking card, I'm going to say this is going to expect a prop of a reservation prop. So I'm going to say reservations is going to expect a reservations prop. And this prop is going to be an array of reservations. So you have to specify right here by passing an array to the end of the object, and then in here you're going to have a start date, which is going to be a string, and also we're going to have an end date, which is going to also be a string. And then right here, you can actually destructure the reservations, and obviously we're going to get an error because we're not passing the reservation as a prop to this component, which and it actually expects it. When over, it says we have to pass the reservation. So down here I'm going to say reservations is going to be equals to listing dot the reservations of the listing. Amazing. So now we're actually passing the reservations to this booking card component. So we can actually make use of it inside this booking card component. So what are we going to do with these reservations? I'll scroll down. Then just before this on reserve, I'm going to create a function. So it const disabled. Create a view because disabled date is going to be equals to reservations dot, I'm going to flat map it dot flat map. Every time we map to, just call each one a reservation, and then right here we're going to say we're going to get the date interval. So say each day interval gets this. We're going to get this each day interval up here from date fns, and then inside this date interval we'll create an object. Inside this object, the first key is going to be start. The value is going to be new date, and then I'm going to pass the reservation dot start date. And then after that, I'll say the end is going to be new date. Then I'm going to pass the reservation dot the end date. Okay, so now any dates between these 2 dates right here, between this start date and this end date, is going to be a disabled date. So I'm just going to copy this right here. So I'll just paste that. Where do we have that? Okay, yeah. So right here, I say disabled date is going to be equals to this disabled dates up here. I'm going to save this. Now we'll go back to our project. You can see right here that the 1st of February to the 3rd of Tuesday is actually disabled. And also when we go back, these dates we actually, this 30th of January is actually disabled too. We could actually reserve that too. Okay, great. So these dates are actually not disabled. So a user can no longer reserve these listings because this listing has already been reserved by another user. So you have to select from on the 4th if you actually want to reserve this listing. Great. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on fetching the trips. I will head over to the finished project. You're going to notice that we can actually go to the trips, go to my trips, and you're able to see the trips the user actually planned. Okay, now these trips are actually the user's reservations. Now this reservation is going to be the reservations the user actually reserved. Okay, now this reservation was actually reserved between January 27 and January 30th. Okay, and you can actually see it right here. So let's actually start working on fetching the user's trips. So for that, we're going to go over to server actions. Go to our server actions for that. We have to create an action for that. I'll call this action get trips.ts. Now it's very simple. I'm going to export async function get trips. I'm going to say const current user, create a variable current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current. You make sure of our get current user server action. And then after that, I'm going to check if no current user.id. If no current user ID, then we just return an empty array like that. Then after that, I'm going to say const create a variable called trips, which is going to be equals to, now the trips is going to be the reservations, where the user that creates the reservations matches the user that's actually logged in. That's going to be the trips. So we're going to await Prisma. I'm going to get Prisma from the live folder dot reservation model dot find many reservations where the user ID matches the current user dot ID. And then we're going to order by the start date in a descending order. And after that, we want to actually get the listing too. So I'll say include. Remember, we have a relationship between the listing and the reservation model. So include the listing. Include the listing. Now set it to true. Then after that, now I'm going to return the trips. So first I'm going to map through the trips. I want to modify the dates. We put on trips.map. Call each one a trip. I'm going to spread up the trip because for each of the trip, I want to modify or actually convert the created data as a date to a string. So I'll say trip for each of the trip. Start date is going to be trip.startDate dot to ISO string. Then the end date is going to be trip.endDate dot ISO string to ISO string. And we also just convert the created as the created is going to be trip.created at dot to ISO string. And also you have to target the created at of the listing. I'll spread up the trip.listing created at is going to be trip.listing. Get the trip.listing dot the created at, then we'll convert it to an ISO string to ISO string. I'm going to format this. So now we have the endpoint to actually fetch the trips of a user. So let's actually use this. So I'm going to go over, I'm going to create a new page called the trips page. So I'll go to src app. Inside this protected, because this is going to be a protected page. I'll create a new page called trips. And then inside this page, inside this folder, I'll create a page.css rfc. And don't forget to change this to uppercase P. So let's get rid of this import statement. I remember we have to actually create a component because we're also going to make use of streaming. So what I'm going to do is that I'll just go to src components. I'll create a new folder called trips. And this folder is going to have a component called trips page.tsx rfc. And then get rid of these two. We just import that trips page in here. Say trips page component. Great. So now we'll go back to our application. When we go to trips, we should actually see that page. I actually see that right here. See the component trips page. So now we're going to do what we actually did inside this properties page, also the favorite page. We're actually going to, not this one, the components. Go to properties component. We're going to do similar thing what we have here. So first of all, I'm going to just get the listings. So up here, I'm going to say const listings is going to be equals to, I'm going to await get trips. We're going to get trips from our server action. Then also down here, I'm going to say const current user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await get current user like that. And since we are making use of our ways, I'll just convert this to an async function. And then in here, we can check, we just make use of this one right here. Check if the listings.lint is actually equivalent to 0. They're going to render empty listings component. Just paste that right here. And we import this empty listings component from our UI folder. And then we're going to output no trips found. And then for the subtitle, we output looks like you haven't booked any trips yet. And then we're going to return, I'll just copy this one from this place, return this JSS right here, copy that, and I'll paste that right here. And I'll just import this listing card. And then we can get rid of this hide favorite button, because for this one, I want to actually display this favorite button. And this is not a properties page. We can get rid of this too. And since we are going to be seeing we're going to see the favorite button, I'm going to pass the current user, which is going to be equal to the current user variable we have here. And we have an error, says start date string. That's because we're actually fetching the trips, not the listing. We're fetching the reservations that belongs to the logged in user that the user actually reserved. Okay, so instead of calling these listings, I'm going to call these trips. So trips is a better name. Then right here, I'm going to say if trips.length. If trips.length is equivalent to 0, then right here we're going to map through the trips, and then we're going to call this one right here. For each of them, it's going to be a trip, and then right here we're going to output the trip. Also, we're going to say this is going to be trip.id. Now we are getting this error because we are not passing the trip, we are passing the listing, so it's going to be trip.the listing of the trip. And we're getting an error type string is not assignable to type dates. I think we are still getting this error because inside this listing card, we are making use of this listing model that was generated from Prisma. I remember when we actually created the model, go to src, where's that Prisma folder? Yeah, Prisma, schema.prisma. We said the listing is going to be the created that is going to it's going to be of time, date time. Okay. Now remember, we're actually now converting it to a string right here, actually passing it as a string. So that's where we're actually getting that error from. So what we are going to do instead is that we're going to create our own tab instead of making use of that tab from Prisma. So I'll just create a folder. Inside this SRF folder. I'll call this folder types. And then inside this tab folder, I want to create a file called listing. That's the types for anything relating to the listing.ts. In here, I'm going to say export interface listing. And then in here, I'll just paste these tags right here. It's basically the same structure of what we have in our listing card. I'll go to that listing card. It's basically what we have right here, but the only difference is going to be the date. So I just want to create a new tab for it. The dates here, the created that is going to be, it's going to be of type string and date. Okay, it's not going to just be date anymore, string or date. And then let's actually create this user model. So I'll create another file called user.ts for the user. Then in here, I just paste this tab here, okay, for type of the user. And then inside this listing tab file, just import that from .user. Okay, great. So now we have these tabs connected. So now inside the listing card, what we're going to do, instead of making use of this listing from our Prisma, we're going to make use of the listing we just created. Get that from tabs listing. Okay, and you can see immediately all the errors are actually gone. So now just update this to your trips instead of your property. It's going to be your trips. I think that's basically it. So I'll save this and let's actually go back to our trips page and we actually see the trips. So any trips the user actually reserves, the user is going to be routed right here. And now we have 2 trips here. We've not actually modified this is the price, but for the trips, we don't want to display this $80 per net. We want to display the range, okay, and also the total price. So let's work on that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this listing card and create a prop. I'll call this prop reservation, which is going to be an optional prop. And the reservation is going to have an ID. It's going to have a key with an ID of type string. A start date that's going to be of type string. An end dates is going to be of type string, basically the structure of our reservation, and also a total price that's going to be of type number. So basically what we are doing here is that we're going to have an optional reservation based on if the card being called has a reservation passed to it, you're going to render part of the JSX. So what we're going to do right here is that we'll scroll down. We're going to say if this actually has a reservation, then I'll cut this. Then I'm going to check if a reservation was passed. And we've not actually destructured the reservation. Let's actually just do that. We have to destructure the reservation. So we're going to say if the reservation was passed, if reservation, then we want to render this JSS, else we want to render this JSS. So if no reservation was passed, we're going to render this paragraph tag right here. But if the reservation was passed, I'll make use of an empty fragment. And then inside this empty fragment, I want to output a paragraph tag, which I'll give a tailwind class, test gray 500 and a text of XM. And then inside this paragraph tag, what are we going to output? We're going to output the start date and the end date. So first of all, I'm going to say format. We're going to get format from date FNS, get format from date FNS. Then we're going to say new date, pass in the reservation dot start date. Then format this as month, then D. After this one right here, after this date, add an hyphen, then we'll just separate it with the end date. Then down here, you're going to say call format again, then we'll pass in the new date. Say new date dot the reservation dot end date. You also format this one as month, then day. And then after this paragraph tag, we'll put another paragraph tag down here, which we're going to give a table class of padding top of 1, a font of semi-bold, and a text gray of 900, like that. And then in here, I'm going to add a dollar sign at the back. I put the reservation dot the total price of the reservation. I'll save that. Format this. Now we'll go back to our application. We should not actually see any changes. That's because we have to actually specify this problem. We actually call it in the trips page. Right here, I want to say the reservation is going to be equal to an object. The ID of the reservation is going to be the trip dot the ID of the trip. The start date of the reservation is going to be the trip dot the start date of the trip. The end date of the reservation is going to be the trip dot the end date of the trip. And then finally, the total price of the trip is going to be the trip dot the total price. I'm going to save that. Now we'll go back to our application. We're going to see that this is actually going to be formatted. You can see right here, we have the total price. Remember the first listing we created, the first price was $80. The total price was $80. Then for the second one we created, it was $290. So it was now $160. Okay. And then we can actually click on the listing to actually view the listing. I want to view the listing. You can see right here, we actually reserved this date. Okay. When we go to February, we actually reserved from February 1st to February 3rd. That's because in this, when we go to back to our trips, this user actually reserved February 1st to February 13th. Amazing. So now what we're going to work on is that just as we fetch the trips, we're also going to fetch the reservations. Now the trips are the reservations. That's the reservations that the logged in user actually reserved, okay, and paid for. While the reservation is going to be the reservations, the properties of the users that was actually reserved by other users. Okay, so let's actually fetch the users' reservations. So I want to go back to Visual Studio Code. I want to create another endpoint, SRC server actions. I'll create another endpoint called get reservations.ts. I want to say export async function get reservations. First of all, we're going to get the current user. So say const current, create a variable called current user, who is going to be equals to, I'm going to await get current user, like that. And then after that, we're just going to check as usual if the user is authenticated. So if no current user.id, then right here we're just going to return an empty array like that. Then you can create a variable const reservation. Reservation is going to be because we're going to await Prisma, get Prisma from our live folder dot the reservation model dot find many reservations where now we're not going to find the reservations where the ID matches the logged in user, because that's going to be the trips. Okay, so the reservations where your ID matches the reservation ID, those are your trips. Okay, so we want to fetch the reservations where the listing of the reservation, that the listing the reservation is connected to, that's the listing the reservation is connected to match the ID of the logged in user. So say where the listing user ID, the user that created the listing matches the current user dot ID. Okay, that's going to be the user's reservations. And then now here, after the where, we want to include the listing, set that to true. And also we want to actually include the user too, set that to true. That's the user that actually created the reservation. And then after that, I'm gonna order by created that in a descending order. Then now you're going to return reservations. I want to modify some items inside the reservation. Call each of them a reservation. And then in here, actually we just spread the reservation. Start date is going to be reservation dot start date dot to ISO string. The end date is going to be reservation dot end date dot to ISO string. And also just from what the created that, so the created that is going to be reservation dot created that dot to ISO string, like that. I'll save that. And now just format this document, save that. Now we can actually make use of this reservations action. So now what we're going to do, we're going to go to our SRC folder and create a new page, SRC app. Inside this project, we're going to create a new page called reservations. Spell these reservations correctly, add an arrow here. And then inside these reservations, we're going to create a page.tsx RFC. I'll just convert this to uppercase P. And then we'll create a component for it. So say SRC component. Inside this, inside this components folder, create a folder called reservations. And then inside these reservations folder, I'm going to create a reservation page.tsx RFC. And then just get rid of this import right here. Instead of us to actually output this right here, we just output the reservation page right here. Reservation page. Okay. And just get rid of this import statement right here. And now we'll go back to our application. We'll go to reservations, go to your reservations. We should actually see that right here, your reservations page. So now inside this reservation page, we're actually going to get that data. Okay, so we're going to make use of this trips page, make use of everything we have here. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste that up here. Then I'll just convert this to an async function. And also we're not going to be making use of the get trips action, make use of the get reservations action. And then we'll just call these reservations. Spell out reservations correctly, reservations. And then right here, we're going to await get the current user from the server actions, get current user. And then we'll just copy this right here, also copy this right here to check if the reservation is equals to 0, if the length of the reservation is equals to 0. That's if the user doesn't have any reservation. So instead of trips.length, I'm going to say reservations.length equals to 0. Then we'll just get this form, import this from our UI folder. And also this is going to be no reservations found. And then for the subtitle, it's going to be, looks like your listings haven't been booked yet. Okay, which means no user has actually booked your listings. And then for the return, I'm just going to copy this right here. I'll just wrap this up, copy this right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. And then we'll just import this listing card. And instead of saying trips, this is going to be reservations. And then instead of putting trip right here, I'll just copy this and copy all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll say reservation. So it's basically the same thing as the trips. We're going to actually pass the reservation so we can actually see the date range, okay? The start and the end date of the reservation. So right here, we just actually say this is going to be your reservation, like that. Save that. And we should be able to actually see that. We'll go back. I can say you have no reservations. That's because this user right now that is logged in actually has booked some trips, okay? Booked some listings, okay? But the user does not have any of their own listings actually booked. So what we're going to do, we're going to log in another user. That user's reservations is going to be this user's trips, okay? So I'm going to log in the other user. Let's log out this user. The user we actually signed in with Google. So I'll click on sign in, click on continue with Google. I've actually signed in that user. And you can see when we go to trips, this user is not going to have any trips. So I go to trips. You can see no trips found. Like you haven't booked any trips. Then when we go to reservation, you can see that this user's listing have been reserved 2 times by the same user, February 1st to February 3 and January 1st to January 31st. So now let's actually reserve a listing with these users. I'm going to go back to the home page. You can see that when the user tries to actually reserve their own listing, user cannot actually reserve. It's actually disabled. And the user can actually see that their listing has been reserved, the ranges of when their listing has been reserved. But this user can be able to actually reserve another user's listing or reserve this one right here, Europe, United Kingdom. I want to reserve this listing for between the 4th Wednesday of February to maybe the 9th, Monday 9th of February. So I just click on reserve. And when I click on reserve, it's going to take me to this trips page. I think we already worked on that. Let me go back. After we actually reserve the list, you want to have to the trips page. Just go to SRC, components, listings, booking card. After we actually, where's that on reserve? Okay, we've not actually done that. So we're going to wrap the users. I'll say router dot push the user to / trips, like that. So let's actually reserve a listing. So I just click on, I want to reserve this date right here. I'll click on reserve, loading, listing, reserve. And then it's going to add me to the trips page. You can see this now has 1 trip, total price $750. You have actually reserved this listing between February 4th and February 9th. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually canceling trips and reservations. I won't go to the final project. You can see right here that when we are in the trips page, we're going to see this cancel trip right here. Okay, so a user can actually cancel their trip, and also users will be able to actually cancel their reservation. We'll go to the reservation page. In the reservation page, we're going to see this cancel reservation button right here. Okay, so let's actually work so that users can actually cancel reservations of their list and also cancel their trips. So for that, you have to create an endpoint. So I'm going to go to SRC app API. Now inside this reservation folder, I'm going to create a dynamic reservation folder because we are going to be deleting the reservations or canceling the reservations using their ID. Because canceling a reservation is simply just deleting the reservation. So right here, I'm going to create a dynamic folder. Call this is going to be the reservation ID. You have to place this in the square brackets. And then inside this dynamic folder right here, we're going to create a routes.ts file. In here, we're simply going to say export async function delete. This delete function right here is going to take a request that's going to be unused, that's going to be of type request. And remember, this is a dynamic path, so it's going to have access to a prop called params, and this is going to be of type I'll say the params. It's going to be of type. I'm going to wrap it. I'll wrap the key in the promise. It's going to be reservation ID. That's going to be of type string, like that. Then inside this function, the first thing we're going to do is get the current user. So say const current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user, like that. And then after that, we're going to check if no current user, that means if the user making a request is not authenticated, then we're going to return this next response unauthorized with the status of 401. Now just import this next response from next server. And then down here, we're going to say const with the structure what we're going to get is to be equal to, I'm going to await the params. Okay, and then from the params, remember inside the params we have a reservation ID. We can destructure the reservation ID, and then after that we're going to check if no reservation ID was passed through the request. Then we're going to return this next response right here, missing reservation ID. And then after that, down here we're going to actually get the reservation. So I'll say const reservation, create a variable called reservation, which is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma. I'm going to get Prisma from our live folder dot the reservation model dot find a unique reservation where the ID of that reservation matches the reservation ID that is passed. That is the dynamic reservation ID that is passed through the request. Then I want to include the listing. I want to get the listing. I'll say include listing. I want to select what field of the list I want to select. I want to select the user ID. That's the user that actually created the listing. Okay, so I'll set that to true because I want to check ownership of the reservation. Then after that, I want to check if no reservation. If there's no reservation, then if we don't find a reservation that the ID matches the ID passed through the request, then we're going to return this next response, reservation not found, with the status of 404. And then after that, down here, we're going to actually check for ownership of this reservation. Now, both the user that has the reservation and the user that created the reservation can actually delete the reservation, which means if I book a trip, I should be able to cancel that trip. And also, if someone actually books my property, that's my reservation, I can actually cancel that reservation. That I don't want that particular user, I don't want that reservation on my listing. Okay, so both the user that owns the listing and the user that created the reservation should be able to actually delete or cancel the reservation. I'll create a variable const is, that's the guest that actually created the reservation, is going to be equals to where the reservation dot the user ID that created the reservation is equivalent to current user dot ID. Okay, so if the user that is making the request, that he has the logged in user, is the user that created the reservation, then it's going to be his guest. And then we're going to say const is host is going to be equals to reservation dot the listing. I want to get the creator of the list, the owner of the listing dot the user ID of the listing. Remember up here we are getting the user ID of the user that created the listing. If that is equivalent to the current user dot ID, then it's going to be the host. Just add a semicolon here. It's going to be the host. And then after that, down here, I'm going to check if no is guest, if his guest is false, and also and his host is false, then which means the user that is making the request is not the guest and is not the host, which means the user is not authorized to actually cancel this reservation or actually delete this reservation. Then we're going to return this response not allowed with the status of 403. And then after that, I want to await Prisma dot the reservation model dot delete where the reservation ID matches the reservation ID passed through the request. And then after all that, then we're going to return a next response dot JSON with a success of true. You can also pass a status right here. Just pass a status of 200 if you actually want to do that. Now just format this. Great. So now we have the endpoint we need to actually cancel a reservation. So let's actually make use of this endpoint. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a custom hook. I'll go to src custom host. I want to create a custom host called use cancel reservation.ts. And you're going to see export function use cancel reservation. Separate this function from the function name. First of all, I want to create a state called loading ID, then set loading ID, which is going to be equals to use state from React. This is going to be null by default, but it's going to be of type null. So that is going to be null, or this is going to be a string like that. And then after that, down here, you can create a function const cancel reservation. It's going to be equals to an async function. Now, anytime we call this function, we're going to pass an argument, which I'm going to call here reservation ID, which is going to be of type string. And then inside this function, what are we going to do? We're going to make use of a try catch block. I want to make a network request to that API endpoint we just created. This API endpoint right here to actually cancel the reservation. Okay, so we're going to make an API endpoint here. So we're going to make use of a try catch block. So inside this catch block, we're just going to say we're going to do something went wrong. We're going to log the error to the console. Now just get these tools from React hot tools. And after this catch, I'm going to say finally, we'll set the loading ID back to null after we are done with the request. And then inside this try block, what are we going to do? We're simply going to set the loading ID to, and the reason we are doing this is that we know the reservation has actually been deleted. Okay, we get a loading indicator for that particular one. Okay, so we know the particular reservation has been deleted. So we're going to set loading ID to the reservation ID passed through the request, and this reservation is not actually spelled correctly. Reservation, not reservation. After setting the loading to reservation ID, then down here, I'm going to get Azios from Azios dot. I'll make a delete request. Remember that in here we're expecting a delete request. Okay, so we're going to make a delete request to that route. So I'll pass in the route in here, which is going to be /API/reservations. Then / we have to make use of backslash because we want to add dynamic parameters to this dynamic variable. Then / we're going to say pass in the reservation ID like that. Then after that, I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that down here. I'm going to say trips, or I'll say reservation cancelled. It's going to work for both when the reservation and the trip is actually cancelled. Then we're just going to refresh the router. So down here, I'll just get router up here. Say const router. It's going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. And then down here, after all this code right here, I'm going to say router dot refresh the router. Just format. Great. So now we have the loading ID and the cancel reservation function inside this use cancel reservation hook. So all we just have to do is actually, when we call this use reservation hook, we're just going to return the loading ID and the reservation, the cancel reservation function. So down here, I'm going to say return an object that's going to have the loading ID in there and also the cancel reservation function. Format this again. Great. So now we have the hook we need to actually cancel a reservation. So let's actually make use of this. So we're going to go over to our listing card. I'll go to src component listings. I'll go to the listing card.ts file. Now we're going to specify some props down here that we want a setting button to be visible only when we are viewing this listing card in the reservation page or in the trips page. Now right here, we're going to create two props called trip to know if it's the trip page. It's going to be a boolean, and also create another prop called action label, which is going to also be a string. And both these properties are actually going to be optional, so I'll just add this question mark to it. Okay, so if they are not passed to the component, it's actually not going to break. So we're just going to scroll all the way down. We're going to create a cancel button right here. So right here, after this property, we're going to say if it's a trip and it has a reservation and there's an action label, and we've now actually destructured the trip and the action label. Let's do that. Up here, I'm just going to destructure the action label and also destructure the trip. And then down here, we're going to say if trip, if there is a trip and it has a reservation and also has the action label passed, then we want to render this right here. What do we want to render here? We want to render a cancel reservation button like that. And we also don't have this component yet. And to this component, we're going to pass two props. So let's actually first of all create this component. Inside the reservation, go to SRC component, inside this reservation folder, or I can also create this in the trips folder because we are going to actually share the button. I'll create a component called cancel reservation button.tsx rc, and then we'll create some interface up here. Say interface cancel reservation button props. We'll pass a reservation ID that's going to be of type string. I'm going to pass an action label that's going to be of type string. And then right here, I'm going to destructure those props. It's going to be of type cancel reservation button props. And then we'll destructure the action label and also the reservation that I want to, the ID of the reservation I want to delete. Just format this. So next, we're going to actually get the hook we created. Remember, we created a use reservation hook. Let's actually get that hook. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure what we're going to get from the hook. It's going to be equals to use cancel reservation. And remember, we can destructure two things. We have the loading ID and also we have the cancel reservation function. And now up here, what we're going to do, create a variable because is loading. Its loading is going to be equals to if the loading ID of the hook, if the loading ID from the hook, that's the loading ID. We actually remember we said that before we actually make the request, we're going to set the loading ID to the reservation ID. So we know the ID of the reservation we're actually deleting that in that instance of time. So why here we're going to say if the loading ID is equivalent to the reservation ID, then this is loading is going to be true. And then now here we're going to return a JXS with a button. Now I don't want to make use of the reusable button because I actually want to add some specific styles to this one, okay? Because instead of to show loading when it's actually deleting, it's going to show canceling. So that's why I want to just use another button. I'll give this button a tailwind class, margin top of 3, a width of full, border gray of 300, rounded LGPY of 2, text XM, font medium, cursor of pointer, and over I'll give this a BG gray of 100, a transition property undisabled, I'll give it an opacity of 50. Let me just cut this off. I want to add dynamic styles to this, so I just cut this off. I'll place this in backtick. And then after this right here, we're going to say if it's loading, that's if the reservation with this particular button is actually being deleted, as if it's loading, then we're going to give it a cursor of not allowed as empty string. And then for the label of the button, we're going to say if it's loading. If it's loading, you want to actually render canceling ... As if it's not loading, you want to actually render the action label. Remember, we're going to be passing an action label. It's going to be cancel reservation for the, if you are viewing the reservation in the user's reservation, it's going to be cancel trip if you are viewing it in the user's trips page. So we're going to pass the action label right here. And then now we're going to add an on-click event to this. Now remember that inside this listing card, we have a function that is going to run whenever we click on any part of the card. The function is going to route you to the listing view page. So we have to actually stop that propagation first. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say we want to run another function. It's going to take an event And then first of all, we're going to say event.stop propagation. First of all, stop that function from running. And then after that, down here, I'm going to run the cancel reservation function. And then remember, this actually expects one argument. So we have to pass the reservation ID in there, so we know the reservation we actually want to cancel or delete. And then finally, we're going to say disabled is going to be equals to, the button is going to be disabled when it's loading. Okay, it's loading. Great. So now we have this right here. So now, how do we use this? I want to go back to the listing card right here where we have this cancel reservation. Now remember, this cancel reservation now expects two props. First of all, you have to actually import this in. You're going to import cancel reservation button up here. Up here, we're going to import the cancel reservation for reservations, cancel reservation button. And then remember, this is going to expect two props, action label and reservation ID. So the action label is going to be equal to the action label that is passed to this listing card as a prop. And also the reservation ID is going to be equal to the reservation dot the ID of the reservation, like that. So I just format this. So let's actually apply this, because right now I want to go to our trips page. I go to trips. We don't actually see that button right here. So let's do that. So I want to go to the trips page components. Go to SRC components, trips page right here. Where we're actually returning this listing card right here. We're going to say the trip is going to be a trip, and also action label is going to be equals to cancel trip, like that. So now when we do this, when we go back to our application, we should actually see the action button right here. You can see that here, cancel trip. And also when we go to the user reservations, we should be able to see that right here, so the user can cancel the listings that other people actually booked. Okay, if they don't want user to actually book that particular listing, they can actually cancel the reservation or cancel the other user's trip. So we're going to go to the reservations page to go to reservations page right here, because this is obviously a trip. So even though it's not the user's trip, it's still a trip for another user. So this is going to be a trip. This is going to have an action label that's going to be cancel reservation. Okay, I'll save that. And now when we go back to our application, we should actually see that right here, cancel reservation. So this user can cancel other people's trips because it's his own listing. Okay, so he can cancel his reservations, and also he can also cancel his own trips. So I'm going to click on cancel reservations. We'll say canceling. I will get a feedback, reservation cancelled. I can see the reservation actually disappears. When I cancel this reservation, reservation cancelled, and then you see no reservations found. It looks like your listings haven't been booked yet. Okay, and these ones can also cancel their own trips. I go to your trips. I remember this user from February 1st to February 9th. So we'll go over to this listing. This listing has been booked from February 1st to February 9th. So just go to February. You can see from February 1st to February 9th. So let's actually delete this trip. So I'll just go back to that trips page, your trips. Now cancel this trip right here. Reservation cancelled. Now when we go back to that particular trip, and now when we click on that trip, you're going to notice that that trip is no longer reserved for that particular date. I see that trip is no longer reserved from that date range anymore. Great. So now when we actually reserve that, I reserve from 3rd to 6th. I'll reserve this listing. Listing reserved. I'll go back to the trips and I'll go back to that listing. You're going to notice that it's actually reserved between the 3rd Tuesday to 6th of Friday. Really, really great job. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on filtration so that users can actually filter listings. Now, I won't go over to the final project. We'll click on this right here. You're going to see we can actually filter listings based on the category, based on the location, and also based on the price range. So let's actually work on this filtration. But first, before we actually do that, what we want to do is that I'm going to go to SRC app. I'll go to the home page. There's this page.tss file, and I will actually got. Remember, I said that this search params right here is a prop that is accessible in a page that has a dynamic route, okay, that has params, okay. But we're not actually getting these params in the right way because this is version is from Next.js 14 and below. I'm going to go over to the Next.js documentation. I'll search for search params. I'll go to params and search params. It's going to bring me right here. You can see search params, right? You can see before and after. Now, I'll just go to search params. Actually, I think this is actually params. Okay, yeah. You can see this is how you're actually going to get the params before, okay? But in newer version of Next.js, this is how you're going to actually do it, okay? You're going to make use of this type right here. So what I'm going to do, and also the type is going to be wrapped around a promise, okay? Remember, when we're actually creating routes earlier on in the video, even in our API folder, I'll go to reservation. We actually created this dynamic route. We were wrapping the value of the type in a promise. So we actually have to do the same thing for the search params. So I'm going to copy this right here, type search params. I'll copy that. Then I'll go to the home page, page.tss file, src app, page.tss file. Now, if you don't update this, your application is still going to work fine, but just update this for the latest version of Next.js. Actually do things the recommended way. So up here, I'm going to paste that type up here, type search params right here. And then we'll go back to the documentation. It says that we have to pass it as a prop. Okay, we have to destructure the prop. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of everything we have here. Then I'm going to say, I'm going to get the props of this component. I'll destructure at the search params. It's going to be of type search params like that. And then down here, you can create a variable const search params. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await. Let's just make this an async function. We're going to make use of await. Yes, but default async function. We're going to await. We're going to await the props dot the search params, and that's the way we're going to pass it through. That way we no longer need this. We only need this in the listings page. So I'm going to cut this off interface. I'll just get rid of this export. Save that. Then I'll go to that component, the listings page, src component where I have to put in our listings, then listings.ts. Right here, we're going to get an error because we're no longer exporting this home props. So up here, we'll just pass that type right here, home props. Great. So now, before we actually work on the search functionality, we have to actually create our Modal store for the search modal. So I'll go to src, I'll go to store. I'm going to create another store. I'll create a store called use filter listing modal.ts. And you want to create an interface filter modal store. I'm gonna have is open, which is going to be boolean. Spell this is open correctly. We're gonna have an open function. It's gonna be an arrow function that's going to actually return void. Then we're going to have a close function. It's going to be an out function that's going to a function that's going to return void too. And then you can create the store export const use filter modal. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to get create from source stand. And then we have to pass the type. This is going to be of type filter modal store. And then inside this store right here, I'll just say set, which is going to be this right here. And then in here, you can say it's open by default. It's going to be set to false. Open is going to be a function that's going to set is open to true. And then finally, the close is also going to be a function that is going to set open so false, like that. Sorry, not to set open. Set is open to false. I'll format this. So now we have the states to control the filter modal. So now let's actually create this modal. So I go to modals. I'm going to create a modal. I'm going to call this modal filter modal.tsx. RFC. Get rid of these imports. Now right here, we're going to return a modal component. So just get that Modal. And now this actually expects, remember, this is our Modal component, actually expects some props. So we have to actually pass those props. So for that, we're going to get the state we create in the filter Modal store. Up here, I'm going to say const. I want to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use filter Modal. And then we can destructure the is open and also destructure at the close. And then we'll pass the title as filter listings. Use capital L here, and then the open, the is open is going to be equals to is open. The unclose is going to be equals to close. Great. And then for the children in here, I'm just going to put a paragraph that is going to say filter Modal. So now, how do we trigger this Modal? We're going to go to our Navbar components. I go to src components. I go to Navbar.tss file. Now up here, you're going to actually make use of that hook. So up here, I want to say const, I want to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use filter Modal, which we're going to get from our Modal store. And then we're just going to destructure out the open right here. And then I'll rename this open filter Modal. Then I'll just scroll down. Then this center part of the navbar, I'm just going to add an on-click to this. I'm going to fire open filter Modal like that. So now we have the function to open the Modal. Let's actually export the Modal. For that, remember, we have to go to our app, go to root layout right here. Then we'll just call the Modal component right here. So I'll say filter Modal like that. I'll save that. I want to go back to our application. We actually get an error. We are not making use of use client inside the filter Modal. So just go to that filter Modal. Since we are making use of a hook in here, you have to say there's going to be a client component. So up here, I'll say use client like that. So now when we click on this right here, it's going to actually open up the filter Modal and we can actually apply filters to these listings. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to our use Modal. Now, what we're going to be doing in our use Modal are going to be similar with what we have in this create listing Modal. We're going to have steps, okay? So I'm going to copy what we need. I'll copy this right here and I'm going to paste that up here. And we're not going to need images, details, and also counters. We're going to be filtered based on category, location, and price. So it's going to be 0, 1, and 2. And then what do we need? We also need the steps. Also, we need the steps, the country, the category. So I'll just copy these 3 states. I'll paste them down here. And again, I'm going to import the use state hook from React. Then I'll just import this country tab from custom hooks, use word countries. And also, we're going to need 2 state const minimum price to actually get the minimum price that the user actually wants to filter with. Minimum price, sorry, set minimum price is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default, is going to be an empty string. Then after that, I'm going to say const maximum price set maximum price. Also, this is going to be equals to use state, and it's going to be an empty string like that. So now we have the states we need. After that, we're also going to need the function for the steps. Okay, so let's actually copy this step function to actually output the step title, which I'm going to paste down here. And we don't need these ones. We don't need the details to the counters, so get rid of that. We only need for the steps of category, steps of location, and steps of price. This one is going to be select a category. This one is going to be select a location. While this last one is going to be select a price range. So after that, we're going to actually output the title. So I'm just going to go back to our create listing Modal. Now I'm actually copying from here, so we don't have to actually write the code from scratch. Okay, so I'll just go all the way down where we have this right here. Just copy this step indicator right here. Then I'm going to paste that in here. In place of this filter mode, I'm going to paste that right here. I'm also going to copy the footer part, which is going to be the button, so actually go to the next step and like that. So I'll go back there, just fold this, copy this div right here as the footer part of the modal. Then I'll just paste that right here, and then we'll just get this button component. And I don't think we need a loading state, so I'm just going to get rid of this for now. Get rid of these. Instead of create list, we're going to run a function called apply filters, which we've not actually created yet. And therefore, this instead of create listing, if we are in the steps.py, is going to be apply filter like that. Then let's create this function. So I'll copy this right here. I'll scroll the way up here. I want to say const. I'll paste that right here. It's going to be equal to an arrow function that for now is not going to really do anything, so we don't get any errors. So I'm going to scroll the way down. So we have that function right here. So if the steps.price is, so if step is less than steps.price, we're going to set this to the next step, as we're going to do this on apply filter. Also, if step is equivalent to steps.price, we're going to show this apply filter as we're going to show the next button. Great. And this is going to be step plus one of 3 steps, not 6 steps anymore. I'm going to save this. So let's check this out. Go back to the application. I'll click on this right here. You actually get this. Click on the next step, select a location, click on the next step, apply filter, and then select a price range. Great. So now in between these two div right here, we're going to actually create the steps. Then here, what we want to do is say if step is equivalent to steps.category, then we want to render this JSX right here. Inside this steps.category, we're going to output our category components, okay, our category select component. So I'll go to that create listing modal. I'll just open this up. I basically just wrap everything with this div too. So I'll just copy this. I actually forgot this. Then I'll place that up here, okay. So everything we're going to output, as both the steps, the price, and the location are going to be outputted inside this div container right here. And then inside this steps.category, if steps equals to steps.category, we're going to copy this right here. Just copy this div right here, and then we're going to paste that in here. And obviously we have to import these categories from our constant file, and also again import this category card right here, okay, and just format that. And now we'll go back to our filter modal. Go to this right here. You can see right now for this we can actually select a category. Great. So for the next step is going to be if after this step right here, the next step is going to be if the step is equivalent to steps dot location, then we're going to render this JXS right here. And this is actually simple too. Just go to our create listing modal. We'll just get our location right here. Just copy this div right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, we already have usable components. So I'm just going to import this country select component, import this map component. And remember, we cannot import this map component. We have to make use of use dynamic. So just make this a client component, which we've already done. So what we're going to do is I'll just copy this import right up here. We are making use of use dynamic. Yeah, just copy this import right here. But we cannot import it directly. Then we'll just paste that. I think I'll paste that up here. Paste that up here. Then we'll just import dynamic from next dynamic. Okay. Then I think we have the map. So I'll just format this. I'll save that. So now we'll go back to our application. Click on filter. Click on next. You can see we actually have the map. We can actually select a location we want to filter with. Amazing. We're going to say after this step right here, I'm going to say if this step is equivalent to steps.price, then we're going to render this JXX right here. For this, I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of grid cause of 2 and a gap of 4. Then I'm going to have a div. Inside this div, we're going to have an input component. I'll just get an input component from our component UI. This component is going to have a label that's going to be minimum price. It's going to have a name that's going to be minimum -price. Type is going to be of type number. The value is going to be minimum price. Okay, remember we already created the state for the minimum price, the location, and the category. So we have those states up here. Okay, and then after that, on change, so I'm going to copy it from create listing modal. Just copy one of those on change, so you don't have to write that. So I'll just copy this right here, then paste that on change. We're going to run this, but we're going to set the minimum price to event.target.value. So I just copy this div right here, this div that's inside this div. I'll rearrange this a bit. Then this div right here, I'm going to copy this div. I just drag this div once down. Then for this one, it's going to be maximum price. Then this is going to be maximum price. It's going to be of type number. Then here it's going to, the state is going to be maximum price. Then we're going to set the maximum price to event.target.value. I'll save that. Then I'll go to filter modal. Next, I can actually see that right here. Great. So we can actually type a range. I type a minimum price we want. I can type a maximum price. Okay, great. So next, what we want to work on is I want to disable this button. We don't want to apply, because when we go back to our application, you're going to notice that if we do not apply any filter, you can see right now that I didn't select any location in my map. I didn't actually select any category. Okay, and also I did not select and actually type in any range. So we shouldn't be able to actually apply. This button should be disabled. So let's work on that. So up here, I'm going to create a variable. After this on apply filter, I'll create a variable right here, const disable filter button is going to be equals to, if no category, as if the category is not selected, and no location, and no minimum price, and no maximum price. And we have to check, and we are at the final step. So I say, and step is equivalent to steps dot price. Then I'm going to copy this. So if all of this returns true, then the button is going to be disabled. If we are in final step and there's no category, no location, no minimum price, no maximum price state set, then the button is going to be disabled. So right here, I'm going to scroll down. Then we're going to say, for this button right here, I'm going to say disabled is going to be equals to this right here, disable filter button. So now the button is going to be disabled for when we actually apply any filter. So we cannot actually apply the filter without actually filling at least one of these. Okay, so now let's work on our unreserved function. And inside this unreserved function, in here I'm going to say const params is going to be equals to new URL search params, like that. And then down here, we're going to check if the category state is set. If the category state is set, then we're going to say params dot set, we'll call this params category, and then we have to pass the category state in there. And then after that, now you're going to say if location state is set, then we're going to say params dot set a params called location. Then we're going to pass the location state, and we're getting an error. It says that argument of type country is not assignable to parameter of type string. Oh, that's because we're not actually featuring. Remember, what we have here is that we have the location object right here that contains the longitude, latitude, because this country type contains both. When we go to the country type, contains the longitude, latitude, longitude, the label, the value, and the string. But we want this value. The value is what we actually inserted to the database that we want to filter for. So instead of saying the location, I'll say location value is going to be equals to location dot the value. Okay, and then right here goes if the minimum price, then we're gonna add another params dot set minimum price, then I'm passing the minimum price like that. Then finally we'll say if the maximum price is set, then we're going to say params dot set maximum price, and I'll pass the maximum price states like that. Then what do we want to do with this parameter? I want to have the user to the home page with these parameters in the URL. So we're going to create a new router instance up here. I'll say const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. And then down here, all the way down here, we're going to say router dot push the user to make use of backticks. So we are basically taking the user to the home page, but we want to actually apply filters. Right here, we're going to add the params. We created params. We're going to convert this to a string because this is going to be passed in the URL. Right now, this is kind of an object. And then after that, we're going to set step to step, set the steps back to steps of category. Okay, that's the default step. And then we just call the close modal. Close the modal. Great. So now we have this right here, the unapply filters function. And I think that's it. We can actually check if this filter is going to work. So I'll save this. So now what we're going to do, we're going to actually open this application in the web browser so we can actually see the URL. So right here, I'm going to say localhost port 3000 to open up our application. Then I'll click on filter. I'll go to next. I want to filter listings where the price are 150 and above. Which means you're going to get these two listings. So I'll just set minimum price 150 and above. I'll click on apply filter. And we are taking, that's because we didn't actually add this URL where we are supposed to add after the URL. We're going to add a question mark before we actually add the parameters. My bad. So I'm going to go back there, back to the home page. Now apply the filter again. Next. Then I'll say 150 and above. I'll click on filter. And you can see right now that we filtered the listings for both $200 and $150. Okay, the $80 is not going to show because we actually applied a filter. And I want to filter a listing 150 and above and in the United Kingdom. So I'll go to location, search for United Kingdom. Then I'll click on apply. I'll just click on apply. And it's going to filter our listings for listings. And that didn't actually work. Why is that? We selected a location, United Kingdom, but the filter did not actually work. Now, after debugging the application, I realized that the reason we're not actually getting the location properly was because when I open up this right here, I'm going to open this up. You're going to notice that we're actually making the request to that endpoint. I'm just going to scroll up. You notice right here, we're actually making the request. We say first API hostings. Then when we are passing the location right here, you can see right here that it's going to say, now I actually tested it with the category. It actually worked. When I actually applied the location, you notice that we are not actually spelling the location value right here. It says to the endpoint. What's actually getting to the endpoint is API listing, category is going to house, and low action is equal to value equals to M is supposed to be location. Now this error or this bug is coming from inside the listing.ts file, inside our service function. Go to services listing.ts where we're actually making the request and applying the filters. I see location value equals to this right here instead of location value. So I'm going to spell this properly. It's going to be location value so that it knows how to pass it properly to our endpoints, because remember our endpoint API listings rat.tss file expects location value, not that low action value. Okay, that's why it was actually returning undefined in our server. So I want to save this and test again. I'll go back to our application. I want to filter by now. I mean, we have one from United States, one from Brazil, one from United Kingdom. So I'm going to filter from United Kingdom. Say United Kingdom. I click on next, apply the filter. It's going to filter listings from the United Kingdom. Amazing. And now I want to say we want listings in the United Kingdom that are above $200. You're going to notice that we're not going to get any listing because this one is minimum of 150. Okay, so we're not going to get any listings. Let's actually put an empty listing component right here. So what we're going to do, go to SRC app page.tss file and go to this listings component where we're actually fetching the listings. Right? So now I'm going to say if listings.length is equivalent to 0, then We want to render an empty listing component right here. So I'm going to get that from the favorites page. I'll just copy this one right here. Return. Basically, we just return this empty listing component right here. I'll paste that right here and just import this empty listing component from our UI. For the title, it's going to be no listings found. And then for the subtitle, it's going to be we couldn't find any listings that match your filters. Try adjusting or clearing some filters to see more results. So I want to save that. We should actually see that right here. No listings found. We couldn't find any listings that match your filters. Try adjusting or clearing some filters to see small results. So now we're actually going to add a button right here. Okay. So we can actually click on that button to actually clear the filters. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go to that component, that empty listing component. I'm just going to this empty listing component. We're going to say this is going to take a prop called filter. There's going to be an optional prop. There's going to be boolean to know if this is for the filter. Okay, if this is actually in the filter page, and then we just destructure out the filter. Then down here we're going to say if filter, then we want to output a button down here. We just output our button component. We're going to get that from our UI folder, which is going to output clear filters. And all this button is just going to do is route the user back to the home page without any filters. So up here, just create a router instance. I'll say const router. It's going to be equals to use router, which you're going to get from this navigation. And then right here, we're going to say when someone clicks on the button, on click, you want to fire an arrow function. I'm simply just going to route the user router dot push the user to basically the home page. Okay. Push user to the home page without any filters. So now we're going to go to our listings.ts. Right here, we're going to say we'll pass a prop right here called filter. Okay, great. So this is not going to show for any of the other pages that favorite, but it's only going to show for the components where we actually pass filters through. So now we'll go back there. You can see we have an error. We're making use router in a component that is not a client component. So inside this empty listing, we say this is just going to be a client component. So up here, I'll say use clients like that. That should get rid of that error. Great. And now we actually see the clear filters. So now we'll click on clear filters. It's going to actually bring us back to the home page. So I'll apply another filter. I'll search for a castle, which we do not have in our database. I'll apply filter. No listings found. We couldn't find any listings that match your filters. Try adjusting or clearing some filters to see more results or clear filters. Amazing. Now you're going to notice that when we apply a filter, I'm not applying a filter. Say I want the price range of 50 to 200. Okay, that's the price range of the listings I want. I'll click on apply filters. I'm going to actually fetch this to the listing. Let me actually reduce the range to 150 so we can get 2 listings. So reduce this to 150. Apply the filters, and the maximum price is actually not being applied. I think let me just go back to the filter modal. Okay, we're using capital case here. So actually what we're going to do is just going to change this to, it's going to be lowercase m, and even the p is wrong. It's going to be maximum price with the uppercase p. I'll save that. And now we should actually be able to filter with the price range, both with the minimum and the maximum price. So I'll just refresh the application, get rid of all this right here. So I'll just refresh the application, and now I want a price range between 80 to 150. So I'll just go to price. I want the listings between 80 to 150. I'll click on apply filter. And you can see we're going to get listings between $80 and $150. Now, if we increase the range to about $200, we're actually going to get 3 listings now. We're going to get 3 listings between $80 and $200. Now, if you want listings between $80 and $200 that are in the United Kingdom or in the United States, let me just do United States. We're going to get only listings that are in the United States. It's going to be this listing right here. Amazing job. But we are not done yet. When we refresh the web page, I'm going to notice that we still have the listings filter, but when we go to our filter modal, our state is going to be set back to null. So let's actually fix this. So I want to go back to the application. I just go up here. We're actually setting all these states. What we're going to do is that we're going to set this state. By default, this location is null, the category is null, the minimum and the maximum are strings, but we're going to set default values to them. So they're going to pull their default value from the URL. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually get the search params from the URL. Now to do that in Next.js client component, down here, we're going to say const. I'll create a variable called search params, which is going to be equals to use search params. I'm going to get this search params up here from next navigation. Then instead of the category to be null, we're going to say this is going to be search params dot get, we'll call the category param in here, category params. Now if there's no params in the URL, then this is going to be an empty string. And then we can get rid of this null and this type string, because this is always going to be of type string. Now, same thing with the minimum and the maximum price. So basically, we just copy what we have here, and then we're just going to paste that right here. Get the minimum, we have to spell this correctly. Get the minimum price from the URL, and also for the maximum price, we're going to get the maximum price from the URL. But if there's no any of this in the URL, is going to be an empty string. Now for the location, we're going to do this differently. Now we're going to create a function. I'll just cut this state right here. I'll cut this off. Now paste that down here. Before this, we're going to create a function. Const. We're going to get the location. Remember that we are already storing the location value in the URL. So we want to get the location from, because we're also going to update the map based on the location value we have in the URL. Get location from params. So I spell that params correctly. And params is going to be equals to an arrow function. I'm going to say const value is going to be equals to search params dot get the location value from the URL. Get the location value from the URL. And then after that, we'll say if no value, right here we're just going to return. Which means if there's no URL, if there's no location value in the URL, we're just going to return. And then down here, we're just going to return get by value. And we have not actually gotten that hook. So let's actually get that hook. So up here, I'll say const, the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use countries. Get our use countries hook. And from our use countries hook, we're going to destructure at the get by value function. And then right here, this function is going to return get by value, and we're going to pass in the value, okay, the location value in there. So with the location value from the URL, we can get the details of the location, okay, the map detail, also the country, region, and also the country name from our hook get by value. Up here, just return null instead, okay, because remember, this could either be country or null, so return null up here. And also, if we don't get the country, we're also going to return null right here. Okay, so we have the function. So basically what this function is going to do is that if you have something like GB on the URL that's Great Britain, it's going to get that value, that location value from the URL, the search param, and then it's going to check if there's a value. There's no value, it's going to return null, okay, because this use case is going to take null and type country. If there is a value, then we're going to return get by value. We're going to call this get by value from our destructor, from our use countries, and get the country region, the country common name, the country languages and latitude, because we're going to use it in the map, and also we're going to get the country's value too. But if there's no value, you didn't actually get the country with the country value, because we're going to return null. So instead of this function to be null by default, it's going to be get location from params, like that. And I'll just format this and save that. So now when we go back to our application, you can see right now that we have location value as UL. I'll just refresh this. We have location value as US, minimum price as 80, maximum price at 200. Now when we go over to, you can see right now that by default our map is going to be set to United States, because it's going to pull it from the URL. And also our minimum price is 80, our maximum price is 200. Now when we actually change this to, I want to get locations from the United Kingdoms. Let me just use Morocco. Then I'll click on next. Then for the filter, I don't want to apply any filters, any price filter. I just want listings for Morocco. I apply this. We actually get no listings from Morocco. I don't think we have any listings from Morocco, so I just clear the filters. We do not have any listings from Morocco. So instead, I'll just do Brazil. I'll do Brazil. click on apply filter, you can see we get one listings for Brazil. Now, when we refresh the web page, or basically just take this and open this in a new browser, it's going to point us to that particular listing. And you can see you can actually share the URL with your friends or your family. And also, when we go to the filters, you can see right now it's going to point to that location in Brazil, and also the whatever filters we apply is going to be applied to this filters modal right here. Okay, so basically with that, we're actually done with the filtration, and we can also filter based on categories. So I want to filter based on categories. So I just say I want to filter beach. I think we have one beach here. I just apply. It's going to filter listings that has category set to beach. And also if we search for apartments, it's going to filter listings based on the category set to apartments. And I don't think we have a listing set to apartments in Brazil. So I'll just say United Kingdom. I think we have one apartment in United Kingdom. Yeah, we have one in United Kingdom. Great. So our filters are actually working perfectly. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're actually going to work on actually adding loading skeletons to this application. So it's going to look more production ready, more presentable. It's going to look really good on your resume. Before we actually do that, there are some updates we have to make from the previous chapter. When we go over to our listing view page, you're going to notice that we are not actually outputting the number of guests, the total number of guests allowed, the number of batch, and also the number of rooms in a listing. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to go back to our Visual Studio Code. I'm going to SRC. I go to components. I go to listings. I go to listing page. Now where we have this paragraph tag right here, inside this, after this hosted by, where we have this super row, so I'll just get rid of this paragraph tag right here. And in place of that, I'll create a div. I'll give this div a tailwind class of flex items. I'll give it center. Give it a flex of WAP, a gap of 3, a text of XM, and a text neutral of 600. And then inside this div, we're going to create another div, which was going to give a tailwind class of flex items center, gap of 2 rounded of full. I give it a border. I give it a border neutral of 200, a px of 3, and py of 1.5. Now after all that, in here, I'm going to output an icon, new users. So I'm going to get from React icon. Give the icon a size of 16, and then we'll give it a tailwind class of text neutral of 500. Now after this icon, we're going to output a span, and inside this span, we're going to output the listing dot the guests count. Okay, and then this span will give this span a tailwind class font of medium and a text neutral of 500. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our application. When it's refreshed, you can actually see we have that right here. Okay, just gonna add the guest. Okay, so I'll say guest right here. Okay, so it's going to be 2 guests. Yeah, 2 guests. And also I just increase the text neutral to 800. It's gonna look better this way. Yeah, so now I can actually add the 3 of them, add the margin between it and this one right here. So what I'm going to do, this container, I'll just give this the div that wraps around both of them. This div right here, I give this div a space y of 2. That's going to ensure there's going to be margin between this and these items right here. Yeah, going to be margin between them. So the next one is going to be, I'll just copy this div right here that wraps around the icon on the span, drag it down twice, 1, 2. This one is going to be listing dot room count. Is going to be rooms. This one is going to be listing dot bathroom count. Bathroom count. This one is going to be bath. Just use lowercase for the label. Room, then also for the guest, I use lowercase. And now we can actually update the icon for this room right here. It's going to be new bed double. Then for this one right here, it's going to be loo bath. Save that. And now when we go back to our application, we should actually see that number of guests 2, number of 2 rooms, number of bathroom 2. So when we go back to another listing and click on this listing, this one, number of guests 5, number of rooms 3, number of baths 4. Amazing. So next, what I want to work on is that in the filter modal, in the last chapter, I want to work on the filter modal. I'll go to that modal, SRC modals. I'll go to the filter modal. Now, everything we did here is actually correct. But now, when I actually build this application, the first time I built this application, when I deployed this application, I actually got some error because I was getting some Next.js error. Where Next.js says that if you are using this URL search params in a client, you have to wrap the client with a suspense, just when we are wrapping our application with suspense when we're fetching data, because this URL search params is going to make it's like a network. It's not a network request, but it's going to make a request and actually try to pull the parameters from the URL. Okay, so we have to wrap any component that we are using URL search params with a suspense. So what we're going to do is that we're going to call this particular component. I call this filter modal component. Okay, and we're not going to be exporting this. This is going to be a function used in here. And then I'm just going to scroll all the way down. After that component down here, I'm going to say export default function filter modal. This is one we're going to actually export from this file right here. This is the function we're going to export, the component we are going to export. So what is this component simply going to do? It's going to return filter modal component. Okay, it's going to return this filter modal component up here. Great. So this is the one we actually want to make use of. So remember, we have to now wrap this one with a suspense. So I just cut this off. Then I'll call the suspense from React, and then I'll paste that in here. Okay, and we're not going to get those errors on production. Because on production, if you don't do this, you're actually going to get an error. Maybe when you use the use search params on a client from Next.js and you didn't wrap the component with a suspense, just the way we are making use of use search params right here. So now can I work on the loading skeletons? Now this is going to be very simple. What we're going to do, create a folder inside our components folder. We're going to create a folder called skeletons. The first skeleton is going to be listing card skeleton.tsx rfc. Great. I'll just get rid of this import right here. In here, we're going to have a div, create a div tag, which we're going to give a tailwind class. Now, the styles we're going to apply is going to be similar to what we're going to have in the listings page. So I'll just go to that listings page, into listings, not listing page, listings page, where you are putting the listings. I just want to copy this right here, okay? Because we're basically going to wrap the skeleton with the same grid container we are wrapping these listings with. So just copy that, and then I'll paste that up here. And then inside this right here, we're going to create a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of animate pause, like that. And then in here, we're going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'm going to give a tailwind class. I use this tailwind class right here, aspect square, rounded XL, BG green. And this is going to represent the image of the card. So I'll just say image. Then after that, right here, this is going to be the info of the card. And then you're going to create a div, which will give a tailwind class of margin top of 3 and a space y of 2. And then here I want to create another div with a self-closing tag, which will give a tailwind class of this class is right here, height of 4, width of 3/4, BGQA 200 and a rounded. And then I'll create another div with a self-closing tag, which will give a tailwind class with the same similar classes, but this one is going to have a height of 3 and a width of 4. Okay, then I'll drag this down. This one is going to have a width of 1/2, and also it's going to have a height of 3. Now let's actually make use of this listing card skeleton. Now I'm going to go to the home page of this application, go to SRC. Remember the home page where this listings page is actually outputted. So I'll go to src app page.tss file. You actually see the listings right here. So right here, instead of outputting this paragraph tag, what are we going to output? We're going to output the listing card skeleton like that. I'll save that. So now we'll go back to the home page. When we refresh, we should actually see that skeleton. Amazing. We actually see the skeleton right here. But we don't want only one skeleton, okay? We actually want more skeletons. So what we could do is that we could just go over to the listing card skeleton and just basically just add more of this like this, okay? Now it's actually going to work. We just add more of this and we'll go back to our application. We should actually see 3 skeletons right here, but we basically just repeating ourselves, repeating this JSX. So what we're going to do instead is that up here I'm going to say I'll create an array array, and inside this array we're going to specify the number of items we want to see. Let me just use 4 for now. Then dot map through the array and make use of an unused variable, and then after that I'm going to get the index. Now in between these 2 brackets, what I'm going to output is going to be the item, this animate post item. So instead of dragging and actually creating more of those JSS, we just paste them right here. And then we have to pass a key since we are mapping through an array. So I'll say the key is going to be the index like that. I'll just format this. I'll save that. And now when we go back to our application, when we refresh, we should actually see 4 cards right here. But how many do we actually want? I just want to output 10 of this. So I just output 10 like that. And now when we refresh, you're going to see 10 cards. Great. So now we're going to do the same thing for the favorites page, reservations page, properties page, and your trips page. So let's do that. So first of all, I'll start with the favorites page. So I'll just go to src app. Inside this protected folder, I'll start with the favorites page, page.tss file. So instead of outputting this right here, I'm going to output the listing card skeleton. Save that. Then we'll go to the next page. It's going to be the properties page, and we don't actually have a suspense around this, so I just wrap this, add a suspense around this, paste that right here. Then for the fallback, it's going to be equals to listing card skeleton like that. And then also we're going to do the same thing for the reservations page. Also wrap a suspense around this. Paste that right here. Then the fallback is going to be equals to listing card skeleton. Save that. And then for the final one, it's going to be the trips page, which we're also going to wrap a suspense around. This. Paste that right here. Then the fallback is simply going to be listing card skeleton like that. So we actually added the loading skeleton to all the pages. So let's actually visit those pages. So I'll go to the favorites page. I actually see that loading right there. Great. For the favorites first thing, we'll go to your reservations page. I actually see no reservation. Go to your properties page. You're going to see the users properties right here. I go to your trips page. We're actually going to see the trips right here. Amazing. So now when we click on a listing, I want to actually add a skeleton for the listing view page. So let's actually do that. So I want to create another skeleton. src component inside the skeleton folder. Create another skeleton called listing view skeleton .tsx rfc. So I'll just get rid of this import right here. And here I'm going to create a div. Get rid of this. I'll give this div a tailwind class of maximum width of 6x, mx of auto, animate, pause, and margin top of 4. Now these styles right here are basically what we're actually applying in the listings page. Okay, src component listings. This listing page.tss file is going to be similar with the styles we're actually applying right here. Maximum width of 6xl, because they are basically going to be the same structure. I'll go back to that listing view page component. Now after that, in here I'm going to output a div for the title. Okay, that's going to represent the skeleton for the title, and this is going to be a div with a self-closing tag, which will give a tailwind class of this is going to have a height of 8, width of 3/4, BGV of 200, a rounded and a margin bottom of 6. And then after that, we'll create the skeleton for the image. So I'll say the hero image. And then down here, I'll create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a tailwind class. A width of full, height of 18 for small screens and above, with a height of 110 for large screens, 140, which is basically the same thing with what we did in the listing view page. Now I want to save this. Let's actually output this in listing view page, but we are not actually done yet, so we can actually see the UI. So I want to go to that listing page. I go to SRC app, go to listings. I go to this listings page right here. Then when we have this listing page right here, instead of having this paragraph tag as a fallback, I'm going to have the listing view skeleton like that. I'll save that. So now I will actually click on a listing and I just refresh this. Actually, you'll see that skeleton right here. Okay, we're gonna see that skeleton right here, but we're not actually done with the skeleton yet. Now, after this right here, after this div right here, we're gonna create another div, which we're gonna give a tailwind class of this right here. Display of grid, width cost of 1 for last screen, gives width cost of 3, and then in here, for the left content of the page, for the left content, we're going to create a div right here, which we're going to give a tailwind class of cost for last screen and above. We're going to give it a cost span of 2, okay, and a space wide of 8. Okay, remember that's what we do when we're creating a listing view page. For last screens and above, this left side is going to have a cost span of 2. And then in here, I'm going to have the host info, which we're going to create a div for. Give that div a tailwind class of this right here, display of flex, items of center, gap of 4. And then in here, we're going to create a div, the self-closing tag, which we're going to be a tailwind class of width 14, height 14, BG grade 200, rounded of full, which is going to represent the profile picture of the skeleton of the profile picture of the user. And after that, we'll create another div down here, which we're going to give a tailwind class of space y of 2. And then in here, we're going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which will give a tailwind class of this right here. And also create another div down here, which we're going to give a self-closing tag and a tailwind class of this right here. And then after this right here, after this div right here, I'll just wrap this up. I'll create another, after the host info div, I'll create another div. This is going to be for the stats. So I just give this a tailwind class of this right here, and we are not actually wrapping this around, so I just make this a self-closing tag, and then I'll get rid of this extra div tag right here. Then after that, I'm going to create one for the description. So say description. Now I'll create a div for this. I'll give this div a tailwind class of space y of 3. Then you're going to output 3 divs. The first div is going to have a height of 3. See the first div right here, the second div, the third div. Okay, great. So I'll just wrap up the description. After the description skeleton, after this left side right here, just basically wrap it off. We're going to have the booking card skeleton. So I'll create a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of this right here. And then inside this div, I'm going to output these 3 divs in there. Okay, so I just format this. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our application. When we refresh, you should see that we have this, all the skeletons right here. Okay, great. And it actually looks really, really good. I'll do that again. You can actually see the skeleton actually loads in immediately because we are fetching on the server. So now we have all the skeletons. So we'll go back to the home page. We have the home page skeleton. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually run some lint check to see if we have any lint errors. Because if we have any linting errors, we will not be able to actually build this application successfully. This is actually going to break on production. So to do that, I'm just going to go over to my terminal. I'll just stop this server right here, this development server. And then I'm going to say pm run lint. And you can see right here, we don't have any errors, but we have 2 warnings from Lint. Inside our custom use favor, it said one error is defined but never used. So I just go over the line 39. Just reduce this a bit. Line 39, error is defined but it's never used. It's going to be this error right here. Just since I'm not making use of the error, I just get rid of it. I'll say if it's just catch the error. instead of just getting the error. So after that, the next one is from error is different. Same thing, error is different, but it's never used, which is going to be the services listings. I'll just go over there, which is line 25. Basically the same thing. So I'll just get rid of this. Basically, I just want to catch the error. Save that. And let's do that again. PM run lints. And we don't get any ESLint warnings or errors, which means we can actually successfully build this application. Now, in this chapter of the tutorial, I'm actually going to work on actually deploying this application on Vercel. Before we do that, we immediately have to actually update something. Now, inside this SRC folder right now, you can notice right now that Git is actually tracking all these files, okay? Because when you initiate a new Next.js project, Git, you actually initiate a new Git repo, okay? So a new Git repository was actually initiated when we actually initiated this project with Next.js in the beginning of the video. And you can see right now, some of these files are green, while some are actually blue. Now, these blue ones are the ones that actually been modified, actually came when we actually created this project, okay? And you can see that they're actually modified, while these other green ones are the ones that were actually created when we were actually building this application. And also, you can see right now that this right here is actually ignored, okay? Now, when we go over to our Git ignore, remember I said that inside our Git ignore, sorry, not environment variable, inside the Git ignore, we have this S folder, right? SRC folder right here, generated Prisma. So whatever we have inside this generated Prisma folder is going to be ignored by Git. But our application actually needs this to actually run. So we have to actually generate this before we actually build the application. Because we're going to push this code to GitHub, and then from GitHub, we're going to actually build the application on Vercel. So if we push this code to GitHub, since Git is actually ignoring this file, it's actually going to push this particular file to GitHub. So we have to actually generate this on build when we're actually building the application on Vercel. You have to generate this on production, okay? Because this particular one is not going to be pushed to GitHub. So what we're going to do is set our package.json before we actually run this. Before we run this command next build, we're actually going to run Prisma generate. So right here, I'll say Prisma. We're going to run Prisma generate before Prisma generate. So this next build is going to run Prisma generate and next build. It's going to actually generate the Prisma client first before it actually builds the application for production. So first, we have to push this repo to GitHub. So I'm going to head over to GitHub. I'm going to click on new repository. Right here, you're going to specify the repository name. I'm going to say Airbnb clone tutorial Egmont sec, like that. And then I'm going to set this to private. And then after that, we just click on create repository. And after creating the repository, it's going to give us the command line we actually need. That's the command we actually have to run our command line to actually push our repo to GitHub, okay? We already initiated a new Git repository when we created the project. Then we don't want to add a readme for now. Then we can run git commit, then git branch main. Let's just copy this right here from this. Copy up to this git commit dash message, first commit. Then I'll go over to our terminal. I'll just open up our terminal up. Now, first of all, we have to actually add these changes because we have all these changes right here, 85 changes, but we've not actually added these changes to the staging area. Because before, without adding them to the staging area, I cannot actually commit the code. So I say git status, and you can see that I have lots of code that was not actually in the staging area. Okay, the ones that we modified that came with the original Next.js project, also the ones that we actually created, the ones we've actually created. So actually add them to the staging area. I'll say git add all. I'm going to add all of them to the staging area. So now we'll do git status again. You're going to see that these files are actually added to the staging area. See, all these files were actually created when we were actually building our application. We're adding to the staging area. So now the code we just copy from GitHub. We're just going to paste that right here and just click on enter. And that's basically going to push our repository over to GitHub. So now we'll go back to GitHub and refresh. We should actually see our repo over here at GitHub and every of our files right here. If we go to our SRC folder, we see our Modal server actions, and everything is live on GitHub. And now you can see right here, now when we go over to SRC, you'll notice right here, we don't see the generated folder. Okay, we don't see this generated folder right here, this Prisma generated folder. Okay, like I said, it's going to be ignored by Git. So we have to build it on production. That's why we actually modified our package.json scripts. So now that we have the code on GitHub, we can actually go over to Vercel. Now, when you log into your Vercel dashboard, and it's actually free to actually create an account on Vercel, you're going to see all the projects you've worked on, okay? You're going to see all the previous projects you actually deployed on Vercel. So I'm going to click on add a new project. Now the beauty about Vercel is that we don't have to actually upload our files to Vercel, actually push our codes to Vercel. We can just use the repo we already pushed to GitHub and actually import that repo to Vercel. So right here, I'm just going to import this Airbnb clone tutorial Egbon Tech right here that we just created. Okay, so I just import that. And then we have to specify the application preset, the application we are working with. We are obviously working with Next.js. Okay, and it's actually auto-selected for us. And most important, we have to actually add our environment variables. So I'll just click on this right here. I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just close all this up. I'm going to open up my .env file. And these are the environment variables we actually created in this project. So we have the database URL, the Better Auth secret, the Better Auth URL, the next public base URL, the Google Client ID, the Google Client secrets, the Cloudinary cloud name, the Cloudinary API secret. So let's actually start adding these environment variables to Vercel. So I'll just copy this database URL right here. Then I go over to Vercel. I'll just paste that right here. And now we have to copy the value, which is going to be this long string right here. Okay. And then I'll paste that right here. Then we'll copy the Better Auth secrets. Just copy this Better Auth secrets. Add more. Paste that right here. Then just get the value, which is going to be this right here. Copy this right here. Then I'll paste that right here. Then next we're going to get the Better Auth URL, which is going to be this. Add more. I'll paste that right here. Then we can get the URL, which is going to be localhost 3. For now, we're going to build the application using localhost 3000 as an environment variable. Okay, because if we don't place anything here, if we don't place anything, the application is going to break during the build process. So for now, just use localhost 3000. Then after we build the application, we're going to update this to the live URL that was generated after the application was built. So I'm going to add more. I'm going to paste this right here too, because this is going to be the next public base URL, which I'm going to copy here. Then I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to click on add more. I'm going to add the Google Client ID. I'll paste that right here. Now copy the Google Client ID, which is going to be this long string right here. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to click on add more. I'm going to add the Google Client secrets. I'll just copy the Google Client secrets. I'll paste that right here, and also I'll copy the actual secrets, copy the value. I'll paste that right here. And next is going to be our Cloudinary credentials. So we'll copy the Cloudinary cloud name, add more. I'll paste that right here. Then we can copy the value, paste that right here, and also copy the Cloudinary API key, paste that right here, then copy the actual key for the Cloudinary API key, paste that right here. And then finally, we're going to actually get the Cloudinary API secret, which is actually a secret. So you're going to paste your Cloudinary API secret you got when you actually from your Cloudinary dashboard. Okay, paste that secret right here. Okay, and then you're going to click on deploy. Now after the deployment project, you're going to see that the application is actually deployed. Congratulations. So we're just going to head over to dashboard, continue to dashboard, and then we can actually visit the application. Just click on visit. And obviously the application is going to break, because remember, we've not actually updated the environment variables. So what we're going to do, copy our live URL right here. We're going to head back to that application. Just go to settings. Then we'll go to environment variables. Then we're going to update the Better Auth URL. First of all, just edit this. I'll place the live URL here. I'll save. And also we're going to edit the next public base URL. So I edit this. I'll place the live URL here. Okay. I'll save this. And now we can actually redeploy the application. Okay. I'll just click on redeploy. I'm going to redeploy the application. View deployment. And you can see right now the application is actually redeployed successfully. So we'll go back to the project. I'm just going to refresh this. and you can see that our application is actually live. Great. Now we are not actually done. When we click on sign in, remember we actually have to configure the Google for production too. So we have to actually update this. So we're going to head back to Google Console. Remember, we actually created a project in Google Console called Airbnb clone. Okay, so that we're going to click on that project right here, and then we'll go to APIs and services, and then we'll go to credentials. And you can see right here we have a credential, Airbnb. The credential we created earlier on the video when we were working on authentication. I'll just click on edit this code. It's all client right here. Now remember, in the Better Auth documentation, it says that we have to actually replace all this with our live URL. Okay, so for the authorized JavaScript origin, I'm going to add another authorized JavaScript origin, which is going to be this domain right here. We don't need this / okay, we just need the domain. And then for the authorized redirect URL, we'll get rid of this localhost right here, then we'll paste that right here. We don't need double / here. Okay, HTTP is a domain, then API auth callback Google. Okay, great. So I'm just going to save this. So now we actually configured this for production, configured our Google OAuth client for production, and now we'll be able to actually log in with Google. So I'm just going to sign in with Google, click on continue with Google, and you can see that this user is actually logged in. Okay, great. So let's create a list. Let's click on Airbnb on home. I want to actually list a house. I say which country am I in? I say Morocco. I'll click on Morocco. It's going to point to Morocco. Then I'll click on next. Then how many guests? I say 5 guests. How many rooms? 4 rooms. And then how many bathrooms? About 6 bathrooms. I'll click on next. Then for the title, I'm simply going to say a nice family home in Tibet, or at Tibet. Then description, I'll just basically copy this right here, I'll paste that right here, paste that right here. Then I'll click on next. Then for the image, I'll select an image, select this right here. I'm going to open this up. Then I'll click on next. Then for the price, I'll say this is going to be $400 per night. Now create the listing. Listing creating is going to ask the user to their properties right here. Okay, great. So you now have a new property, Africa Morocco, a nice family home at Tibet. Great. And now when we click on this, you can actually view the listing. Great. You can actually see where the listing is located. You can reserve, other users can reserve the listing, because since you are the user that created the listing, obviously we say you can actually reserve your own listing. And then you actually see about the space, 4 guests, 4 rooms, 6 baths. Amazing. Now that's it for this tutorial. Now if you enjoyed this build, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to actually push this content to more people like you who are going to find this content very, very helpful, and basically just consider this as a very little way of you supporting this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on notification bell so you don't miss out on the next project we're going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.